The greatest reduction in global CO2 emissions are seen when crops in those same fields begin to sprout in spring. What if we encouraged farmers around the world to adopt soil-friendly farming practices? Could the soil absorb all the carbon that humans emit? We've done the calculations, and earthworms alone gobble up and sequester in their fertile excrement the entire amount of CO2 in the atmosphere every 4 years. Worldwide, soil is estimated to contain nearly 1,000 times more carbon than in the atmosphere. What's the difference between sand and soil? Black, fertile carbon. We aim to prove that harmonizing global farming practices with the natural carbon cycles can not only neutralize human carbon emissions, but it would revitalize and restore the fertility of our soils in the process. We don't need expensive new technology to solve some of our biggest issues. We simply need to shift our practices to harmonize with a planet that has already figured out how to sustainably support life harmoniously. We're sending out an SOS, and we invite you to join us as we endeavor to save our soil.
25 years. The consequences of that is unimaginable. Civil wars will unfold across the world once there is food shortage. What we are facing now is soil extinction. Why is soil becoming extinct? Where is it going away? What is happening to our soil? We must understand, if you add organic content to sand, sand will turn into soil. If you remove all organic content from the soil, soil will become sand. In normal agricultural soil, the minimum organic content should be between 3 to 6%. The most minimum is 3%. At least this minimum to keep the soil alive, to keep the soil as living soil is a must. Agricultural soils across the world, the depletion is so heavy. In most countries, more than 50% of the topsoil is already gone in the last 100 years. The nutrient levels have dropped significantly. The level of micronutrients you would get from your food in early 20th century to what you are getting from the same food now has dropped 90%. If you ate one orange in 1920s, what you got from it, now in 2020, if you have to get the same, you will have to eat 8 oranges. This is what we have done to our food.
Soil is the biggest ecosystem on the planet, and so few people know anything about it. 1 teaspoon of healthy soil probably contains more microbes than there are people on Earth.
The microbial life in the first 12 to 15 inches of topsoil is the basis of our existence. It is this magic beneath our feet which has produced the life that we are. This first 12 to 15 inches of soil is the basis of life for 87% of life on this planet, including you and me.
We have to begin to recognize that what we call our soil, Mother Earth, is a living organism.
Open soils, ripped open by ploughing, open to sunlight, is the basis of destruction of microbial life. So the focus should be on agriculture, the focus should be on seeing that land is under shade as much as possible, some kind of shade, grasses, herbs, bushes, trees. Conscious Planet is launching Save Soil movement to bring about a policy change to regenerate soil. As a part of this, I'm 65 and I'm riding 30,000 kilometers, a lone motorcycle journey, 30,000 kilometers across 24 nations to activate support from the citizenry to assure the governments long-term investments will be appreciated. So it's extremely important that soil regeneration is enshrined in the policy of every government on the planet. We must change the narrative on the planet that soil is a wealth, a legacy we have received from previous generations, and we have to pass it on as living soil for future generations. We are in a cusp of time. If you do the right things now, in the next 15 to 25 years, we can significantly turn this situation around and regenerate the soil. But if we allow this to progress like this for another 30 to 40 years, after 40 years if we attempt this, then it could take 150 to 200 years, because that much loss of biodiversity would have happened. From 21st of March for 100 days, the whole world, every human being on the planet should talk soil. We must hear the word soil, save soil everywhere, to see that the narrative on the planet changes towards the most vital aspect of our life, the soil. Each one of you should reach as many people as you can to make this happen. Many global leaders and influencers are already participating in the movement. Be a part of this and let us make it happen.
For my part, as much as I can contribute.
We're going to save the soil. Do your part.
And saving the soils.
Our future, our children's future, and our planet's future depend on it.
Save the soil.
Good morning, distinguished guests from ABRSM across the country, Honorable Vice Chancellors of the host universities and other universities, directors of higher educational institutions, esteemed delegates from the host universities and from other institutions, members of the print and electronic media, learned members of the audience, and ladies and gentlemen. I find it a privilege to welcome you all to Sri Padmavathi Mahila University for the second day of the two-day national seminar on National Educational Policy 2020, a roadmap to revamp the Indian higher education system. It is indeed a pleasure to have the seminar come to our university, Sri Padmavathi Mahila University, today. We are delighted to host the second day of the seminar at our academic home. We begin the day with technical session 4, and the theme of this session is Integrating Indian Knowledge System into Curriculum. Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University of Hyderabad, who will be chairing the session, and we have Professor P. Kanakasabhapati, about whom we heard yesterday, the chairman of ICSSR New Delhi, and we also have Dr. Narayan Lal Gupta, ABRSM Gujarat, who is speaking at this session today. May I now call upon Professor B.J. Rao, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, to come and take his seat on the dais. I request Dr. Sri Charan to present a bouquet to Professor B.J. Rao. Renuka. Thank you. I now call upon Professor P. Kanakasabhapati Garu to come and take his seat on the dais. I request Dr. Bharati to present a bouquet to Dr. Kanakasabhapati Garu. I request Ms. P. Devi to present a bouquet to Dr. Narayan Lal Gupta. We would like to start the day's proceedings with a prayer by Professor R.N.S. Saileswari of the Music Department and her team. I now call upon Professor Dr. R.N.S. Saileswari and her team.
श्रीशेषशैलसुनिकेतन दिव्यमूर्ते नारायणाच्युत हरे नलिनायताक्ष नीलाकटाक्ष परिरक्षित सर्वलोक श्रीवेङ्कटेश मम देहि करावलम्बम् श्रीवेङ्कटेश मम देहि करावलम्बम् वेङ्कटेश प्रिये पूज्ये क्षीराब्धितनये शुभे पद्मे रमे लोकमातः पद्मावती नमोऽस्तु ते सहस्रदलपद्मस्ते कोटिचन्द्रनिभानने Namostute.
Thank you, Dr. R.N.S. Saileswari and team. Now it's time to introduce the eminent speakers of this session. I would like to start by introducing Professor B.J. Rao. I find it a special privilege to be able to introduce the Vice Chancellor of my alma mater. I'm particularly delighted, sir. So, Professor Basutkar Jagadishwar Rao, popularly known as B.J. Rao, has been the Vice Chancellor of the University of Hyderabad since the 26th of July 2021. Prior to his appointment as Vice Chancellor, he was a Senior Professor, Chair of Biology, Dean Faculty at the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, ISER Tirupati. And before serving ISER Tirupati, Professor B.J. Rao was Senior Professor and Chair Biology for several years at the prestigious TIFR Mumbai, and he successfully headed the programs of Mechanism of Genome Dynamics and Cellular Adaptations Laboratory at TIFR. His areas of specialization are molecular basis of genome dynamics, computational biology of genomes and protein active sites, cellular physiology and metabolism, fields in which he has made fundamental contributions. Apart from his research in the domain of biology, he is also interested in dissemination of scientific knowledge and outreach activities. He has, to his credit, 130 publications with 1,371 citations. Born on the 13th of March 1956, Professor B.S. Rao was awarded National Science Talent Award, NCERT Award, with 16th rank in India, first in the United Andhra Pradesh. He graduated with a BSc from Nizam College and an MSc from Osmania University, Hyderabad, winning university gold medals in both. He then obtained his PhD from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, in the domain of biochemistry. He then went on to do his postdoctoral work at Yale Medical School, serving as a research scientist for 7 years. On his return to India, he worked at TIFR for several years. He is a fellow of all the 3 national academies in India and the Sir J.C. Bose Fellow of the Department of Science and Technology, India. Professor Rao is a chief member and advisor on various committees. He has won many awards and fellowships. He is the chief editor of the Journal of Biosciences, a flagship journal of Indian Academy of Sciences and Springer Nature combined. He has worked as a DST-inspired teacher, articulating the current excitements of basic biology to undergraduate students across India. He perceives biology as a complex manifestation of physics, chemistry of a dynamically evolving system and emphasizes the design principles in biology. He has delivered numerous technical and public lectures for varied audiences. Reaching young minds has been his passion, which he is now doing at Agastya Foundation, Kuppam. Now to introduce the second speaker, Professor P. Kanagasabhapati. Professor Kanagasabhapati obtained his doctorate as a UGC Research Fellow. He was the director of the State Level Training and Research Institute promoted by the Tamil Nadu government. He has been involved in the administration of different universities and research bodies at the national, state levels and has been part of many committees. Earlier, he was the president of an agricultural cooperative bank. Professor Kanagasabhapati writes in English and Tamil. One of his books, entitled Indian Models of Economy, Business and Management, is considered a major initiative towards Indianizing the economics management education and is recommended in premier institutions such as the Indian Institute of Management, Bengaluru, and the Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. One of his other books, Prosperous India, is translated into various languages, including Hindi. Professor P. Kanagasabhapati, known for his India-centric research works, is presently the chairman of the Indian Council for Social Science Research, New Delhi. As an author, involved in pioneering field studies in different economic clusters across India, he was a key member of the team that undertook the study of Gujarat kite business on the invitation of the government of Gujarat during 2003-04. We are happy to have you here, sir, as one of the principal speakers in this session. Now it's time to introduce the third speaker, Dr. Narayan Lal Gupta. He is an associate professor of physics, Government College, Dangarpur, Rajasthan. He has 29 years of teaching experience, both at undergraduate and postgraduate levels. He has been a member on various boards of studies, syndicates, senates, and academic councils of several universities. He has, to his credit, 13 books and 30 plus research papers in both national and international journals. Currently, he is the Additional General Secretary of Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Shaikshik Mahasangh, ABRSM. He also served as General Secretary of Rajasthan University and College Teachers Association. We are happy to have you here, sir. Welcome again. So I now hand over the floor to Professor B.J. Rao, the chairperson of this session. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. We are here on a very auspicious day today to discuss about integrating Indian knowledge system into curriculum. We have two eminent speakers here. They have been introduced, Professor Kanaka Sabhapati ji and Dr. Narayan Lal Gupta ji. We are here to hear them. But before I give the podium to them, just want to make two remarks on this topic. The topic is not only very relevant, but also essential for us to discuss, understand, and proceed further. Without discussing this particular topic, we cannot really go into NEP 2020 in any manner. So it's very, very important. The second point, the topic is so deep that you can't discuss in one session like this. We have to do an internal journey about this topic. This is a never-ending topic. And the origin of this topic is the entire attempt of Bharat to synthesize Prakriti and Purusha. In some sense, entire Indian knowledge system has originated from this deep attempt to synthesize Prakriti with Purusha. Entire Western system has entirely concentrated on Prakriti. That is a one-sided objective analysis, whereas this is two-sided objective as well as contemplative analysis. So it's a very different model. The model has seen its glorious days long past in India. That particular glory we have not captured yet. We are trying to capture now. And this particular session is an attempt in that direction. It's a long journey that all of us have to do in the Indian heritage system. We don't have too many experts on this particular very important topic in India now. We need to generate a lot of expertise who can combine the tools of precision of Sanskrit with the tools and precision of technology and science. When these tools combine together, we generate right expertise to be able to appreciate Indian knowledge system in its complete rigor. We are waiting for that, and NEP 2020 is likely to produce such expertise. These are my initial brief words. I will now welcome Professor Kanaka Sabhapati ji to express his views. Thank you.
Respected Professor Rao, dear Dr. Gupta, brothers and sisters, It's very, very important, critical topic, integrating Indian knowledge systems into curriculum. First of all, why we have to integrate? In my opinion, as a teacher of social sciences, much of the studies, much of the subjects, much of the theories that we teach, concepts that we teach are irrelevant. I'm a finance teacher. Whenever I go to class, we always teach the American theories. I give examples normally. I give one such example which I normally give. In 1997, two professors got their Nobel Prize in economics, management professors, finance professors. In fact, between mid-1980s and 1997, always Nobel Prizes in economics were used to be given to finance professors only for their models. So these two professors got their prize for what is called as Black-Scholes model. Their name, Black and Scholes. So unlike their predecessors, they did not keep quiet. They thought, we have already got Nobel Prize and our theory is being used everywhere in the financial markets. Why should we go to the university and teach for a fixed salary? Let us experiment with our own model so that we can make millions of dollars. They resign their jobs. They join a company promoted by professors and economists. Company's name was Long-Term Capital Management. Many top executives of different companies resigned their jobs to join this particular company because for the first time, Nobel laureates were going to work full-time to experience with their own theory, use their own theory so that, we can make millions of dollars as profit. 1998 results come, they have lost not just their investments, but more than 50, 60 times of their investment. The entire Wall Street collapsed. The Federal Reserve Bank had to intervene to save the market from falling down further. These two people, overnight they became paupers, not just those people, thousands of persons who have invested the money. And they went back to teaching again because they didn't know. Normally teachers do not know except teaching and research work. So they went back to teaching. Unfortunately, even today after 25 years, we are still teaching their theories in classrooms. You go to any MBA university, any university college offering MBA course, this is being taught. And this is the kind of subject that we teach in classrooms. It is not just finance, it is not just management, whether you take economics, sociology, history, much of the subjects are like this. So it's become irrelevant, one. Second, unlike in the case of earlier periods, now the situation is different. Whatever we called as standard models at the global level, whether it is economic model or social model, they have completely failed now. West has no models that they themselves have accepted. But if you take India, we have a great history. We are a civilization with thousands of years of experience. And if I can speak economically, at least for about 5,000, 7,000 years, we have economic history. OECD undertook a study of the previous 2 millennia of the global economies around the world. And they came with a report saying that in the past 2,000 years, for about 1,750 years, we, along with China, remained as the top most economic power. And India was always, most of the time, remaining at the top. Before the beginning of the common era, 2022 years back, India's contribution to global GDP was 32.9%. So this position continued almost for 1,700 years. So we had one sustainable economic system. Why? Because our education system was strongly rooted in the land. So the education system was connected to the society. So that is why we were able to contribute to diverse fields. It is not just economics alone, whether it is medicine, metallurgy, engineering, so diverse walks of life. So this was broken with the introduction of Mahila education system. We lost everything. In fact, in 1832-33, there was a report by the Europeans which said that literacy rate in India was 97%. Macaulay introduced his system in 1835, and Will Durand notes that in 1891 the literacy rate was just 9%, with the rate of literacy for women, girl students, being 6%. So in a period of 65 years, they cut off the connection, strong roots that existed between the education system and the functioning society. So this is where our problem started. Now we have to correct it. Otherwise, even after independence, in spite of Swami Vivekananda, Maharishi Aurobindo pleading for national education, we could not succeed. So national education policy has come. It is a dream come true. It is the aspirations of Indians that is coming true today. Through this, we have to connect the universities with the local societies. Now we are remaining as islands. We don't have any connection between the functioning society. Well, it could be in any field. So this is the problem. That is why more than 70-80% of our graduates are unemployable graduates, and that is the reason why we are producing in many of the top central universities these Tukde gangs, anti-India gangs, because we don't teach them anything that is relevant connected to India. But if you see the real India, this is performing. In spite of being under the British rule for 200 years, by that time they completely destroyed Indian systems. Not just economic systems, our cultural, social systems. But even before that, for 800 years, we were under the alien domination, either in one part of the country or other. But in spite of it, we continue to perform well. It is the Britishers who completely destroyed. As a result, at the time of independence, we were a very poor nation. But you see, after 70 years today, 74 years today, even today we have several problems. Difficulties are there because this is a huge country. But we are the third largest economy, we are the fastest growing economy, and we are the most potential nation in the whole world today. What happened in between these 70 years? It is not government. If you see the macroeconomic approaches of government of India during the last 65 years, for about 35 years they practiced socialism, which is completely not suitable for India. Another 20 years, again this globalization policies, another Western approach. But in spite of it, India has been growing. That means we have enormous fundamentals in this country. What was saving us for thousands of years earlier, by which India remained as the knowledge power, economically superpower, is helping us even today. Only thing is we are not noticing it. We don't notice it. This is the problem. And this connection we have to make. And for that, this national education policy has come as a boon to us. As far as IKS, Indian knowledge system, is concerned, we can see it in two ways. One is IKS related to the past. Yes, we have enormous literature relating to our past. It could be any field. It could be medicine, it could be engineering, it could be economics, it could be even administration, any field. We have enormous amount of literature because our people had practiced it in those days. One is integrating the ancient or earlier IKS systems into textbooks. This is very important. But we have to understand that copying it and then integrating it and then teaching it the same way it was taught earlier, it may not be possible now. It's not possible. So we have to connect it in such a way that it should interest the students, and whatever fields that are necessary, we should do it. Second and most important thing is integrating the existing Indian knowledge system. That should be the first step. In fact, I would say, if we connect the contemporary functioning systems with the education in the curriculum, then we can easily connect the ancient system. In fact, we have seen through our last 30 years of study, even today it is the culture that is driving the Indian economy. Even today it is the culture that is driving our societies. So, it is not just in the present case. Earlier centuries also it was there. Very easily we can connect and say it is the culture that is responsible for all our activities, economic, business, social activities. But for that we have to involve in contemporary studies. So this is what is important. In fact, when we began to teach this kind of courses some 17, 18 years back to the university college students, they asked us, 2000 years back we were great, sir, but what is today? So that only kindled our interest that we have to do something to make contemporary studies. And then we started doing it. And once we start doing this study, we will understand that India is an amazing country. It's not just another country, it's a great civilization. Even today it is a living civilization. You know, when we look at India from our textbooks, through our seminars, through our conferences, through our media, we will not be able to understand India. India can be, in fact, the whole entire society, Indian society is an open-air university. When we spend more time in the open-air university, we come to know more and more about India. We started with one or two small areas only, some 27, 20 years back. But once we enter the field, then, you know, the scope gets expanded. And we ourselves will get involved in this. I will give only briefly one or two examples to show as to how India is performing even today. If you take the economy of India, in the last 50, 60 years, it has been continuously growing without the policymakers and the universities noticing about it. There are about 2,000, 3,000 economic centers in India, very big centers, industrial centers, business centers, agricultural centers. You take Ludhiana, you take Surat, you take Rajkot, or in the south you take maybe Tirupur or Sivakasi, Coimbatore. Like this, there are about 3,000 clusters in India, centers in India. All these centers are completely developed by the local people. Most of them less educated people. Majority of them coming from lesser financial backgrounds. So it is they who have made India today. You take, for example, Rajkot. In the 1960s, it was a small agricultural center. You know, 2 persons, 3 persons, for their own use, agricultural use, you know, they bought one diesel engine. There was some repair in it. So they disassembled it, then they assembled it, they succeeded. Then they thought, why don't we make our own machines? And that is how diesel engines were born in Rajkot. You know, at that time, there were only one foreign company, British company, that was selling diesel engines in India. Leicester, brand name was Leicester. So these people, they do not know the importance of the brand. So they were selling under the brand Leicester type. When the sales got reduced in Western India, the company executives came down to Mumbai and then found out that somebody was selling similar type of machine in Western region. So they went and talked to them, these people, and asked them, told them, we are ready to pay royalty, why don't you sell it, because you seem to be making a better machine. But these people refused. No, we want to make our own machine. Then they said, you should not use our brand. And that is how the Indian brands came. And you know, within about 3-4 years, the British brand was thrown out of India and only these Rajkot brands were sold throughout the country. And today, Rajkot is one of the topmost engineering centers in the entire world, completely built by the local people. Like this, there are about 3,000 centers built by our own people. So we are an entrepreneurial nation. That is why London Business School a few years back said India has about 85 million entrepreneurs, 8.5 crore. The largest number of people in the whole world. Even today you will be surprised to know the self-employed people of India, citizens of India, is about 47 to 48%. You compare it with foreign countries, maybe European countries, America, it's mostly in single digit. So we are a self-employed nation today. That is why Sage Vidra said 5,000 years back, self-employment is the best status in life. But have we ever studied about it and then explained this to our students? So this is what is happening. And the kind of innovations that are being made in these industrial business centers, you will find it difficult to believe. Our own people, ordinary people, are making best innovations and throwing out multinationals. We have documented some of them. And this being a women's university, I thought I should tell about this. You know, wherever we go to meet entrepreneurs, immediately whenever we ask them, you know, what is the reason for your success? Of course, they will say it is family, parents, etc. They also note that it is the women folk in their families, particularly mothers, wives, grandmothers, sisters, who are responsible for their economic development, who are responsible. And we don't teach it. No economics book teaches the role of women in Indian economy. But it is what is happening. I always say, yesterday also I was sharing with our Vice Chancellor, we undertook a study some 15 years back among the Ari Bhavan, Ananda Bhavan, Vasanta Bhavan hotel owners. You know, 21% of the owners said it is our sisters, married sisters, who after their marriage, they went into their husband's family, nudged their husbands and compelled them to give their funds. As a result of the initial capital, we have succeeded like this. And I've seen in many cases, you know, we normally have a feeling that these old ladies, less educated people, they don't have economic sense. I would say that the ladies of India, the elderly persons of India have more economic wisdom, much more economic wisdom, business wisdom than we the educated people have. We undertook a study in Coimbatore flower market some 20 years back. You know that lady flower vendors, they don't even have the money even today to buy their daily requirement of flowers. So they go to the financiers. Normally financiers will come at 6 o'clock itself. They borrow from the financiers. In those days 1,000 rupees they used to borrow. They go to the other side, get flowers from the wholesalers, sell it. By 1:30 they would have sold. And every day they used to earn in between 1,300, 1,400 rupees. By 1:30 again that financier will come, they return the money, 1,000 plus interest, 100 rupee interest, very high rates of interest. That is why Mudra has come now. So even after 300, but they will not take the entire money back home. 2 o'clock a chit fund wala will come, and every day they used to give 100 rupees for the chit fund wala. In one small flower market, we noticed that the saving was 7,30,000 rupees. The ordinary people of this country, especially ladies whom we believe that they don't know anything about economics, they saved money. That is why you can see even today, when Mudra scheme was introduced about 5.5 years back, you know, people were laughing. But today there are 46 crore bank accounts, 46 crore Jan Dhan accounts. And in those accounts there is 1,59,000 crores of rupees deposits. 1,59,000. 65% of them are women. You know, we have enormously saving nation. If you take nationalized banks alone, we have 140 lakh crore as deposits. And if you take India, you know, almost 20 to 25% of the global gold output is purchased by our women. Our women every year. Even though Indian mines give only 0.5% or less than 0.5% of our requirement. So our people have enormous amount of investment in gold. We do not know how much. 10 years back, 12 years back, India today estimated that there were 25,000 tons of gold in India. So it is with our mothers, through our mothers and sisters, that we have enormous amount of saving. The functioning systems of India are behaving in a unique way, taking India forward. But the kind of subjects that we teach in classrooms are completely different. When I go to the classroom, I teach only the Western theories, Western financial theories, which I don't practice. Here also in this connection, there is an interesting study that we made. In all our subjects, finance subjects, when we go to the class, we have to teach the importance of stock markets. In fact, we have to tell them, don't invest money in banks, don't invest money in jewelry, don't invest money in other things, what we call safe investment. You invest money in stock markets. This is what we teach. But after the failure of the economies, global economic crisis, the world has come to know the safe securities are very always very good. But the kind of studies that we teach, it is completely irrelevant. We undertook a study among the lady teachers who teach these finance subjects, and you will be surprised to know 96% of the teachers who teach these theories in the classrooms, in their behavior, finance approach, they invest money in jewelry, they invest money in bank, they invest money in buying houses. When we asked them, you teach every day these finance courses, which says you invest money in stock market, but in your real life you are not doing it. They said, sir, that is for teaching, sir. This is what our parents have taught us. We have to be careful. And this is the reality that we have to understand. So there is a huge disconnect, and it is very important for us to connect this. And in my opinion, I can say that as far as social science subjects, even other subjects are concerned, integrating the IKS into curriculum is not that difficult. Only thing is we don't apply our mind into it. Otherwise, it is very easy. All these studies that we have made involve very less amount of money. Maybe 5,000, maybe 10,000, very less amount of money. What you have to do is, when you decide to introduce this Indian curriculum, you have to make field studies, enough studies, and then integrate. Nobody can dispute it. For the last now 14, 16 years, we are teaching some 3 important IKS courses. One is Indian economic models, Indian business models, women in Indian economy and society. Nobody has questioned us. Nobody can question. It is completely based on what is being practiced at the ground level. So I suggest all of you, request all of you to consider this. You take up smaller studies, and then it's very easily you can integrate it. As far as science and other subjects are concerned, in my opinion, I would suggest that, we have enormous amount of ancient text literature. Why don't you tell it? Why don't we are going to a mathematics class. Why don't we say, allot 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours and say, algebra has come from India. Calculus have come from India. Numbers have come from India. What is wrong? This we can very easily do. Nobody's support is necessary. Like this in science subjects also we can easily integrate. And as far as social sciences are concerned, if we can take up field studies, in my opinion, we can change the entire narrative about India. I remember when we introduced this Indian economic business model course in 2006, we went to the topmost publishers in those times, management books, Tata, McGraw-Hill. They refused. They said, how can you say Indian economic model? Where is it? Indian business model. Then when we went to the other person, Prentice Hall, they also said after taking 8 months, we will publish it, but you have to change the name. So that is how the name of the book was changed, Indian Models of Economy, Business and Management. But whereas the original title was Indian Economic Business Management Models. But now in the last 15 years, lot of things have changed. The Western models have failed and Indian models are emerging. In my opinion, when we go and take up the field study, as I said, we can create an entire narrative, and that narrative is going to be the complete narrative of India. Because now whatever we discuss about India, it is based on Western paradigms. So it is time for us to create new theories, new models. Nobody will come from outside and say you are doing this. In fact, nobody will come from Delhi and say, we have to do it in Tirupati, in Coimbatore, in Visakhapatnam, and that is possible. Now, NEP has provided us a very important chance for us. Last week, 10 days back, there was a meeting with regard to IKS also in Delhi. I took part in it. So we have to use this opportunity. It's a God-given opportunity, and if we fail in it, then we are failing India. Yes, academics, my opinion is we have largely failed India in the last 50, 60 years. At least now we have to wake up and then contribute to the growth and development of India. It's a completely new country. It's totally based on our own knowledge systems, which is driven by culture and this great Bharatiya civilization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was very enlightening. You touched upon some of the most fundamental issues that NEP 2020 must move towards. Otherwise, we are trapped in the Western trappings. We have to undo that. That's the main message. I will now request Dr. Narayan Lal Gupta ji to give his views.
रेस्पेक्टेड सभापति जी और इस नेशनल सेमिनार में पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे आप सभी विद्वान साथियों, जो बैनर अभी लगा था उस मंच के कोने पर दो बातें है, एक नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी और दूसरा आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव। जिस कारण से फ्रीली हम बैठकर यहां पर डिस्कस कर पा रहे हैं, 75 इयर्स हमारी आजादी को हुए, आज एक इंपॉर्टेंट दिन है। मैं उसको याद करते हुए अपनी बात शुरू करता हूं। आज भारत शहीद दिवस मना रहा है। भगत सिंह, राजगुरु और सुखदेव जिन कारणों के कारण फांसी चढ़े थे, उसका फल हम ले रहे हैं और इसलिए उनको प्रणाम करते हुए मैं अपनी बात शुरू करता हूं। दरअसल मैं जब हिंदी में अपनी बात कहता हूं तो राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति कहता हूं, अंग्रेजी में इसको नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के रूप में ट्रांसलेट करते हैं। लेकिन जैसा मेरे परिचय में बताया कि मैं अखिल भारतीय राष्ट्रीय शैक्षिक महासंघ का एडिशनल जनरल सेक्रेटरी हूं, एक नेचुरल क्वेश्चन बनता है कि ये अखिल भारतीय राष्ट्रीय, हम इसको सिनोनिम की तरह लेते हैं, भारतीय और राष्ट्रीय ये कुछ अलग नहीं हो सकते। और यही अंतर यहां पर है। नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, दरअसल हम बहुत कंफ्यूजन का शिकार शुरू से रहे। भारत दैट इज इंडिया, नेशन दैट इज राष्ट्र। मैं तो बहुत यहां पर आकर बहुत अपनापन महसूस करता हूं, लेकिन एक कमी महसूस करता हूं कि आई एम नॉट कन्वर्सेंट विद तेलुगु। लेकिन केरला से ही शंकराचार्य उठकर बिल्कुल नॉर्थ में जाकर हमें एक करने के सूत्र देते हैं। और इसलिए राष्ट्रीयता ये मात्र क्या है, हम शब्द नेशनल कह जरूर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये वो नेशन नहीं है, ये नेशन स्टेट का वो कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है, और इसको बार बार इस पॉलिसी ने दोहराया है। कल एक बात आई कि हमारी ये जो नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है, ये 86 के बाद आफ्टर 35 इयर्स हमको एक नई पॉलिसी मिली। लेकिन यदि हम देखें इस पॉलिसी को तो एक टर्निंग पॉइंट है लगभग 185 इयर्स के बाद में। हमको एक नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी एटलीस्ट जो अपने विजन का एक पैरा पॉलिसी में कहा है, उस पैरा को यदि हम देखते हैं तो इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम जिससे रिलेटेड ये सेशन है ध्यान में आता है। 1835 का जो मैकॉले का इंडियन एजुकेशन एक्ट है, उसकी एक लाइन है कि वो किस तरह के इंडियंस चाहते हैं। तो इंडियंस इन ब्लड एंड कलर, इंडियंस इन ब्लड एंड कलर, बट इंग्लिश इन टेस्ट, इन ओपिनियन, इन मोरल्स एंड इन इंटेलेक्ट। ये 1835 का जो इंडिया एजुकेशन एक्ट है वो कहता है। और एनईपी का विजन का जो एकमात्र पैरा है वो क्या कहता है, देखिए बिल्कुल 180 डिग्री शिफ्ट क्यों है। एनईपी विजन इज टू इंस्टिल अमंग द लर्नर्स a deep rooted pride in being Indian, not only in thought। जो मैकॉले चाहते थे कि केवल हम रंग और रक्त से रहें, इंटेलेक्ट, डीड्स और स्पिरिट्स में। एक टर्निंग पॉइंट 185 इयर्स के बाद हमको दिखाई देता है। मैं जब इस पॉलिसी को पढ़ रहा था तो एक दूसरा टर्निंग पॉइंट मुझे दिखाई दिया। मैकॉले का ही एक सेंटेंस उस समय का है जिसको पहली बार बहुत इंडियन गवर्नमेंट के पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट में कोई चीज आती है तो इसका मतलब है कि वो एक पैराडाइम शिफ्ट है। वो जो व्हाइट मैन्स बर्डन की जो थियरी है उस पर मैकॉले कहते हैं कि ए सिंगल शेल्फ ऑफ ए गुड यूरोपियन लाइब्रेरी वाज वर्थ ऑफ ए होल नेटिव लिटरेचर ऑफ इंडिया। हमारा जो जिस इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम की बात कर रहे हैं उसका कुछ वैल्यू भी तो नहीं है, एक सिंगल शेल्फ के बराबर है। वही एनईपी कोट अनकोट में एनईपी में से पढ़ता हूं, संस्कृत के लिए कहते हैं, और देखिए किस तरह से मैकॉले के उस सेंटेंस को 180 डिग्री शिफ्ट किया जाता है। संस्कृत possesses a classical literature that is greater in volume than that of Latin and Greek put together. Contains vast treasure of mathematics, philosophy, metallurgy, drama, poetry and more so on. So मैकॉले को पहली बार हम बोलते रहे हैं, कभी कभी इमोशनली इन चीजों को हम बोलते रहे हैं, लेकिन पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट में इसको रिफ्लेक्ट होना, ये मुझे लगता है ये एक बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट है जो एक बड़ा इशारा करता है। और लैंग्वेज की कल भी बात आई थी कि लैंग्वेज को आप नॉलेज से रिलेट नहीं करते, लैंग्वेज को कल्चर से रिलेट जरूर किया जा सकता है। हालांकि कल्चर और संस्कृति भी एक होती है क्या, ये भाषाविद बताते हैं कि हम बहुत कुछ चीजें, बहुत सारे जो बीच में तंतु है जोड़ने वाले, वो मिस कर देते हैं व्हेन वी ट्रांसलेट समथिंग। बट एक बहुत फेमस इंग्लिश प्रोफेसर की बार बार ये बात बताई जाती है कि वी टीच इंग्लैंड फर्स्ट एंड देन इंग्लिश। एंड भारत का जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम है वेयर वी टीच इंग्लिश फर्स्ट एंड इंडिया नेवर। इस तरह की पद्धति से शायद मुझे लगता है पहली बार हमको, और इंडियन कल्चर की जब बात करते हैं, इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम की बात करते हैं, तो सिस्टमैटिक नॉलेज सिस्टम और ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज सिस्टम जो हमारे शास्त्रों में आया है, जो हमारी मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स में आया है, जो सिस्टमैटिक है, इसके अलावा जो ट्रेडिशनल है, जो फोल्क आर्ट्स है, जो श्रुतियां हैं, जो हमारी ट्रेडिशनल स्किल्स हैं, हमारा म्यूजिक है, डांस है, जो कहीं ना कहीं पर हमको ऑर्गेनिकली जोड़ता है, वो सब चीजें कहीं किस तरह से इंटीग्रेट की जा सकती है करिकुलम में, इसको एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ने बार बार कहा है। एंड व्हाई इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट, क्यों जरूरी है, बात यह भी आती है कि ये जरूरी क्यों है। तो एनईपी कहता है केवल इसलिए नहीं कि ये किसी आइडियोलॉजी से जुड़ा हुआ विषय है, क्योंकि जब हम इन चीजों को बात करते हैं, जो पॉलिसी ने भी लिखा कि नॉलेज का मतलब केवल नॉलेज नहीं, नॉलेज, विजडम और ट्रुथ तीनों हैं। हमने ज्ञान और प्रज्ञा और सत्य तीनों को शिक्षा का अंग बनाया है। और इसलिए एनईपी कहती है कल्चरल अवेयरनेस एंड एक्सप्रेशंस आर अमंग द मेजर कंपिटेंसीज considered important to develop a children in order to provide them with a sense of identity, sense of being an Indian, sense of being an भारतीय। कहता है कि हम क्यों, अभी कल भी ये चर्चा हो रही थी कि इसके बीच में अंतर क्या है, क्रॉस डिसिप्लिनरी, इंटर डिसिप्लिनरी और मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी। नया जमाना आया है, हम स्पेशलाइजेशन, जब हमने साइलॉस खड़े किए थे यूनिवर्सिटी डिपार्टमेंट्स में, जहां पर हम एक पर्टिकुलर, हमारे सबके वर्ल्ड व्यूज अपने अपने वर्ल्ड व्यूज हैं। मैं कई बार हम डिफाइन करने के लिए कहते हैं कि हाउ डू यू डिफाइन ए ह्यूमन बीइंग, एवरीबॉडी डिफाइंस इन हिज ऑन लैंग्वेज, ऑन अंडरस्टैंडिंग, जिस तरह की उसकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग उस तरह से डिफाइन करता है। मैं नीचे सोशल एनिमल, सामाजिक शास्त्र पढ़ने वाले कहते हैं, और इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ने वाले, अभी सर ने कहा सारा, हमारी सारी गतिविधियां इज गवर्न बाय इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज। जो पॉलिटिक्स में है वो कहते हैं नहीं नहीं, पॉलिटी सबको गवर्न करती है। मेरे जैसे फिजिक्स के स्टूडेंट उनको बायोमैकेनिक्स से समझाते हैं, मैं नीचे मशीन। बायोलॉजी के सर बैठे हैं, वो कहेंगे वी आर जस्ट ए बंडल ऑफ सेल्स। एवरीबॉडी, हर आदमी अपनी दृष्टि से सत्य को देख रहा है। वो जो कहानी है ना, हाथी को देखा तो खंबा है या पूंछ है, आंख पर पट्टी बांधकर। सो हॉलिस्टिक, ये शब्द क्या नया आया? भारत में तो ये कभी नया नहीं रहा। भारत ने दो चीजों को कभी म्यूचुअली एक्सक्लूसिव तरह से देखा ही नहीं, एक दूसरे की कंप्लीमेंट्री की तरह जरूर देखा, लेकिन म्यूचुअली एक्सक्लूसिव हैं ये दुनिया, प्रकृति और पुरुष, आर दे म्यूचुअली एक्सक्लूसिव? ये दुनिया और कोई और दुनिया, या कि समथिंग विच इज फिजिकल एंड समथिंग विच इज नॉन फिजिकल, ये क्या अलग अलग होते हैं? शरीर, आत्मा, मन, बुद्धि। तो हमने कहीं पर ट्रैक तो लूज किया था। अब जब होलिस्टिक एजुकेशन की बात आती है, साइलॉस तोड़ने की बात आती है, इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी की बात आती है, तो वहां पर बात करनी पड़ेगी चलती कहां से है। तो जॉन न्यूमैन की एक फेमस पुस्तक है द आइडिया ऑफ द यूनिवर्सिटी, और उस समय जब, क्योंकि अफिलिएटेड कॉलेज को हटाने की बात भी हुई है, ये अफिलिएशन कहां से आता है? तो 1835 का लंदन यूनिवर्सिटी का एक्ट है, वो बोल चुके हैं यूनिवर्सिटीज आर नॉट मीन फॉर कंडक्टिंग एग्जामिनेशंस ओनली, वो नॉलेज क्रिएशन की बॉडीज हैं, ऐसी बात थी ना। तो आइडिया ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटी में जॉन न्यूमैन लिखते हैं कि ये जो सर्वाइल एजुकेशन है, विच इज ओनली फॉर यूटिलिटी एंड इकोनॉमिक अपलिफ्टमेंट, इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट, ये डेट्रीमेंटल है मॉरल फैब्रिक के लिए। आपकी जो विवेक दृष्टि विकसित होनी चाहिए थी, जो डिस्क्रिमिनेटरी हमारा अप्रोच इंटेलेक्ट में डेवलप होना चाहिए था, वो नहीं होता। और इसलिए द एजुकेशन शुड बी लिबरल। एजुकेशन के गोल केवल इकोनॉमिक नहीं है, इकोनॉमिक एक पक्ष है, और इसलिए लिबरल एजुकेशन की बात आती है। और फिर वहां से कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट होते हैं लिबरल एजुकेशन के, लेकिन ये टेंशन बिटवीन सर्वाइल एंड लिबरल एजुकेशन ये लगातार बनी रहती है। लेकिन क्या भारत में है? और आज हम बात करते हैं कि द एजुकेशन शुड बी लिबरल। 64 कलाओं की बात न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी कहती है कि आप की पर्सनैलिटी, और साइंस भी कहने लगा कि बोथ हेमिस्फीयर ऑफ द, ये हमारा जो मस्तिष्क है इसके दोनों हेमिस्फीयर डेवलप हो, इसके लिए हमारे पास केवल साइंस नहीं। तो किस तरह की इंटीग्रेटेड एजुकेशन चाहिए, इसकी बात वो करते हैं। हमने कहा कि हमारे यहाँ 64 कलाएं केवल सिंगिंग और पेंटिंग नहीं थी, वो साइंटिफिक भी थी। हम केमिस्ट्री और मैथमेटिक्स और इंजीनियरिंग और मेटलर्जी भी सीखते थे। हम वोकेशनल स्टडीज भी करते थे, कारपेंट्री और क्लोथ मेकिंग भी उनमें से था। हम सोशियोलॉजी, पॉलिटिकल साइंस, इकोनॉमिक्स भी पढ़ते थे, राज व्यवस्थाएं, प्रशासन के तंत्र कैसे होते हैं। हमने सॉफ्ट स्किल्स भी 64 कलाओं में, वो 64 कलाओं को जब बात करते हैं तो हमारी आज जो डिबेट, डिस्कशन, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग, लॉजिकल एनालिसिस, सारी बातें आती है। मैं बात फिर वही कर रहा हूं जो सभापति जी ने कही थी कि पुरानी बातें इसलिए नहीं, उसको आज के समय में, एक तो हमारी आइडेंटिटी क्या है, क्योंकि लैंग्वेज पर एक पूरा चैप्टर है एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में। मैं आज यहां पर आकर यदि अंग्रेजी में नहीं बोलता हूं तो प्रोबेबली, या तेलुगु में आप मुझसे कुछ बात करते हैं तो हमारे बीच में एक बड़ा गैप रहता है। हमको जोड़ने वाली चीज क्या है, ये जब तक भारतीय भाषाओं में हम नहीं सीखते। 100 सेंटेंसेस इन तेलुगु, लेट मी मेक सम बायलैटरल एंड मल्टीलैटरल एग्रीमेंट्स बिटवीन एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट्स, टीचर्स, लिंग्विस्टिक के टीचर तमिलनाडु और तेलंगाना से राजस्थान में आते हैं या महाराष्ट्र में आते हैं, और महाराष्ट्र से यहां आते हैं। प्रोबेबली हमारा जो नेशनल इंटीग्रेशन है, जो हमको जोड़ने वाले बिंदु हैं, वो समझ में आते हैं कि लैंग्वेज के अंदर है। हमारा लिटरेचर, अब मुझे ध्यान में आता है कई सारी बातें, जैसे आर्यन इन्वेजन थ्योरी, जो कुछ साइंटिफिकली ठीक है, यदि आज डीएनए जीनोम मैपिंग के द्वारा हमारे पास नेचर में कोई रिसर्च पब्लिश हुआ है, उसको आम भाषा में पुस्तकों में क्यों नहीं आना चाहिए? क्यों किसी को किसी भी नैरेटिव को स्थापित करने की जगह मिलनी चाहिए, किसी भी तरह का नैरेटिव हो? यदि हमने हमेशा डिस्कशन बेस्ड, इंक्वायरी ड्रिवन, डिस्कवरी ओरिएंटेड हमारी थिंकिंग कही है, तो चलिए, हमारी सभ्यता कितनी पुरानी थी, वॉज देयर ए सरस्वती रिवर और नॉट? आज हमारे पास रिमोट सेंसिंग टेक्निक्स हैं, ये करिकुलम में इंटीग्रेट क्यों नहीं होनी चाहिए? हमारी बातों के विषय कैसे आते हैं? खेल, ठीक है, आज कबड्डी एक विषय आया, लेकिन बहुत सारे खेल ऐसे हैं जो कि बच्चे उसको खेलते समय, मैं कबड्डी खेलते समय ये सीखता हूं कि जीना और मरना भारत की परंपरा में कोई बड़ा विषय नहीं है। जीना और मरना, मर गए, जी लिए। तो हमारी जो स्पोर्ट्स और गेम्स हैं, बहुत विदेश, हम सब चीजें, आनो भद्रा कृत्वा यंतु विश्वतः, हमने कहा कोई भी चीज भारत, और पॉलिसी इसीलिए कहती है कि भारत की जड़ों से जुड़ा हुआ 21वीं सदी की चुनौतियों को सामना करने में सक्षम युवा, यानी बिग डेटा, मशीन लर्निंग, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, एवरीथिंग। मैं ऑर्गेनिकली अपने सारी टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ किसी से पीछे नहीं छूटूंगा, लेकिन हु आई एम, जिस आइडेंटिटी का सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम अमेरिका में आता है और किताब लिखी जाती है हु आर वी, वो प्रॉब्लम मेरे साथ तो नहीं आए। क्योंकि डेक्कन क्रॉनिकल का ही बरसों पहले एक वो आया था एडिटोरियल, जिसमें कि बेंगलोर के कुछ सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर्स के बीच में एक सर्वे हुआ था। आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव हम मना रहे हैं, 15 अगस्त क्यों मनाया जाता है? What is so special about 15th अगस्त? एंड द सर्वे, जो हमारा यूथ है, उस सर्वे का रिजल्ट क्या था? बहुत बड़ी संख्या ऐसी थी जिन्होंने कहा आई डोंट नो, आई नो प्रोग्रामिंग, आई नो कोडिंग, बट आई डोंट नो व्हाई 15 अगस्त इज सेलिब्रेटेड। बहुत से लोग ऐसे भी थे जिन्होंने कहा आई एम नॉट इंटरेस्टेड टू नो, आई अर्न ए हैंडसम अमाउंट ऑफ सैलरी, आई हैव ए गुड पैकेज, आई एम नॉट इंटरेस्टेड टू नो। और एक बड़ा तीसरा वर्ग भी था जिन्होंने कहा दिस इज द sheer वेस्टेज ऑफ मनी एंड टाइम ऑफ द कंट्री ऑन ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सच टाइप ऑफ प्रोग्राम्स। इसलिए हम कहां से चले? कितने साल पुरानी सभ्यता हमारी रही होगी? और यदि चीजों को जोड़ सकें, मैं फिजिक्स पढ़ाता हूं, हम में से जो फिजिक्स जानते हैं, कुछ छोटी छोटी बातें हम जो सामान्य कला बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं, आर्ट्स से आते होते हैं, फॉर्मूले E=mc² या P=h/λ, इस तरह के फॉर्मूले हमने सुने। ये फॉर्मूले अपने आप में एक चीज बताते हैं। विवेकानंद का यदि हम टेस्ला के साथ इंटरेक्शन देखते हैं तो ध्यान में आता है। आइंस्टीन या बाद में क्वांटम फिजिक्स की बात आती है, आज हम कहते हैं कि द कॉन्शियसनेस इज फिजिकल और ब्रेन इज ए बिग क्वांटम कंप्यूटर, प्रोबेबली। हालांकि इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी चीजें, टेक्नोलॉजीज आर कन्वर्जिंग, आप साइलोस में नहीं रह सकते, लेकिन ये बात तो आती है कि क्या हमने इक्वल लगाया एनर्जी विच इज नॉन लोकल, मास विच इज लोकल, क्या लोकल और नॉन लोकल, शरीर और प्रकृति और पुरुष, या कि P=h/λ, P can be defined only for localized object, can we, one side is wave, another side is material, wave and material equality। भारत, ये चीजें भारत से तो नई जो विधाएं आ रही है भारत से जुड़ती है कि कॉन्शियसनेस इज फिजिकल। आप शरीर, मन, बुद्धि, आत्मा का समुच्चय हैं, और इसलिए स्पिरिचुअल इनर इंजीनियरिंग, अभी हमने सदगुरु की बात देखी। नाउ ए इंजीनियरिंग विच इज ऑन ए सब्जेक्ट विच इज नॉन फिजिकल इन मैनी रेस्पेक्ट्स, मैनी एस्पेक्ट्स। व्हाट इज इनर? कैन यू सेंस इट? हमको पता चलता है कि नहीं, इनर इंजीनियरिंग, सिविल इंजीनियरिंग और मैकेनिकल तो हमने सुना, लेकिन इनर इंजीनियरिंग क्या होता है? बट यस, वी आर द मास्टर। हमारे लिए भारत इन्हीं के लिए जाना जाता है। वी आर द मास्टर्स ऑफ इनर इंजीनियरिंग, हैप्पीनेस, इनर वेलबींग, कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट, या कि सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट। लास्ट बात कह के मैं खत्म करूंगा। हमने SDG 4 की बात की है, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स। जितने गोल्स है भारत उसके 198 कंट्रीज में एक सिग्नेटरी है। हमको सस्टेनेबल गोल चाहिए, डेवलपमेंट हम अपनी अगली पीढ़ी को देकर जाना चाहते हैं। हमारा पर्यावरण सुरक्षित रहना चाहिए, एनवायरमेंट सुरक्षित रहना चाहिए, लेकिन प्लास्टिक में पिएंगे, हमको पता है ना। हमारा एक कॉन्सेप्ट है, हम पंच महाभूतों से बने हैं। हमारे पास हर चीज से रिश्ता, अग्निदेव है, पवन देव है, पृथ्वी है, आकाश है, जल है, सब चीजों से रिश्ता है। एंड देयरफॉर वी रिगार्ड, हमारी एक ऑर्गेनिक लिविंग स्टाइल थी, हमारे जीवन की एक पद्धति थी। एंड एजुकेशन शुड इनकलकेट इन वे ऑफ लाइफ, ये हमारा जीवन की पद्धति बने। इसको जब तक करिकुलम में इंटीग्रेट नहीं करते हैं हम, बच्चा नीचे से नहीं सीखता कि भारतीय होने का मतलब यह है लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ 21वीं सदी की चुनौतियों को सामना करने और दुनिया की आंख से आंख मिलाकर खड़ा होने वाला, लेकिन इस बात पे गर्व कर सकता है कि लॉर्ड बालाजी इज विद मी। बालाजी या राम दक्षिण के रामेश्वर से लेकर वहां पीक उत्तर में मानसरोवर तक हमको कनेक्ट करते हैं। एंड वी आर नॉट ए नेशन स्टेट, वी आर ए राष्ट्र फ्रॉम सनातन टाइम्स, हम सनातन समय से हैं। इस तरह की चीजें यदि हमारे पाठ्यक्रम में, हमारे करिकुलम में आती है, तो मुझे लगता है कि कुछ जो व्यक्तित्व के भीतर विखंडन आए, हमारे भीतर भी जो साइलॉस क्रिएट हुए हैं, वो साइलॉस टूटेंगे। एंड प्रॉब्ली हैप्पीनेस के लिए हमको सेल्फ हेल्प बुक्स की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Just to summarize the session, this was a session of ideas. Several ideas came out. I will capture most important ideas that came out. One of the ideas that came out was that Indian economic model is Indian specific. It is much more culturally deep-rooted. What do I mean by that? It is a model where people bring in enterprises without being part of an organized system. In Western nomenclature, this whole thing is called disorganized sector. That is the terminology the Western economic modelers gave it. Disorganized sector. Disorganized in the Western model is organized in our Indian culture. Because for us, all activities are people-centric. When people participate, naturally it will be somewhat chaotic. Physics says it. Although Western model says it disorganized, we need to own this and proclaim to the world that this is the model that we survive and this is the robust model. That is the main point that Padmavathi ji conveyed. This is not well described in any curriculum. No well-known economists of the country talk about it. In fact, they sort of put it aside as an anathema of some sort. They put it under the rug, but this is the mainstream. So we need to mainstream our models. This is the most important take-home for today's discussion. Mainstream it. Don't hide it. Mainstream it with total rigor. Narayan Lalji mentioned very important points. He put down the binary of Mahila versus Bharatiyata. It's a binary. Mahila has been oversold to us, whereas Bharatiyata has not been sold well enough. This is the current situation. I'm sure Narayan Lalji will agree with me. So in NEP 2020, we need to undo Mahila and bring in our own models. He gave various analogies. I don't want to go into the details. He used the word inner engineering. Inner engineering is Indian invention. It's a Bharatiya invention. No Western lexicon talks about inner engineering. They talk about mechanical engineering, they talk about electrical engineering, all those external engineerings. Our effort has always been for the last 5,000 years inner engineering. This is the word we have started using for the last maybe 1 or 2 decades, not before. I do not know why we did not use that word soon after we became independent. That is our tragedy. If we had used it from 1947 onwards, we don't have to repeatedly now say inner engineering, inner engineering. It would become mainstream engineering. So our problem is not our past. Our problem is our presence. We are not mainstreaming our heritage well enough. How do you mainstream? We need to apply rigor, objective rigor, scientific rigor on our model and say that this works. Simply saying that this is mine and this is good is not good enough these days. Because the whole world looks for rigorous proof of the pudding. Simple emotional outcry will not sell. We need to really bring in lot of rigorous connectivity between our past, our inventions, astronomy, mathematics, numbers, chemistry, Ayurveda, surgery, atomic physics, all these were done, but we need to mainstream them systematically, rigorously. Then the world will wake up. Unless we do that, this will remain a far cry. And now is the time for us to bring in mainstreaming of our Indian heritage knowledge system through proper documentation. Those were the days. But then if we now bring out and generate enough experts, and who are these experts? Not the PhD holders. I don't mean the PhD holders here. I mean the experts who can understand the tools of Sanskrit and the tools of science and technology so that they can combine together this synthesis can happen, and then the world will realize, yes, whatever we have been telling in terms of emotional outcry is actually truth. So that kind of proper, productive, efficient synthesis has to happen in NEP 2020. We must prepare, we must generate scholarships, scholars who can put these things together. I think this is the main take home of today's session. I do not want to go beyond the time regime given. 10:45 that session should end. And so just to summarize, all of us who have been part of this important session must go home with asking questions. One question. First question is, yes, let us accept the Indian knowledge system. Let us accept it. Number one. Number two, are we doing enough to mainstream Indian knowledge system? This is the question all of us have to ask. If we are not doing enough, then the third question is, why are we not doing enough? Fourth, most important, let us do it now. Let us do it now using NEP 2020 as a medium, as an expression, as a podium. So unless we do this kind of mainstreaming of our Indian knowledge system through NEP 2020 now for the years to come, I think we will stay behind. So let us use this very important opportunity to build from here, brick by brick, so that our system becomes mainstream in not only India but also in the rest of the world. So with this I want to conclude this session. I am sure there is a vote of thanks to be given by our madam. Thank you very much. Namaste.
That was a wonderful attempt at summarizing the insights the session has provided to us this morning. It might seem a little out of place that I want to make a comment here, but I can't restrain from making this. That the present educational system in India seems to have been caught in a vortex of Western theories has been well illustrated by the speakers by citing examples from different disciplines. But linguistics as a discipline hasn't been touched upon. I, being a teacher of linguistics and having been a student of linguistics and literature, would like to cite one simple example. We were taught that Ferdinand de Saussure, a Swiss linguist, is the father of modern linguistics, and a lot of time was invested in teaching all of us a lot about Ferdinand de Saussure and his ideas on language. And we were introduced to many other Western linguists like Noam Chomsky and so on and so forth. But to my shock, I came to know, in my own personal exploration, I came to know that Ferdinand de Saussure was influenced by Panini's Astadhyayi, about which I knew nothing. And there is no way by which I would access Panini, because Panini wrote about the grammar of the Sanskrit language, and he wrote that in Sanskrit. About both, I was ignorant, and I am still ignorant, and I really feel this is a lacuna we have in the system, and actually the present session reinforces my resolve to explore our own traditional knowledge as far as the discipline of linguistics is concerned. Thank you very much, sir. Now it's time to do the honors. I now request Honorable Chairperson, Professor B.J. Rao, to present mementos to Professor P. Kanaka Sabhapati Garu first. I now request Professor B.J. Rao Garu to present a memento to Dr. Narayan Lal Gupta too. I request Professor P. Kanaka Sabhapati Garu to present a memento to our chairperson, Professor B.J. Rao Garu. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Yeah. Now I have a couple of announcements to make. We have a tea break at 11 o'clock, After taking tea, all of us are requested to assemble for a photo session outside the auditorium. And from there, those of you who are interested in attending the session on digital technologies for excellence in higher education, I would like to know from the audience, how many of you are interested in attending this session, digital technologies for excellence in higher education? Okay, good. All those who have put up your hands are requested to take the bus which is available outside the auditorium. The bus will take you to the venue. The venue is located in the engineering college. So please take the bus which is parked just outside the auditorium. And those who are interested in attending the other session, Equity and Inclusion in Indian Higher Education System, to remain in the auditorium. That session takes place in the auditorium itself. So now it's time to propose a vote of thanks. I thank Professor B.J. Rao Garu profusely, the chairperson of the session, for his insightful ideas. Professor P. Kanaka Sabhapati Garu for his thought-provoking and valuable ideas. Dr. Narayan Lal Gupta for his informative speech. I thank Dr. Rupa, Dr. Sirisha and Dr. Vijay Geeta for acting as rapporteurs for this session. I thank all the learned members of the audience for their active participation in this session. Thank you all. Yeah. This is to remind all of you once again, please do join the photo session immediately after the tea break. That will be right outside the auditorium. Please do not miss the photo session.
and just sing a song for us. Thank you.
Namaste. Namo Sharada, Namo Sharada, Namo Sharada, Mata. He Vidya Buddhi Predayini, Mavina Pustakadarini, Pavanjani Maroranjani, Sharada Mata. Namo Sharada, Namo Sharada, Namo Sharada Mata. He Vidya Buddhi Predayini, Mavina Pustakadarini, Bhavabanjani Maroranjani, Sharada Mata. Thank you.
Thank you, Parnika. Now I request a chairperson of this today's technical session.
Good morning to all of you. My fellow panelist, Professor Rajendra Joshi and Professor Mahendra Kumar and other senior vice chancellors and academia who are gathered here. I take it as a privilege to be part of this national seminar and also to be part of the session on equity and inclusion in Indian higher education. Although I have read through the NEP document several times, and I took some time yesterday and today to read chapter 14 of the NEP, which talks about equity and inclusion. And I also was very happy to be a part of this particular panel, because for many years, in the last at least 15 years or so, I've been actively involved in spending my time in equity and inclusion. I also had an opportunity in the last 5-6 years to work with Shiksha Sanskriti Utanyas under the guidance of Sri Atul Kothari, and I started conducting events and workshops and so on. That helped me understand this domain much better. So this equity and inclusion. Equity, by very definition, tells you that you need to provide equal opportunity to the stakeholders, particularly what NEP describes as socially, economically disadvantaged group, SEDG. And that includes socially disadvantaged people, economically disadvantaged people, gender, women, and disabled people. I consider these four categories of people are together there in SEDG. And NEP describes as many as 8 action points for the government and about 13 action items for the higher educational institutions. And I'm sure some of you have read through these 8 items for the government and 13 items for the higher educational institutions. And anyway, my fellow speakers are distinguished people and they will add value to the session. But then to start the session, I thought I'll give a little background. That many of us know that India's population in the next 10 years, 15 years is going to be dominated by youth. We talk about so many percentages, we talk about 35%, 40% and so on. But this we call it as demographic dividend. Now this demographic dividend has to be nurtured and onboarded. And I'm sure that NEP 2020 is going to be a game changer for achieving that strategy of onboarding this youth of India. I'm sure that you have noticed the Human Development Index 2021 has highlighted or placed India in 131 position out of 189 countries. It is not a great situation to be in 131 position in 189 countries. And for those of you who have not really looked at what is being used to arrive at the Human Development Index, there are three. The first one is Life Expectancy Index. The second one is Education Index. The third one is Gross National Income Index. This Human Development Index is derived from these three indices. And now we have one challenge before us. Already our Human Development Index is very low. And we have a sizable population of our country is youth. Now, unless otherwise we are able to educate them and I'm able to onboard them into society, and we will face a major challenge in the next 10 years, 15 years. And this, if it is not done, the so-called demographic dividend will become democratic debt. And so many other debts we have in our economic situation, and we will add to that debt of demographic debt. And with a few thoughts, I will, and I started with working with women entrepreneurs. And Professor Ganaga Sabhabati was telling in the morning that women entrepreneurs or women in general will do better. And that was proved through an initiative. We worked with 175 women entrepreneurs in India and Sri Lanka. And this, we also involved a lot of girl students, both undergraduate students, postgraduate students, and the PhD scholars in helping these women entrepreneurs. And we have seen as a success. And I have also sort of involved in a major finishing school program of Government of India, where in the last 10 to 15 years, the employability of Indian IT graduates has been a challenge. There are different statistics, around us. Somebody says 65%, somebody says 75%, but definitely there is a significant portion of our graduates are not employable. This Government of India scheme helped the teachers to be trained on how to improve the employability skills over and above the regular academic program, and how do we help these graduates, particularly from socially or economically backward students, to get jobs. And the third initiative that I was in universities and medical colleges through competitive exams. We have initiated a major project called Ignite, through which we have trained hundreds of students to get into the competitive, clearing competitive examinations. So some of these projects tells us that if only we are committed, if only we have a systematic approach, we can definitely make this particular aspect of NEP 2020 be successful in the next 5 years, 10 years. Although I have a few other experiences that in my current role as Director of IIIT Sri City that we have, along with my colleagues, introduced to help the rural and socially economically backward students, which I will definitely share a little later. With this, I invite Professor Rajendra Joshi to deliver his, share his thoughts.
Good morning. I think this aspect of equity inclusion needs to be stressed. Many times doesn't get the kind of attention it should. More so in a situation which as a country, as a society, so many disadvantages that we suffer from, or sections of the society suffer from. Therefore, it's very important that this aspect is paid attention to. For example, when we look at discussion on NEP, a lot of attention goes into structural issues like 4-year program, multidisciplinary education, all aspects. But things like equity and inclusion normally doesn't get as much attention as it deserves. So that's, I think, the first thing that we need to tell ourselves, so that we also focus on these aspects. If you look at NEP, I think the largest or the very central idea of NEP is education in all its dimensions. We use the word holistic. We say all aspects of human personality need to be tapped. Therefore, education must cater to all aspects of human personality. When we say this, it also must reach out to all young people who are supposed to be in higher education. One of our larger goals is to increase the gross enrollment ratio to 50%, rather almost double what it is now. So if we have to reach all, then that all is a category which includes different kinds of people. It has men, it has women, it has people who are, especially abled or which has a certain kind of disabilities. There are people who are geographically dispersed. There are transgenders. In fact, the policy takes a very, very pointed reference to transgenders, including them in the process of higher education very clearly. Geographically disadvantaged, because there are areas which are not connected or which are not part of the larger higher education system. So NEP very clear in saying that we need to reach out to all this. Therefore, as Chairman Sir was mentioning, there are specific action points that the policy is talking of to reach out to these who are otherwise left out. Or if we don't make a special effort, perhaps we will be left out. And there are very interesting things. For example, take a very obvious one, economically disadvantaged. It is assumed that all kinds of help, scholarship has to come from the government. Now the policy very clearly says that distinction between public and private needs to be done away with in many aspects. For example, in research funding, it says NRF will not make any distinction whether it is a public or a private institution. Similarly, it also says, NEP says, the responsibility of reaching out to economically disadvantaged is also of the private sector, which means the private institutions will also have to find resources to generate that help for economically disadvantaged students. It's no more just the responsibility of the public institution. Given the challenge of doubling our enrollment ratio and the kind of disadvantage many of them feel, it cannot be only the responsibility of the government, but it's also of the community, hence the educational institutions even in the private sector. There is a very clear need to perhaps leverage technology. There are challenges in leveraging technology, but I think there is a need to leverage technology to reach out many of them. For example, policy very clearly talks of developing learning material for disadvantaged people, creating resources in Braille for as an instance, as one of the possibilities. There is a need to focus on that. Otherwise, we will not be facilitating learning process for those who need to be there and who are disadvantaged because of their lack of a certain ability, and all our resources are generally available are meant to those who have the sight. Therefore, there is a need to prepare for those who are visually challenged. Or leveraging technology for those who are dispersed geographically, though it has an additional challenge. all the geographically disadvantaged regions may not have the infrastructure, let's say even power. There are so many places which have a problem of power. But wherever it is possible, we need to use technology to reach out. There is a need to reach out. And all this is required for two reasons. If we fail to, if we don't do this, then we are failing a very significant section of young people, and we want to reach out to everybody, and we are talking, as just now mentioned, demographic dividend. That demographic dividend also includes people who have these disadvantages. So therefore, there is a need to reach out to them. If we don't reach out, we will fail. We will fail them. This is one. Secondly, as a society, we would lose out on the talent and the abilities that these people, the other sections of the learners who suffer from these disadvantages, they are capable of contributing a great deal to economy, society, and for a larger good. And if we don't tap them by providing the necessary support structure, I think we would lose out on their talent. Hence, both realizing their potential as well as for a larger good or a larger social good, it is necessary to create support structure, which includes economic support system. It includes creating special learning material designed for disabled. It could even be, it also talks of learning disabilities. It's not just physical disabilities or those who are geographically disadvantaged or those who come from economically poorer sections. It also talks of learning disabilities. For example, if you look at the school education part of NEP, there is a proposal to have, for example, a basic mathematics and a higher mathematics. You know, CBSE in its analysis many years ago had found out that the maximum failures in school leaving certification happens either in English or in mathematics. Yeah. So therefore, there was even a talk at one point, can one of them be made optional? I can still get my school leaving certificate without clearing one of them. But now, the present thinking, I think, which is a good idea, is have certification in subjects like mathematics and English in our context at two levels. There is a basic thing which everybody will do, but if I'm good at it or I want to pursue it further, then I can always choose a higher maths or a higher English. Now, this kind of an approach, since universities are autonomous bodies, we can also think of looking at courses at different levels. Because the idea is to how do we include people? How do we include people? That inclusion not only has things like economic or geographical or, disadvantaged in different ways, but also learning disabilities. How do we cater to different learning disabilities? It also means re-looking at our assessment and teaching learning process. Because all our teaching learning process and assessment assumes a certain standard ability across students. So can we re-look at them so that not only because it is pedagogically, scientifically a better thing to do, varying pedagogies or having varieties of assessment methods, but also to cater to people who are disadvantaged in one way or the other. So can we re-look at pedagogy? Can we re-look at assessment? Because can assessment be of different kinds, where different ability people can perform differently? Yeah. So therefore, there is a need to re-look at content, pedagogy, assessment, support system, all from the point of socially, economically, geographically, in many senses, disadvantaged groups. There is a need to do that. For example, when you look at buildings, I mean, this UGC has been saying it for a while, even NAC asks now these details. Is your building infrastructure, is it physically disabled friendly? As simple as, are there ramps along with staircases? Yeah, it's very simple. Do our lifts have voice facility or is it just visual? Because if you go to many of the standard IT companies, as a part of their equity policy, they all have lifts which also have a voice. Because how would I know which floor if I am visually disabled? Therefore, there is a need to look at these things much more, keenly and find solutions as I come back to the basic point, we need to do this for very two specific reasons. One, we as a republic, as a nation, we cannot fail these people just because they have a certain disadvantage. Number one. Number two, we cannot afford as a society to lose out on the talent they have by because of their disadvantage, they are not able to access the educational resources. So for these two reasons, it's very important. Hence, this is an important aspect. We need to pay attention on this. Thank you very much.
Professor Joshi, thank you for the wonderful contribution. Among many other things, he talked about the much needed attention to be given in the NEP on this topic. He talked about, in order to increase the GER, unless otherwise you address or focus the SEDG also, you cannot achieve the greater GER. He emphasized the need for private scholarships or participation of private universities over and above the government participation. He emphasized the need for use of technology to reach out to these disadvantaged groups, particularly the geographically displaced groups. And unless otherwise we do things, we will fail in our ability to tap the potential of these groups. And another interesting point that he brought out is the disabilities. It's not about physical disabilities. Even in the other groups, non-SEDG group, there are people with learning disabilities. And can we address those as well? And the very important thing finally he said about the need for looking at assessment also as part of your efforts to make inclusiveness in your education. I will probably in my final thing I'll share an experience with how we are doing it in a IIIT city. With this, I invite Professor Mahendra Kumar to share his views.
श्रद्धेय इस सत्र के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर जोशी जी और इस सभागार में उपस्थित विद्वत और देश के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से आए अपने अपने विषय के एक कहा जाए अच्छे स्कॉलर्स, विद्वान, ऐसे सभी बंधुओं को प्रणाम। अभी से लगता है कि किसी चीज की जब मन को जरूरत होती है तो वह कैसे पूरा होगा इसके विषय में सोचा जाता है। ये पॉलिसी आई है इतने लंबे समय के बाद, लेकिन आजाद भारत में जब हम देखते हैं तो ये बहुत सारे बिंदु, जो पहला आयोग बना राधा कृष्णन जी का, उसमें भी बहुत अच्छी चीजें थी कि वैल्यू एजुकेशन की भी बात की थी, बहुत सारी चीजें उसमें भी आया था। फिर कोठारी आयोग 68 में आया तो उसमें भी इन सारे विषयों को फिर से दोहराया गया कि कहीं न कहीं वो पालन नहीं हुआ। पॉलिसी इतनी अच्छी है, इस पर देश भर में विभिन्न विश्वविद्यालयों में एकेडमिक एक्सरसाइज हो रही है कि कैसे इसको इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाए, कैसे ये लागू हो, और बहुत अच्छा है, ये करना चाहिए। जो भी जिसमें कभी भी नहीं था जेंडर की बात, ज्योग्राफिकल अथवा रिमोट एरिया में भी जाने के लिए वहां के भी लोगों को हमारी रीच बढ़ सके, हम जा सके और वहां के लोगों को भी हम इस एजुकेशन सिस्टम में ला सके, इसकी भी बातें किया है। लेकिन कई बार ये सवाल उठता है बीच में कि कुछ भी करने से पहले, क्योंकि बीच के कालखंड में 25-30 सालों से जो भी सेमिनार सिंपोजियम हो रहे थे उसमें अक्सर यही सुनने में मिल रहा था कि अगर जो ये शिक्षा इंडोसेंट्रिक कैसे होगी, भारत को समझने के लिए कैसे होगी, भारत को जब तक नहीं जाना जा सकता है तब तक भारत का विकास, विभिन्न जो आयाम है डेवलपमेंट के, वो कैसे पूरा किए जा सकते हैं। इस विषय की भी चर्चा 25-30 साल से लगातार चल रही है। तो इसमें ये सारी चीजें इस पॉलिसी में आई है। अब बहुत सारी बातें हैं कि ये चुनौती भी हैं कि बहुत छोटे छोटे कॉलेज अथवा कुछ यूनिवर्सिटी, कुछ जगह बड़ी बड़ी संस्थाएं तो कर ले रही, लेकिन छोटे जगह पर, रिमोट एरिया में इसको कैसे इंप्लीमेंट किया जा सकता है। अब इसको इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए जरूरत है कि जैसे शैक्षिक महासंघ भी काम कर रहा है देश भर में, तो वो भी कहता है कि भाई हम तो जो बात करते हैं शिक्षक के विषय में करते ही हैं, लेकिन हम चाहते हैं कि शिक्षक और शिष्य, गुरु और परंपरा, जिस इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम की बात जब हम करते हैं तो उसमें पहली बात यही होती है गुरु और शिष्य के बीच का रेशियो और उसकी दूरी कितनी है। हम केवल सिलेबस पढ़ा रहे हैं कि उस विद्यार्थी को भी पढ़ने का भी प्रयास कर रहे हैं, उसको समझने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, जो इस पॉलिसी में भी दिया है कि उसको एथिक्स पढ़ाना चाहिए, फिर उसको स्किल की बात भी की गई है, वगैरह वगैरह। तो ये समझने की बात ये तभी पॉसिबल होगा जब हम विद्यार्थी को भी समझने का प्रयास करेंगे। इस करीबी यहां तक जाने की बात है। आगे भी हम बात करते हैं कि जिस विषय में हम सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाते हैं, जिसको लागू करते हैं, उसमें हमारी डेप्थ कितनी है, हम गहराई कितना जानते हैं, और भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के अनुसार कैसे हम उसको लागू कर सकते हैं। अब भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की जब भी बात करते हैं हम, तो हम उपनिषद के पास चले जाते हैं। बिना उपनिषद को छोड़कर तो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की बात की ही नहीं जा सकती। और उपनिषद का मतलब ये होता है कि हम उसके करीब पहुंचे, हम करीब पहुंचने का, एक दूसरे को समझने का प्रयास करें, तभी हम इसको समझ सकते हैं और इसको इंप्लीमेंट करने की बात भी कर सकते हैं। नहीं तो एकेडमिक एक्सरसाइज पूरी की पूरी हो जाएगी, सिलेबस में भी आ जाएगा, पढ़ा भी देंगे, लेकिन जीवन में यह उतरने की बात कितनी होगी। क्योंकि जब यह समझा जाएगा, क्योंकि भारत को समझना है, भारत का हर व्यक्ति, जैसे हम कहते हैं कि व्यक्ति से लेके और परमिष्टि तक की जब बात होती है, सब एक दूसरे से गुथे हुए हैं। आज और चैलेंजेज है कि परिवार जो है यह इतना सीमित होता जा रहा है, नैरो फैमिली का कंसेप्ट डेवलप होता जा रहा है। इसमें हम पूरे भारत के 125 करोड़ लोगों की बात और सबको इस दायरे में ले आने की बात करेंगे, कैसे होगा, यह भी एक चुनौती है। इस पर भी हम सबको थोड़ा सा विचार करना चाहिए। कुछ और चीजें हैं, जैसे अंग्रेजी के जो शब्द आ रहे हैं, जितने शब्द हैं, नारायण लाल जी भी बीच में चर्चा कर रहे थे कि अंग्रेजी के शब्द को हम कल्चर को बात करते हैं, तो क्या भारत की संस्कृति जो है उसको हम पहुंच पा रहे हैं वहां तक? नेशन की बात कर रहे हैं, तो क्या हम भारतीय राष्ट्र की अवधारणा जो है वहां तक हम पहुंच पा रहे हैं इस बात से? अगर जो नहीं पहुंच पा रहे हैं तो ट्रांसलेशन के शब्दों से हम भारत को वहां तक नहीं पहुंचा सकते, जिसको हम कह सकते हैं कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा भारत के वहां तक हमको ले जाने की बात है। एक गुरु और शिष्य का क्या होता है, अगर जो हम वहां तक समझने का प्रयास करेंगे, तब लगता है कि हम कहीं न कहीं इस विषय पर न्याय दे पाएंगे। क्योंकि जिस रिमोट की बात किया है पॉलिसी ने कि जहां तक हमारा माने कॉलेजेज यूनिवर्सिटियों की रीच होनी चाहिए, वहां तक कैसे जाने चाहिए, उसके लिए फंड भी जनरेट किया है, सब कुछ है इसमें। और वहां तक जाने के लिए कैसे कैसे सुविधाएं, क्या प्लान किया जा सकता है, यह भी बताया गया है। यह भी हो सकता है उनको फेलोशिप वगैरह भी देने की बात की है पॉलिसी में, सब है, लेकिन करेंगे कैसे? एक छोटा उदाहरण देता हूं कि महाभारत तब की बात हो रही थी, पांडवों के पक्ष में अन्याय हो रहा था, बहुत सालों से अन्याय यह चलते चलते बार बार यह होता था कि एक ही इसका समाधान है, युद्ध। 13 वर्ष वनवास के बाद भी युद्ध की बात हो रही है। जब भी बात होती है कि बिना युद्ध के कोई समाधान नहीं है, लाक्षागृह के बाद भी बात हो तो युद्ध की बात आती है। पूरे पांडव और कौरव दोनों पक्ष खड़ा था कि बिना युद्ध के इसका कोई समाधान नहीं हो सकता था। लेकिन जब हम यह देखते हैं अब कब युद्ध होगा, सारी सीमाएं तो पार हो गई तो भी नहीं हो रहा है। आखिर में अंत में तय हो गया कि कुरुक्षेत्र के मैदान में अब युद्ध होगा। युद्ध की बात आ गई तो जब दोनों सेनाएं आमने सामने पहुंच गई, तब जो युद्ध के लिए इतना तत्पर था अर्जुन, वही कहता है कि हम किससे युद्ध लड़ेंगे, और अपना धनुष रखता है, कहता है कि मुझसे धनुष उठ नहीं रहा है और मुझे युद्ध अब नहीं करना है। इस स्थिति में वो आ जाता है और कहता है कि कार्पण्य दोषोपह स्वभाव पृक्षामि त्वाम धर्म समूढ़ चेता जस श्रेयस निशितम ब्रूहि तन्मे शिष्यस्तेहम शादिमाम त्वाम प्रपन्नम। इस बात पर आ जाता है। और यह जब होता है तो एक गुरु के नाते वो कहता है अर्जुन कि मैं आपका शिष्य हूं, मैं दिग्भ्रमित हो गया, मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा आगे मुझे। 100 श्लोकों में उनको बताते हैं बराबर, ज्ञान योग कर्म योग सब बताते बताते कभी भी कृष्ण ने नहीं कहा, हम होते शायद शिक्षक तो जरूर कहते अभी तक दिमाग खराब था क्या, पहले कह रहे थे कि युद्ध 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 की बात कर रहे थे, आज जब युद्ध की बात आई तो तुम भाग रहे हो। हमारा सबका उत्तर यही होता। लेकिन इतने बार उन्होंने समझाया है और कहीं नहीं कहा कि हे अर्जुन तुम युद्ध करो। उनका मानसिक स्तर इतना उठाया, ज्ञान योग कर्म योग सांख्य योग सब कुछ बताते बताते जब ले जाते हैं एक ऊंचाई पर उनके मन को अर्जुन के, तब अर्जुन खुद मन अपने मन से कहता है कि कृष्ण को कि नष्टो मोह स्मृति लब्धा, कि मेरा सारा मोह अब नष्ट हो गया है, मैं एकदम युद्ध के लिए तत्पर हूं। इस स्तर तक ले जाने की जो हमारी ज्ञान परंपरा है, जिसको हम कहते हैं इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम में कि ये हमारी ज्ञान परंपरा, हम यहां तक ले जाएंगे उस व्यक्ति को जो नहीं समझ पा रहा है कि क्या करना है। हम तो इसलिए कहता हूं कि अगर जो हमको समझना है और यहीं पर कृष्ण नहीं सोच छोड़ते हैं, उनको फिर आश्वासन भी देते हैं कि नहीं ठीक है, तुम जो अब तुम्हारे मन में जितनी बात समझ में आ गई वह करो और उसके तुम्हारे पीछे मैं खड़ा हूं। फिर उन्होंने कृष्ण अंत में कहते हैं कि सर्वधर्मान परित्यज्य मामेकम शरणं। इस सिचुएशन में लाने की जो परंपरा हमारी रही है, यहां तक हम कैसे चीजों को उतार सकते हैं। जैसे बात हो रही थी पिछली बार, पिछले सत्र में नारायण जी कहते थे कि मनुष्य की जो बात होती है होलिस्टिक बात नहीं होती है, हर सब्जेक्ट अपने अपने ढंग से बात करता है। जब भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की बात करेंगे तो यह आएगा कि मनुष्य जो है केवल शरीर नहीं है, मनुष्य शरीर भी है, शरीर में एक मन भी है, मन में एक बुद्धि भी है और बुद्धि में शरीर में आत्मा भी है। ये चारों है इस शरीर में, सबकी अपनी अपनी नीड है। जब शरीर की बात करते हैं तो ठीक है, शरीर के लिए तो आहार विहार की जरूरत होती है, चाहिए शरीर को। मन है तो मन में प्यार चाहिए, इस समाज के प्रति चाहिए, परिवार के प्रति चाहिए, जिसकी दिक्कत आज सदैव समझ में आ रही है। जिस प्यार की बात हो रही है कि परिवार में कितना है, परिवार से ऊपर उठते हैं, तो ये समाज के प्रति। जब तक समाज के प्रति हमारा प्यार नहीं बनेगा तब तक हमारी रीच वहां तक नहीं पहुंच पाएगी जहां से हमको लाना है, जहां के लोगों को हमको इस एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में सिस्टम में फिट करना है। आगे फिर आता है कि हमारे पास बुद्धि है तो बुद्धि के लिए विचार चाहिए। विचार कौन सा चाहिए? जिस भारतीय परंपरा की बात करते हैं, जिस भारत की बात करते हैं, तो वह भारतीय विचार, वह सनातन विचार जब तक नहीं होगा हमारे दिमाग में, हमारे मन में, हमारे भाव में, वहां तक हम जब तक नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे, हमारे दिमाग में होगा, तब तक हम इस जो रीच बनाया है, जो पैसा देने की बात है, सारी सिस्टम को है, एकेडमिक एक्सरसाइज की बात है, तो वह भारत क्या है यह समझने की बात और भारतीय विचार क्या है। क्योंकि बहुत जगह देखता हूं सेमिनार सिंपोजियम बहुत अच्छे अच्छे होते हैं, सारे सेमिनार सिंपोजियम में आता है तुरंत बाद हमारे बहुत सारे अच्छे अच्छे प्रोफेसर्स जाते हैं, फेलोशिप मिलती है, विदेश जाते हैं, विदेश से लौट कर आते हैं, तो वहां कुछ दिखता है तो वो कहते हैं कि नहीं भारत में कहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, दुनिया में ही सब अच्छा है, वो चीजें तुरंत लागू करनी चाहिए। ठीक है, सीबीसीएस वहां अच्छा रहा, यहाँ भी हो रहा है, क्रेडिट सिस्टम लागू कर रहे हैं, लागू ठीक है, एक दूसरे को सब कुछ हो जाएगा। लेकिन जो भारत की भारतीयता है, जो भारत की आत्मा है, जो भारत की चित्ती है, उसको कैसे इनपुट करेंगे कि सदैव उसको यह प्राउड हो और गर्व हो कि मैं भारत का हूं। इसलिए जो आज इस एजुकेशन सिस्टम में था कि जितनी ज्यादा डिग्री हमारे पास है उतना अंदर से मैं कमजोर हूं, आगे क्या मेरे पास, तो वह आज ये है, इसमें स्किल की बात किया है, तो वह भारत के होने के नाते मुझे गर्व हो, तो यह गर्व की बात पैदा करने की जो इस एजुकेशन सिस्टम में आया है, पॉलिसी में आई है, उसको भी कहीं न कहीं औपचारिक अनौपचारिक ढंग से हम कैसे हमारे शिक्षक बंधु अपने अंदर उतार सकते हैं कि ये ज्ञान परंपरा को हमको लागू कराना है, यह देना है। अगर जो इसमें हम सफल हो गए कराने में, तो निश्चित ही ये पॉलिसी भारत के लिए कहा जाए एक बहुत माइलस्टोन का काम करेगी। नहीं तो बहुत सारे आजाद देश में 47-48 से देखा जाए बनना शुरू हुआ, और आज तक कितने बन चुके हैं आयोग, और सब कितना इंप्लीमेंट हुआ। और हायर एजुकेशन तो देख रहा हूं करीब 25 सालों से पूरा का पूरा एक्सपेरिमेंट ही हो रहा है कि कभी इतना हो जाना चाहिए, ग्रास इनरोलमेंट रेशियो इतना बढ़ा देना चाहिए, कभी 30 की बात नेशनल नॉलेज कमीशन कहता है 30% हो जाना चाहिए। आज इस पॉलिसी में आया है कि और भी बढ़ा देना चाहिए, बढ़ाना चाहिए। खैर इधर 1.5 दशक में तो हमने 8 से लेकर 27.1 तक पहुंच गए हैं, जिसमें अच्छा ये है कि जिस बात की सर अभी जोशी जी कर रहे थे उसमें ये भी है कि महिलाओं का जो है 27.3 पहुंच गया है। तो इस एजुकेशन में बहुत अच्छा हुआ कि एक वर्ग तो काफी आगे बढ़ रहा है। तो और 3-4 जो हमारे अध्यक्ष जी कह रहे थे कि 3-4 और चैलेंजेज हैं, उसको कैसे किया जा सकता है, वहां तक कैसे हमारी रीच बन सकती है, और उनके प्रति हमारा एक भाव लगाव, जिसको कहा जाए एक इमोशंस कैसे डेवलप हो सकता है, वह डेवलप करना भी जरूरी है। जब तक वो डेवलप नहीं होगा तब तक केवल सिलेबस और पैसा दोनों के माध्यम से हम पूरा कितना कर पाएंगे, इस पर एक क्वेश्चन मार्क भी आ सकता है। इसीलिए मेरा आग्रह था इस विषय पर कि भारत को समझने के लिए कि जिस बात की ये कहते हैं कि हमारे प्रति हमको जितना अपने प्रति प्यार है, वैसे परिवार और परिवार से जब उठते हैं तो समाज के प्रति जब वो प्यार बनेगा, समाज अपना है, हमारे सुख दुख और हमारे उत्थान और पतन का एनालिसिस करने वाला यह समाज है, यह भाव डेवलप होगा, जब तभी हम अपने को इस पॉलिसी के लागू कराने में एक सफल होंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Professor Mahendra Kumar, for your contributions. He started off saying the implementation is a key. I mean, anyway, with my limited Hindi skills, I took help from Professor Joshi. I'm trying to capture those important points. He highlighted this particular topic of inclusion has been there in the previous policies as well. But however, the implementation was a challenge. And there is a need now to focus on implementation of this particular aspect with more efforts so that we'll be successful. And he touched on teaching or teacher versus learner. And he obviously articulated the teacher should be closer to the learner. And this is more important in the case of the disadvantaged groups. I mean, mostly teachers don't really get closer to those disadvantaged groups. The teachers tend to spend more time with good students. So probably he was highlighting that teachers should spend a lot of time and efforts with disadvantaged group of students. And he brought in Krishna and Arjuna, and to again highlight the need to be closer to the learner. And also talked about various other techniques or approaches to engage with disadvantaged groups. And finally he said, if you want to achieve the overall success, the Indian perspective should be incorporated so that this aspect of equity and inclusion is made possible. Thank you. I said I'll share some perspectives from our own experiences. So I'm just picking up what higher educational institutions should do to achieve equity and inclusion. The first one is conduct outreach on higher education opportunities. That's very important. What right now we are doing is that we conduct programs to bring school students to our campus and engage them over a period of 2-3 days and motivate them and tell them these are all the opportunities possible and they should consider getting into higher education. And this we do as camps during the summer. Secondly, the admission process should be more inclusive. Now I tell you, when I took over as director in 2018, when I looked at when students are coming back and how many students are on campus, so my colleagues told me that we have in the first year students, when they're supposed to come to the second year, and they told me we have a system wherein if they don't complete 50% of the credits or 50% of the subjects, they have to drop in a year and join again first year. Out of 270 students who joined in the first year, 43 students are now breaking the year. Now I said it is not possible, we cannot do that. We are a Government of India institution and we cannot drop students like this. And we are a PPP institute and there are no recurring grants from the government and we manage our operating expenses or what we call recurring expenditure through student fees primarily. I lose these 43 students and they lose. Many of these students are not willing to come back because they have to study with their juniors and they are not liking it. Obviously, at that age of 17 and 18, they will not be willing to come and join the college and join along the junior batch. And many students drop and they go search for some other programs. Now, I also, obviously, from an economic standpoint, I lose the fees of 43 students. So we wanted to convert this lose-lose opportunity into a win-win opportunity. So what we did in the next batch is to catch these people who are not doing academically well. And we also noticed that this group of students are either from rural backgrounds or from socially background students, meaning SC/ST students. Now as a Government of India institution, reservation is a constitutional obligation. And you cannot admit students and say that you are not doing well and you have to go. So we did few things. I'll quickly share some of these. The first thing that we did is, when the semester starts, there are midterm examinations. So we take the marks of the midterm examination, rank them in sort of descending order, take the bottom 25 students of, let's say, 5 subjects, take those students and find out how many students are repeatedly falling in the bottom 25. There may be about 10 students who are in bottom 25 in all the 4 subjects. There are about a few students in 3 subjects. There are few students in 2 subjects. Now we took those students who are more than failed or scored less than, who are in the bottom 25 of 2 subjects, we considered them and called them as favorite 25. We don't call them as slow learner or anything, but we called them as favorite 25. And these favorite 25 students are mentored by many people. The senior students, the faculty members, the staff in the computer science lab and the ECE lab, alumni, and some industry people in Sri City. All these people come together to help these favorite 25 students. And today I tell you, over a period of 3 years, we have reduced this number systematically. In the current batch, in the previous batch, we only have 4 students dropping as against 40 students about 2 years ago. And this current year, we want to reduce that number to 0. Although students are attending online classes now, we have introduced this favorite 25 program, and we want to ensure that we have 0 students dropping at the end of first year. Now the game doesn't end there. Now what happens is, okay, we cross first year, and they have to study well in the second year, third year, fourth year to get placement. Now what happens, there are some students, with all their efforts, they cannot pass certain courses. It may be sometime mathematics, or sometime it may be some core subjects in computer science or electronics. And we decided that heavens won't fall if a student is not able to clear the exam in a particular course when they are studying as many as 30, 40 courses. So we introduced what is called formative assessment. And some of you, I'm sure that you know what is formative assessment as opposed to inductive assessment. In the formative assessment, when a student fails in a subject, he chooses to undergo formative assessment, and he sits with a teacher, and the specific assignments or tests that the teacher is going to give, the student will clear and get a pass grade in the subject. So that his confidence level increases, and he is not stuck with a few arrears or supplementary subjects with which he is not able to progress. Now this has helped students to come out of their own block in terms of I'm not able to move along with other students, is what we have done. And I remember when I joined in 2018, there were 5 students who had a break in their first year and still having so many subjects to be cleared when they are in the 4th year. Technically, they have spent 5 years. Now still they are not going to complete the program. And they were crying, and 4 girls and a boy. And then we decided that these students have to be somehow helped. But we didn't want to give them grades and marks and pass them. We want them to deserve, earn their grades. So for each student, we identified a faculty. And this particular faculty has to meet every other day, every 3rd day, the students have to go and meet the faculty and show their progress in their formative assessment. You believe it or not, when such an opportunity is created and offered to them, and they were able to successfully graduate from the program, and all the 4 were on tears when they left the campus, and I cannot control myself, crying with them, because it is their life, and they never thought that they will clear this program in even 5 years. Now you need to have, first of all, a commitment to help people and an approach to help people. In that way, you will be able to achieve that. I just move on to the other topic that was mentioned. Major curriculum, make curriculum more inclusive. I talked about formative assessment. Degree courses taught in Indian languages and bilingually. Now this is one challenge. Obviously the whole lot, and they come into the colleges, and the other section of the students are, coming from affluent families and cities, and they are not able to engage with that students. And every day they go backwards as opposed to going forward. So what we said, and most of these students are also from Andhra, Telangana. So we requested our faculty, please use Telugu in your tutorial classes, if not in the regular classes, use Telugu in their tutorial classes so that they will be able to come and talk to you. Then over a period of time, they will be able to help. Now, we systematically improved their communication skills. We have 4 courses, credited courses in communication skills in the first 2 years of engineering. And as they enter into the college, we do a screening on communication skills. And those students who are not having the required level of proficiency or competency in language is where we try and help them. The third effort is to improve their employability skills, particularly focusing on communication. Now here, at the end of the day, how you present in the interview, how you present yourself in the group discussions while you are attending the campus interviews is the challenge. Here we are credited course, advanced communication skills course. This is again focused on those students who really need help. The other one that we have tried is about bridge courses. It talks about item J talks about bridge courses. Now we have an extended orientation program when they come into the college. The normal orientation program is 2 weeks, and we onboard them in so many aspects of the institution. And these students who are having issues in language, mathematics, and those preparatory courses, we have an extended orientation program for a month so that they are able to fill that gap through courses. And every faculty meeting, I think we should reinforce this particular point that our college has got students from multiple streams, multiple groups, multiple states, and each of them have their own challenges. And we need to be listening to them, we should be talking to them and address those concerns. Every meeting we ensure as an agenda. And moving on to the other thing of girl students, and I think this is a girls' university. Of course, it's the right place to talk about it. And when I was the Dean of Research in NIT Trichy, I was helping students to do the technical festival called Pragyan. So the very first year, I called students, the next year student batch is getting started. I looked at the potential office students in this group. Are you not having girl students? The boys said, yeah, we have girls in the team. They will give and come and give bouquets, and they give water, they carry the mementos. I said, this is not possible. Then I said, you have to have in the core team of 3 members, the president, secretary, and treasurer, minimum 1 girl. Only then I'll approve this team. You believe it or not, I started with the treasurer, then it moved on to secretary. The 3rd year, a girl became the chairman of the student union. Now, unless otherwise you take explicit efforts to promote women, girls into the system, it doesn't happen. And in this my current role as a director, in every committees when we form, whether it is faculty related committees or student related committees, we ensure girls are there, women are there. That's a way to go. And the other perspective, of course, I want to go back to Professor Joshi and Professor Mahendranath, is about the extended inclusion that we need to talk about. While students are in the college, they are helping other students. For example, I'm not sure how many colleges do this. When you have 100 students in a class and you are forming project groups, they do projects, course projects. If you allow the student to form the course project, the team for course project, all the good students will form teams. But in our institute, we made it a point that every project group will have students from diverse background, diverse competencies, so that there is a possibility that the peer learning happens in its fullest form. So when they are in the school, in the college, they are able to pick up some of these things of helping each other. And what happens when they become graduate, get into the society, then you need to have an extended value of inclusive education. And thanks to the government, the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan scheme, where we have adopted villages, And when these students go to the villages and work with women, children, and other youth, they are able to understand the social problems. They are able to see when they come up in life and they need to work with these communities. So my request to many of you here is to look at extending the so-called equity and inclusion beyond the institution and see that their lifelong learning, lifelong understanding is made in the institutions through schemes and programs. I think we have a lot of time, and Professor Joshi, you want to add anything? Please go ahead and add. Yeah. He suggests that if there are questions that we can take and interact for another 15 minutes or so. Yeah, yeah. This is an important topic. I guess all of you have something in your mind to share. Please go ahead and share, and it will be a learning for all of us. Please give a mic.
Good morning, sir. Very much appreciable, sir, the steps that you have taken to make it equal. It is really inspiring by seeing you, really, sir. Thank you very much for giving a very nice presentation like this. Basically, why the Indian culture or the tradition could not be carried forward? The main reason is that some arts, crafts, talents, education, literature, or whatever may be, it was only with very few people. It was only with very few people, and these people, they did not spread it out. That was the reason. So, if I am not given an opportunity, for example, what will I have to take some other means. I have to take Western culture, Eastern culture, Northern culture, whatever the culture I wish, I have to take it, because I have to survive in this world. So this has happened in India, believe it or not, or like you, when we give a thought process. This happened. That's why what happened is that now this NEP is a very good program that now giving equal importance for everybody now. Giving equal importance and equity. Every sector of the population of India will get, I hope they will get the equal opportunities. And then this way, they are going to move forward. So, we have to also analyze that where the main problem was within us. And now we are mending it. Thanks that like this beautiful project, and then like making it renovate, and then like we are going back to our Indian tradition. Thank you very much, sir. Just I wanted to share, but I really congratulate you. Thank you very much, sir.
Professor Nagaraju from our country. To remove the gender stereotypes and make the equity and equality in terms of the society needs. Is it possible by 2030 this NEP can achieve these goals or not? This is my question, sir, for you. And second one is, महेंद्र जी, आपके लिए आप तो बहुत अच्छा से बोल दिए हैं. हम भारतीय समाज में एकता और समानता के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं, मगर उसमें कितना महत्वपूर्ण हमारे परिवार से हो रहा है, या स्कूल में कितना प्रयास कर सकते हैं टीचर लोग, या उसी से समाज में हम कुछ बदलाव हो सकता है, नहीं हो सकता है. ये आप थोड़ा उसके ऊपर ध्यान दिए तो हम सुन सकेंगे आपसे.
अभी जो कह रहे थे हम कि हमको औपचारिक और अनौपचारिक ढंग से भारत को समझना चाहिए, भारत की आत्मा को यह बने हमारा, हमसे जो हम जितने प्रिय हैं उतने ही प्रिय मेरा समाज होना चाहिए. अभी हम सब लोग कुछ दिन पहले बहुत सारे स्टेट में हुआ। मैं उत्तर प्रदेश से आता हूं, तो उत्तर प्रदेश स्टेट ने गवर्नमेंट ने कह दिया कि हर कॉलेज में, हर +2 के विद्यालय में जो भी है, माने मान्यता प्राप्त विद्यालय है, सभी विद्यालय में 10% स्टूडेंट वीकर सेक्शन से लिए जाएंगे, पढ़ाना है। अब जितने टॉप 10 विद्यालय हर शहर के थे, सबों ने यह कहा कि हम 10% स्टूडेंट का जो फीस होती है वह हम गवर्नमेंट को पेड कर सकते हैं, लेकिन उन बच्चों को हम अपने विद्यालय में नहीं ला सकते, क्योंकि हमारे विद्यालय में ऐसे वीकर सेक्शन के बच्चे आएंगे, उससे माहौल खराब होगा। यह अगर जो भाव हमारा होता कि वो भी जो विवेकानंद जी कहते थे कि गरीब, दलित, झुग्गी झोपड़ी और ट्राइबल्स एरिया का भी जो है वो मेरा भगवान है, वो मेरा भारत है, उसको हम भारत समझते, तब शायद उसको समझाने में हम सफल हो जाएं, तब वो बच्चे गर्व के साथ आकर इन विद्यालयों में पढ़ेंगे। नहीं तो ये पॉलिसी और पैसा दोनों आएगा और वो विद्यालय कह देगा, कॉलेज कह देगा, प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटियों की एकदम बूम चल रही है, वो कह देंगे कि हमारे यहाँ पढ़ाने की जरूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ का माहौल बिगड़ जाएगा, जिस सेक्शन से वो बच्चे आने वाले हैं वो आएंगे। तो यह कहकर हम टाल जाएंगे, और टाल रहे हैं, ये हम सब देख रहे हैं। इसलिए इस जरूरत है कि यह भारतीय मानसिकता, जो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा है, उसमें भी कहीं न कहीं जैसे क्रेडिट एक दूसरे की जगह ट्रांसफर हो रहा है, वैसे ही यह भी ट्रांसफर करने की, चाहे औपचारिक ढंग से हो सकता है सिलेबस में, नहीं तो अनौपचारिक ढंग से करने की जरूरत है। और यह नहीं कर पाएंगे तो भारत को नहीं समझा पाएंगे, भारत की आत्मा और चिति को नहीं समझा पाएंगे। तो जिस मोटो से पॉलिसी बनी है, पॉलिसी तो केवल ये है कि एक ड्राफ्ट है, कुछ पॉइंट्स है, उसको व्याख्या करना तो हम सब विद्वानों का काम है। जैसे संस्कृत में एक श्लोक है कि विद्या विवादाय धनम मदाय शक्ति परेशान पर पीड़नाय खलस्व साधोर विपरीति में ज्ञानाय दानाय च रक्षणाय। यानी विद्या है तो विद्या वह विवाद भी पैदा कर सकती है, और विद्या ज्ञान के लिए भी उपयोगी हो सकती है। यह हमारे विवेक पर निर्भर है ना, हम क्या समझते हैं। धन मद भी पैदा कर सकता है, और धन किसी को दान भी देकर उसका उत्थान भी किया जा सकता है। शक्ति हमारे पास आ गई तो शक्ति किसी को परेशान भी किया जा सकता है, अच्छे भले व्यक्ति को, और वह शक्ति दुष्टों से रक्षा के लिए भी उपयोग हो सकती है। यह तो अपने विवेक में, यह जब हमारी समझदारी, यह स्तर उठाने की जरूरत है।
Yeah, there was other question which asked essentially, is it possible that we will meet the goals of, at least in this area that we are talking now in this session, can we meet these goals by 2030? I think before even getting into the specifics, I think we need to be very clear whether we think it is priority. For example, in 2019 December, if you had asked me, will e-learning come? Will we use technology to teach our students? I was one of those who was very cynical about another 10 years. This was my standard reply. Yeah. But 1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. Sure. I am only giving an analogy. I am not talking of technology, but you are free to add. But the way things came, and we realize that there is an absolute need to change. And within next 4 months, all of us, willy-nilly, with all kinds of problems, whatever extent possible, we made that transition. Because we realized that it is an absolutely essential thing to do. Because otherwise the very basic idea of education was getting obstructed, you know, because of the unprecedented pandemic that we encountered. Right? So if we see that this issue is very important, and I keep saying, for 2 reasons. In fact, I also say third reason, which as I was listening to Mahendraji, it occurred to me. One, we should not fail this section, because they are equal shareholders in this republic. We have no right as a community to fail them. We have to provide them every support. Therefore, it's important. Number 2, as a larger country, society, economy, civilization, we will lose out on the talent of those people who are able to contribute to an extent unless we tap them. And thirdly, when we have such students, which I am referring to the particular case of UP that he took as an example, I believe the so-called, I mean, I'm using the word, I'm not meant to offend, I'm only using it so that immediately conveys. So-called normal students, okay, will also benefit by the presence of different kind of students. They bring in something which adds to me as a person. If nothing else, it teaches me empathy, which I think is a very, very important human skill to survive in the future world. So if we decide it is important, we surely can do it. At least to a large extent, we would be able to do it. Thank you. Sorry. So you wanted to add something?
Just I want.
Somebody has got a mic. Can you wait for a while? Many. There's somebody there, sir. Hold on. So.
Great learning, listening to the three experts. So after listening our IIIT director, I thought let me share one example from our institute. I am from Pondicherry University, Department of Tourism Studies. So out of your maybe a good number of students, you just identify the best 25 that is there at last. But in case of our the tourism department, we have almost all the similar kind. Right, and the best, almost all the students we just get with the low, the score after just exacting the seats of other MBA programs. So in MBA Tourism and Travel Management, we receive two raw material. So I'm just using the word with your permission. So this raw material, because when a student is taking admission into this kind of courses, they have some expectations. So as a teacher, if I understand the expectations of my student, and manage those expectations and then help the students to achieve the expectations, at the end I can see the student as a finished product and sellable in the market. So in the process, we just achieve 100% placement, sir, in our department. And so we experience that what you are explaining. I'm just recollecting all my activities in the department. Right, here, sir, the point that I want to highlight here is, so understanding students' expectations, because now we are talking about education, it is not in the class, and the education that happens outside the class. Here, the student and the teacher is supposed to be a mentor, or a teacher supposed to, may not be, teacher may be only 1 hour in the class, or more than that. But whatever the time we are spending in the class, the student supposed to have that impact 24 hours. So for that, a teacher supposed to have a passion towards the teaching, or even advising, or even consulting, whatever that is there between the teacher and the student. So the passion, inculcation of that passion in the teacher, and that comes out of a right mindset. So when we look at the NEP 2020, that mindset and then passion towards the teaching, I think need of the hour, how we can just inculcate and then nurture that passion, maybe that in the 21st century, the passion that I'm talking about, a teacher is supposed to be a little bit different with the NEP successfully in the years to come, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. You have actually highlighted the fact that, in fact, we keep saying that teacher's role is over. Teacher as an information giver seems to have already dated now, because information is freely, easily available. So my role as a transmitter of information, thankfully, is dead, and perhaps never going to come back. But I think I have a larger role to play, which is of being a mentor. Earlier for a while I used to teach in a teacher training institute, and the example we always asked was, are you teaching student mathematics, or are you teaching student mathematics? Which is more important? Are you teaching mathematics, or are you teaching students? Unless I believe I am doing both, I can't be a mentor. I think I can't emphasize more, that there is a need for a teacher to be a mentor.
Sir, myself is Abhishek, कर्नाटक राज्य महाविद्यालय शिक्षक संघ कर्नाटक से मैं आ रहा हूँ. मेरा प्रश्न महेंद्र कुमार जी से है. महेंद्र कुमार जी, आपने जैसे कहे थे, आप इस दुनिया में और एनडीपी को इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करना और अभी इसको आगे जनरेशन को कैसे हम आगे लेकर जाना है, इसलिए आपने कहे दिल से और भाव से भारतीय परंपरा को जुड़ना है. हम लोग जब बच्चे थे, हम इंडिजिनस खेल को हम आराम से खेल सकते थे. आजकल ऐसे मतलब इंडोर सिस्टम अगर आ गया है, इंडोर सिस्टम में हम लोग एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलम में नाते हम लोग बाहर नहीं आ पाएंगे. आप ऐसे कह रहे थे, इसलिए अब कल शिवानंद जी भी, अपने शिवानी जी सर भी कह रहे थे, हम फार्मिंग करते थे. हम लोग प्रैक्टिकली हम लोग जानते हैं फार्मिंग जैसे करना है और हाउ टू कल्टिवेट इसको करना है, लेकिन इसको सिलेबस में हम कैसे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करना है और इसको जितना हो सके उतना जैसे लागू करेंगे, हम आने वाले दिनों में इस जनरेशन को हम आगे ले सकते हैं. नंबर प्रश्न. और दूसरा यह है कि हम अभी कर्नाटक में कर्नाटक सरकार ने, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ कर्नाटक ने ऐसे मतलब सोच रहे हैं पाठ्यक्रम में भगवत गीता का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करने का ऐसे बात चल रही है. ऐसे हम हायर एजुकेशन में भी हम जितना हो सके उतना जल्दी से जल्द वो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन जैसे करेंगे पाठ्यक्रम में, ताकि हम 100% हम सोचेंगे 10 साल पहले ही हम इस दुनिया को हम आगे लेकर सकते हैं. धन्यवाद.
जिसकी बात आपने पहले किया कि कैसे हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को बताएंगे, आप ये जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम पिछला चला आ रहा है, इससे पढ़ते पढ़ते हम समझते समझते यहाँ तक समझने लगे कि हमको हमारी जो परंपराएं थी, हम ये नहीं कहते कि परंपरा सब परंपरा ठीक होती है, लेकिन परंपरा भी रिवाइज होती है. हमारे यहाँ स्मृतियां भी जितनी आई हैं, ऐसा नहीं कि एक ही स्मृति है. समय काल परिस्थिति से में उन स्मृतियों को भी हमने फिर से रिवाइव किया है, बनाया है. आज समय की क्या जरूरत है, उस विषय पर हमको काम करना चाहिए था. हम नहीं किए तो अब सिस्टम में आ गया कि मैं बनारस से आता हूं. मान लीजिए बनारस में 3 विश्वविद्यालय हैं मेजर. एक विश्वविद्यालय हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय है, जहां कोई भी स्टूडेंट होता है वो झूठ भी कई बार बोल देता है. पूछिए कहां पढ़ते हो तो कहता मैं BHU में पढ़ता हूं. दो और नहीं है तो कहता मैं विद्यापीठ में पढ़ता हूं. हमारे यहाँ क्या हो गया, जिससे भारत को समझना है, जिस संस्कृत को जानना चाहिए, तो संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय वाला विद्यार्थी संकोच में, बड़े दबाव में कहता है कि मैं संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ता हूं. संस्कृत पढ़ना यानी बहुत छोटा, और हमने मार्केट फोर्सेज जो प्रभावित इतने हो गए कि संस्कृत कहने में हमको संकोच आने लगा. इस देश में आज भी 69% लोग एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड हैं, और किसी में घर में किसी जाइए तो वह कहता है, पिताजी से पूछिए आपके कितने बच्चे हैं, तो कहते हैं कि 3 बच्चा है. एक जो है वहां प्राइमरी स्कूल में पढ़ाता है, दूसरा एक बाबू है, कहीं 2 तो अच्छे हैं, तीसरा घर पे है, बेकार है. यानी जो तीनों के फैमिली को खिला रहा है, खेती कर रहा है, उसको परिचय बताया जाता है. ये कुछ नहीं करता, घर में रहता है. ये जो मार्केट फोर्सेज ने हमको बता दिया कि जिसके कारण हम भारत को समझ सकते थे, उसके प्रति हीन भावना बनने लगी. इसलिए मेरा कहना है कि भारत के प्रति गर्व कैसे बन सकता है, नहीं तो मार्केट फोर्सेस कितना प्रभाव डाल रही है. अभी 5 साल पहले तक किसी घर में जाते तो कहा जाता था, परिवार में चाय पीने किसी भी परिवार में जाते, अच्छा क्या करती हैं मैडम, तय हुआ कि ठीक है, हाउसवाइफ हैं कि घर में कहीं काम करती हैं, जॉब में है, वर्किंग है, ऐसा पूछा जाता था. अभी इधर मैं 2 साल से देख रहा हूं, पूछते हैं कि वर्किंग है कि नॉन वर्किंग है. और वर्किंग मतलब कहीं बाहर से नौकरी कर रही हैं तो वर्किंग है, और घर में सुबह से रात तक बनाने के लिए भारत के एक परिवार कैसा बन सकता है, वह परिवार बनाने का जिनका योगदान सुबह 4 बजे से लेकर रात 11 बजे तक है, उनको हम एक शब्द में कहते हैं नॉन वर्किंग है. और हमारे विद्वान कह देते हैं कि भारत के GDP में इनका कोई योगदान भी नहीं है, तो नॉन वर्किंग में डाल दिया उनको. इसीलिए भारत को समझने की जरूरत है कि वो भी जरूरी है। अगर जो हमको परिवार सिस्टम चलाना है, समाज के प्रति हमारा भाव बनना है, हम परिवार नहीं समझेंगे तो समाज को कैसे समझ लेंगे? ये भाव डेवलप करना और अपने परिवार में बैठकर हम अनौपचारिक ढंग से जो उपनिषद कहता है उस भाव से कहीं न कहीं वहां फिर से लाने की जरूरत है। और अच्छा है, इस एनईपी के माध्यम से बहुत कुछ औपचारिक और अनौपचारिक दोनों ढंग से कर सकते हैं।
So, Namaste ji, Professor Siddhiraju, Principal College of Education. Is present day situation, we are facing difficulties about the higher education system, especially the concentration of the higher education administration. Entire system is commercialization. Why? Because entire colleges, private colleges and government colleges, they are facing so more concentration, the teachers, administrators, only NBA and NAC. There is no concentration about the teaching ability. The teacher is the friend and philosopher. That is a major drawback. There is no, entire thing is they are doing NAC and NBA. That is a Western system. What is the need of the NBA and NAC? So there is a major drawback is there is no teaching ability, especially the teachers most of the time applicable to the present the data and presentation of the data. So that is the drawback of Indian system of education. And also NAC and NBA also very difficult. Teachers concentrated about the NAC and NBA. There is no field work, there is no teaching ability, there is no concentration of the students. Especially entire system is based on the NAC and NBA. That is the management, that is the, okay. Thank you very much.
Namaste. I'm Dr. Shekhar Chandratre from Mumbai University. Our today's one of the points of discussion was how to bring equity and inclusiveness in reality. With reference to Maharashtra and Mumbai, I think, and it is my observation, that each and every university or the institution will have to draw a specific strategy to bring this all-inclusiveness in their fold. Because there are so many sections of the society which are out of our reach. In Maharashtra, for example, agriculture laborers are there who are working season to season and move places to places, from this place to that place, so they are not settled anywhere permanently. What their children, how they can go to the schools? That is the problem. In Mumbai, you know that 60% of the population lives in informal settlement. The children, thousands of children, they are running from their native place to find out their nasib in Mumbai. They stay on platforms and footpaths. Who will take them, catch them and bring into the fold of educational institution? And therefore my opinion is this: state-wise, might be it is a state-specific or the university-specific, but we will have transgender communities are there at various places. I have tried once to bring their children in my college, but I failed there. Number of problems they are facing. So these are the various issues which we will have to address specifically. So that university or institution, in detail, they will have to plan out, chalk out how to bring them in educational field. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Just to take up the second one first, I think you have raised an important challenge. And there is one important aspect of policy which we have not paid attention, definitely at least in the conference, which we need to do elsewhere also, is policy mandates that every institution must have an institutional development plan, which not only should talk about resources, not only about its academic plan, but also various things which includes how does it cater to equity inclusion also, given their context in the situation where they live. how do we address these issues? I think there is a need to debate much more on how do we prepare an institutional development plan which includes all these aspects. This is the first thing. To come back to you, sir, I don't think, please, let's not treat NAC as a burden, yeah, nor dismiss NAC or NBA as Western. If what NAC is doing is not enough, something else will have to take its place. Because this is an age where any consumer is asking for quality. And how do we demonstrate quality is an issue. And NAC is an instrument that we have. Maybe it's an imperfect instrument. I think we have somebody from NAC in the next session. Maybe he would be able to. But I think there is a need to take this as an important aspect of institutional planning and find resources. I agree. I also have a lot of colleagues who say that a lot of time is spent in preparing for NAC. I think institutions should also look at NAC not just as a label or something that they acquire and advertise for branding, but first there is an assessment and then there is an accreditation. I believe assessment is more important than accreditation. That's my personal opinion. So if we look at evaluating my institution for my own growth, yeah, then I don't see assessment as a burden, and accreditation just follows from assessment. Thank you.
I just want to add, and I'm not sure about your situations in your own university. The way my own experience in NIT Trichy or IIIT Sri City, I think we should be a little open-minded. It's a very limited view of looking at the challenges. About? Correct. Well, I'm just coming to that. Look at, we are saying that the next 15 to 20 years, India will be one of the top 3 economies of the world. Okay, point number 1. Today you look at how many Indian universities are in top 200, top 100? Top 100, nil. Top 200, 1 or 2, they'll come in within 200, then get out next year. Okay? Now, when you are one of the top economies of the world in 15, 20 years from now, at that time, if you take top 100 universities, 30% of your universities should be in top 100. It is both precedence and the consequence. Okay? Your research, your teaching learning, your employability, all that has to improve to that level, only then your economic status will be commensurate with your academic system. So the NAC or NBA are very important to us, and there are operational issues that we need to really address, but then let us not undermine the role of these assessments, is my view.
Namaste. Respected sirs, respected, very, very well-educated Vice Chancellors and heads of the departments. I ask you and I make a plea, I make a request to you, let the teachers be called as teachers. Do not recognize them with any other word as counselor or mentor or any other things. Because our India has got very rapid and a very good name throughout the globe since it has been born. Guru Shishya Parampara. What our UP sir has now told. In Varanasi, Banaras Hindu University, from the starting it was using Shishya, Acharya, Parampara and the relationship. That only is the good thing. Do not call the teacher by any other name. Of course, I may teach at the lowest. I may get 1% or 0.1%. It does not matter. The intent, the inner mind of a teacher is in developing and counseling the student, whoever comes. Next, second point. Now we have started a 4-year program. A student may come any day and go out any day. Let him come and go. But he must go with a full heart that I can live outside, even without a government job. The employment exchanges are now vanished. The private companies are giving jobs. Whenever a father of a girl wants to get married his daughter, he asks whether the boy is in government service or in private service. So the difference must go out. Government, if it can provide, it has to provide. So government is nothing. Today government means for us Narendra Modi. Some years ago, after some years, someone may come. Man or the position or the may be changed, but the intent of the government, that is what I say, Rajadharma. Rajadharma means Rakshinchatam. Rakshinchatam means protection. Protection means giving food, shelter, and everything that can make his happy family. Different forms of government are there. Democracy, dictatorship, and some other new types of governments, what we see in Afghanistan.
Thank you for the point. Do you have a question? Do you have a question?
Yes.
What is your question?
Whether you can change the words matter and etc. and come to the old names, teacher, professor, assistant professor, like that. But do not use these words, mentor or counselor, etc. Because we cannot see those words in the Oxford Dictionary, our Colony's Dictionary, etc. A good relationship. Unless there is a good relationship, one cannot maintain the good relationship between the teacher and the student. If the relationship is gone, the humanity is gone, the mankind is gone. So, kindly.
Thank you. That you made up a good point. That I think it's a good point. Thank you.
One more thing, sir. Here.
We are running out of time. And you have a good lunch to be served by Padmavathi University. You will miss it.
Words are powerful motivators and have the ability to transform the history of nation and bring transition in the perception of mindset of the people. I thank all three dignitaries that are sitting here. It's an excellent and vibrant session what we are having. A great applause to everybody and especially to Mahindra ji. जो आप राष्ट्र भाषा में बोला है ना सर, कुछ लोगों को समझ में आया, कुछ लोगों को नहीं, और मैं भी हूँ उसमें, लेकिन पूरा हॉल वाइब्रेट हो गया जी. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया and thank you very much sir. And I thank chairperson sir. You gave us the particular idea of how, when and what is the role of a student as well as a teacher. Thank you very much sir. And Rajesh ji, and sir you gave a beautiful justification about the NAC. We all are addicts and we all are having that. We are not able to teach. How can we go ahead like that? So you gave us a beautiful justification, sir. Thank you very much. And I give my special thanks to all the speakers. As a token of appreciation, I would like to ask our chairperson, sir, to please present a memento to Mahindra Kumar ji. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. I also request, sir, to... thank you, sir. Ganesh ji. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So last, I would like to say one quotation that thanks through is a 6-letter word. It is. It's a proud privilege for SPMVV and Department of all dignitaries and everybody those are sitting to SPMVV and SV University to host this national seminar, NEP 2020. And I thank all the persons also. So I would like to request our worthy guest to please proceed for the lunch. Thank you very much. a small announcement that all vice chancellors who are present here, everybody is having their lunch in back of this particular seminar hall, auditorium. Sharp by 2 o'clock, we are going to start a session. Please kindly gather in this.
and in croplands in the UK, in less than 30 years from the end of the 1970s, we lost more than 10% of the carbon the soil had stored for us. And since then, well, we just don't know. Because in many countries there's little data on soil, it's poorly protected and regulated.
Every responsible scientist in the world is talking about by 2045 we will be producing 40% less food on this planet and our population will be over 9 billion. 2045 is not too far away, just 22 years away from us. It is not even next generation, it's us.
Soil. It's one of the most underrated and little understood wonders on our fragile planet. Here's why. Far from being lifeless dirt, it's estimated that in a single gram of soil there could be as many as 50,000 species of microscopic organisms or microorganisms.
We are talking about climate change, carbon emissions and global warming and various other aspects, but we are not addressing soil. Soil is the habitat upon which zillions of lives thrive. Once there is no richness in soil, then you have forsaken the planet in many ways.
Listen up, people. I know a thing or two about extinction. And let me tell you, going extinct is a bad thing. And driving yourselves extinct? At least we had an asteroid. What's your excuse? You got a huge opportunity right now. As you rebuild your economies and bounce back from this pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. So here's my wild idea. Don't choose extinction. Save your species before it's too late.
The nutrient levels have dropped significantly. The level of micronutrients you would get from your food in early 20th century to what you are getting from the same food now has dropped 90%. If you ate one orange in 1920s, what you got from it, now in 2020, if you have to get the same, you will have to eat 8 oranges. This is what we have done to our food. Unless we start now, this will not happen. As a part of this, we are unfolding a movement called Conscious Planet to bring maximum number of people. Right now, it looks like climate change, ecology, all these are playground for the rich and elite. No, this must change. Individual human beings should become conscious about the danger that we are facing. Ecological issues must become election issues.
Soil is a living miracle. In one handful of soil, there are more organisms than there are humans on Earth. And we are only beginning to understand this vast network of beings right beneath our feet. We rely on healthy soil for 95% of what we eat. Yet, we take it for granted. Thousands of years of plowing, deforestation, and erosion have left our soils in dire shape. And we're accelerating the loss of this essential resource. But there's a lot more to the story. When soil is damaged, it releases carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and this has had serious consequences for the climate. Too much carbon in the atmosphere is causing the Earth to overheat. That excess carbon is also acidifying our oceans, threatening marine life. Meanwhile, there's not enough carbon where it once was, in the soil. In fact, many of the world's cultivated soils have lost more than 50% of their original carbon stocks. But there's actually some good news. We now know how to put carbon back in the soil where it belongs. Plants capture carbon dioxide in their leaves and pump the carbon down through their roots to feed hungry microorganisms living in the soil. Now, what had been atmospheric carbon, a problem, becomes soil carbon, a solution. Practices like keeping soil covered with plants, increasing crop diversity, composting, and carefully planned grazing are proven ways to put carbon back into the soil. Carbon-rich soils act like giant sponges, absorbing water during floods and providing it to plants in times of drought. And adding carbon to soil makes the land much more productive. The French government recognizes this and is calling on all countries to join them in increasing soil carbon by 0.4% each year. If every nation were to reach this ambitious but achievable goal, we could store 75% of global annual greenhouse gas emissions, enough to make a real difference to our planet's future well-being. Of course, we still need to reduce our fossil fuel emissions, but we don't need to develop expensive or risky technologies. Instead, what we need is a lot more photosynthesis. Climate change can be overwhelming, yet there is real hope. Healthy soil can be a major sink for carbon, but this fact hasn't been well known until now. Because now we know a soil solution is right beneath our feet.
I am the soil. I am in the hills and in the valleys, the farms, the orchards. Without me, humans could not exist. But you treat me like dirt. Do you realize that I am just a thin skin on this planet? And that I'm actually alive, full of organisms that grow your food? But I am broken, aching, overused, sick because of you. You have withered me away to less than half of what I used to be just over 100 years ago. Are you paying attention? I am turning to dust. So maybe you could treat me with a little more respect. I suppose you still want to eat, right?
Soil supports 95% of all global food production. By 2050, our soils will have to feed an estimated 9.8 billion people. That's 2 billion more than our current world population. Our soils will also help us provide cotton and other natural fabrics to clothe the world and grow our bioenergy crops. Food, fiber, fuel. Soils are vital. They filter water. They are one of our most cost-effective reservoirs for sequestering carbon. They are our foundation for biodiversity. A healthy soil is vibrantly alive, teeming with 10,000 pounds of biological life in every acre. Yet, in the last 150 years, we've lost half of the basic building block that makes soil productive. The societal and environmental costs of soil loss and degradation in the United States alone are now estimated to be as high as $85 billion every single year. An abundance of research shows that practices which improve...
Have to start the session. Thank you. The Vice Chairperson and Vice Chancellors, speakers, delegates across the country, and other invitees. I extend a very warm welcome to this post-lunch session. It's on quality education and quality teachers' perspectives from NEP 2020. To enrich our understanding of NEP, we have 4 eminent speakers from different organizations. So I have a great pleasure inviting Devendra Kaude, Senior Advisor, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bangalore. I request you to come onto the dais and occupy the chair. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for sparing your time and joining and be with us. I have a great pleasure inviting Professor Shivraj, member, UGC Usman University, Hyderabad. Sir, I invite you to come onto the dais. Thank you, Professor Shivraj from Hyderabad. I invite Professor Rangajanardhan Garu, Vice Chancellor, JNTU, Anantapur, to come onto the dais and occupy the chair. I have a great pleasure inviting Shekhar Vasant Chandreti, member ABRSM from Maharashtra, to come on to the dais. I think he'll join us very shortly. Thank you, sir. And I have a pleasure introducing Senior Advisor, National Assessment Accreditation Council, Bangalore. He has a mixed experience, both academic and administrative experience. Is basically a Faculty of Commerce and Management with a teaching experience of 16 years and administrative experience of 14 years. He earlier worked as a Joint Secretary, University Grants Commission, New Delhi, and also worked as a Director, Department of Management Sciences and Research at JS College, Nagpur. He was a member of a core working group which designed revised accreditation framework for assessment and accreditation process of NAC. He also contributed for the policy framing of assessment and accreditation process of NAC. And he has coordinated the accreditation exercise of about 190 higher education institutions, I think is incredible, sir. And also he organized various SSR orientation programs and awareness programs for NAC. And he also completed several research projects and published 6 books and around 120 papers in national and international journals. And he is very passionate about creating a stimulating academic environment for promotion of quality of teaching, learning, and research in higher education institutions through his lectures and advices. Thank you, sir. We extend once again a very warm welcome. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Shivraj, who is a master's degree and PhD in chemistry from Usmania University. He is a member of UGC Usmania University, Hyderabad. He is also former registrar of Palmer University, Mahbub Nagar. And 22 students obtained PhD degree. And he published around 150 papers in various national and international journals. He completed 5 research projects. And he has a vast experience both in the university and also at UGC. He served various administrative positions in Usmania University and is a member of the UGC Advisory Group on Equity and Inclusion, Minister of Education. He is a member of governing body and member of expert committee to revisit UGC 2019 regulation for institutions deemed to be universities. And he received a State Best Teacher Award. We're very happy to have you, sir, today to the sessions. And I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Rangajanathan Garu, a Vice Chancellor, Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur. He has around 30 years of teaching experience along with the industrial experience. He did his postdoctoral from South Korea. He carried several projects and published 70 international journals and 40 national journals. As a chairperson of viewers of several universities, he extended services to the various universities in framing the syllabus and all. He guided around 28 PhD students. He worked as a member of Andhra Pradesh Public Service Commission, Vijayawada. He is the Director of University Games and Sports Administration, JNTU, Kakinada. And for his research contribution, he received a State Best Teacher Award and Engineer of the Year Award, and also a Best Teacher of the Year 2019, 2010, 15, 16, by the outgoing batch of the JNTU Kakinada. And he visited several universities. So I extend a very warm welcome once again. I'm happy to be here about your presence. I hope Dr. Shekhar Vasanta Chandreti is here. Yeah, sir, thank you for occupying the chair. He's a member of ABRSM. He's a vice principal, associate professor, and head Department of Commerce. Prahaladi Dalmia Lions College of Commerce and Economics, Mumbai. He has 13 years of teaching and research experience. He contributed to the formulation of new education policy draft, and also he was the invited member with the government of Maharashtra for preparation of a draft new Maharashtra Public University Act 2016. I think he is involved in several community engagement activities. So we have a pleasure having you, sir. Now I request Dr. Devendra Kaude to conduct the proceedings as a chairperson. Thank you.
Namaskar to everybody. A warm good afternoon. Of course, it's a warm, so it's a warm good afternoon. The program was well started by Dr. Mamta. She is a good administrator. The respected academician present here, specifically our chairman, Dr. Bhushanji, the VC of this university, and several other good universities, and the fellow speakers, just how the way she has introduced in a brief, I think so they are stalwarts here. Now, to proceed with the program, I request Dr. Shivrajji, you may express your thoughts related with the subjects, please. Thank you. We may provide 15 minutes to everybody. Yes, thank you.
Respected dignitaries in the dais, Professor Devender S. Kavade Garu, Senior Advisor, NAC, Professor Dr. Shekhar Chandra Garu, ABRSM Maharashtra, Professor Ranga Janardhan Garu, Vice Chancellor JNTU Anantapur, eminent persons from different corners of the country, invitees, delegates, brothers and sisters. Good afternoon to all of you. This session is intended to discuss the quality education and quality teachers perspective of NEP 2020. Tatkarmayanna bandaya savidyaya vimuktaye ayasaya param karma vidyanya shilpa naipunam. That is action which does not bind, and education is that which liberates completely. Rest of all other activities are inane attempts, and all other studies are mere artistry. So first let me talk about the quality education. And of course, quality education is a great insurance to all youth of our nation. The education is one which focuses on social, emotional, physical, mental, cognitive development of every student, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, socio-economic status, geographical locality. The quality education depends upon the institutional specifications, structure, procedures, policies, etc. However, the learning outcomes parameter is very, very important for quality of education. The quality of education addresses the learner's needs, societal needs, industrial needs through appropriately devised curriculum, properly defined pedagogy, holistically designed programs which support to acquiring knowledge, skill and competency of the youth. In addition to this, the other important factors, well qualified and trained teachers, state-of-the-art infrastructure, good research, good leadership will also play a very important role in imparting quality of education. If you see the curriculum, so the present curriculum, if you see it, it is not relevant to the society or industry. The students are in confusion. So after our education, what to do, how it is useful to the society. So therefore, the curriculum must be relevant to the societal needs, local needs, industrial needs. So during the preparation of or revision of the syllabus, we have to include the experts from industry, experts from NGOs of that particular local areas, and experts from different institutions from different corners of the country, so that the curriculum will become very effective and that will definitely it is useful to the societal needs. And pedagogy, as we know, particularly the student committee in India is heterogeneous groups with diversified needs and requires various formats of learning. The pedagogy should be flexible, and that should provide the holistic development of the students in critical thinking, creativity, problem solving, and useful to the society. This pedagogy can be multi-pronged. It can be a regular mode or distance mode, ODL or online, etc. And the programs also must be flexible and multidisciplinary, which should be very much relative to the society. And whatever programs offering by the institution, that should be very, very useful to the local society. That way the program should be flexible, interdisciplinary, and enable to produce talents achieving holistic education such as critical thinking, problem solving, innovative research, social exposure, etc. And of course, the enlightenment and employability are the driving forces for quality education. The UGC also has taken many initiatives to improve the quality education in higher education institutions. So in a particular institution, if you take, the students will join from different backgrounds, different areas. So therefore, while attending classes, generally they hesitate to ask questions. There may be some language problem. So therefore, the induction programs to the students are very, very important. The UGC has initiated to conduct the induction programs to the society. And learning outcomes from the curriculum framework. Use of ICT, information communication technology, in process of teaching and learning. And life skills. And also, there should be connectivity between the students, society and industry. The examination reforms faculty development programs, and mentoring processes. We should also strengthen the accreditation process. It is also insisting innovative research in higher education institutions. In addition to this, in accordance with the NEP 2020, it is introducing multiple entry and multiple exit systems, academic rank credits, and National Research Foundation, and also formation of National Higher Education Commission. All these initiatives UGC is initiated and it is processing. So the NEP, if you take the new dimensions of NEP, if we implement, definitely it meets all the issues which are relevant to the quality of education. The quality of education is possible only with the quality of teachers. And of course, as all of us know that, the teaching community is very important component determining the performance of quality of education and its contribution to national development. There can be no good education until unless a good teacher involved in the teaching of young minds. A good and inspired teacher can be considered as the soul of the education process. As all of us know that the role of a good teacher is to empower the young minds by imparting appropriate skills through classroom teachings, demonstrations, field works, etc. And also to inculcate a spirit of social responsibility, moral values and ethics. To inculcate a right attitude in the students, and also to create a positive and learning attitude, productive learning environment in the education institutions. To build the confidence in the students for learning processes. And of course, teaching is an art. It can be obtained with personality, experience, talent, beliefs, moral values, ethics and emotions. To attain excellence in teaching, the teacher must be updated regularly with his own subjects and other subjects also, and what is happening in the progress of education system. So if you see the attributes of a good teacher definitely highly qualified and highly trained, is a good communicator, is punctual to his duties, time management, lifelong learning, and listens to the students. A good teacher is good listener. And also, the teacher always practices good habits such as honesty, truthful, hardworking, and enthusiasm in learning and teaching, commitment, determination towards teaching and learning processes. So if the teacher is inculcated with all the qualities, definitely he will deliver good lectures to the students, and definitely the students will be benefited a lot. So if you look at the new dimensions of new education policy, by introducing the 4-year degree system, PG with 1 year or 2 years, and flexibility in education, that is multi-entry, multi-exit system, academic bank of credits, research innovations, internationalization of education. All these, if we implement, definitely this will be definitely address all the issues which are related to the quality education and the quality of teachers. Only the thing is, as we know that the implementation part is of course challenging one, but definitely it can be done. It should be implemented as early as possible. Everybody should own it. Until unless we own, because the new education policy is the best one and it is accepted by all. Only the thing is, everybody should accept it. All the stakeholders should accept the new education policy, and we have to own it, and we have to implement it at least. So with these words, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to say a few words on this occasion. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivrajji. A nicely spoken concept about quality higher education and quality teachers. In an accumulated way, I will be commenting at the end. Now I request Dr. Shekhar Chandraji to please express his views.
Namaskar. Dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries and respected my brothers and sisters present in the auditorium. This is the common scenario in almost all the classrooms at present which we are experiencing here. After lunch, almost it is empty. Jokingly, it is said that if you want peace of mind, go to classes. You will have a peace of mind there because the classes are deserted. Number of such type of things can be told. But when I think from the ABRSM point of view, a teachers, largest organization of teachers in the country, Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Shaikshik Mahasangh, we based our organization on a Trisutri, trio. Maybe our motto. We build our organization on the basis of this principle, we can say. Number of times it has been described in this auditorium also, but once again for my purpose and my reference, I'll go through that very briefly. Rashtra ke hit mein shiksha. How the education should be? It should be in the interest of nation. Shiksha ke hit mein shikshak. The education, all the teachers, it is their responsibility, their duty that they must work for the betterment of the education in the country. And once you do that, your duty you fulfill, automatically shikshak ke liye samaj, shikshak ke hit mein samaj. The society always supports you, stands with you if you are doing this. This is our principles on which we, for the last so many years, organizing our teachers in the field of education. No doubt, it is being a teachers organization, we pursue, we fight if necessary for the better and best terms of service conditions and monetary benefits for the teachers, all these things. But not only that, we emphasize on this that along with this, no doubt that the teacher should get a better environment so that he can teach very well. But at the same time, a teacher, he must keep this in mind that what I am teaching, whether a good teacher or a good quality education, in my opinion, is this, that if you can bring maybe a small but positive change in the life of a student, that is a quality education, and that teacher, I'll call him as a quality teacher. And at present, we know the current scenario in education in this country. Quality education, in my opinion, is this, that this education enables a student to exploit his fullest capacity, potential for development. That will be the real education. That education which enables him to stand on his own, to live a respectful life. He thinks about the society. He is not living in isolation of the society. He has a social responsibility. So this particular feeling, the educational process which creates this, in my opinion, that is the quality education. And we are pursuing that. Fortunately, after a long time, of course, it has been told frequently that all the education policies from time to time, all of them were very good, are good. Only the point is, the difference is of implementation. And fortunately, this time, it has been given a time frame also. Within this year, within this period, you have to implement, and this should be the outcome. And therefore, we are hopeful that if all of us, we implement it in letter and spirit, definitely the outcome which we are expecting, which is given in the policy, we will be able to achieve that. And that's why all the new changes which have been introduced in NEP 2020, that is, these are very important, which we have been discussing from yesterday in different sessions. Friends, the quality of a teacher. Wrangler Paranspe once was teaching in Ferguson College. Dr. Patwardhan knows very well. He had given a mathematical problem to students. And he was very much busy in thinking, looking at the problem. All the students sitting in the classroom, they thought, aaj to teacher ki dandi gayi. Now he is not able to solve the problem. It seems that it is not easy to solve this problem. And after so they started clapping, they started banging on the tables, benches. Slowly, the Wrangler Paranspe, he turned to students and told them, assured them, friends, I can solve this problem by 26 methods. I was just thinking which method you will understand. See, the quality of teacher is this, that is the mastery over the subject. There should not be a challenge to a teacher when he is teaching, when he is conducting a class. No student should be able to, of course, we expect that student should raise and should pose a challenge to what he is teaching. But unfortunately, many a times we don't find this challenge. But now, the situation is this, that the Google has posed a very strong challenge before the teacher. Google has taken a place of, in a way, Ganeshji. And therefore, what is not available on Google, everything is available. And therefore, as a teacher, that is my responsibility to go beyond Google. What Google cannot tell, what cannot explain. Whether I am able to explain that, then only students will attend your lecture. Otherwise, the information which you are imparting, if you are not able to convert it into knowledge and then wisdom on the basis of experience, it is futile exercise. And we know that in the very first lecture, the student understands कि टीचर अपना कितने पानी में खड़ा है, उनको पहले लेक्चर में ही पता चल जाता है, and then he decides whether to attend his lecture or not. But friends, my experience is this, and I'm sure many of us have this experience, that if you are a good teacher, there is no dearth of student in your classroom. There are teachers. And therefore, as a ABRSM, a teachers organization, we underline this while discussing, while explaining, while giving information and various workshops to our students, that how can we improve our teaching skill, our teaching quality, what we should do for that. Especially during Corona period, our organization, we conducted number of online programs, how to utilize the free resources, library resources available, and so on. Number of topics we handled, and number of teachers, they got benefited by that. Let me come to the present situation. It is my experience, number of times I used to go for, now I am retired, for the CAS promotion, various interviews. Once I asked a teacher who had done his MPhil in electric generation, power generation field, and now he had registered for the PhD also in the same subject. Exactly 1 week before that, a very big event was happened in that field. A terrible accident took place, and I just asked him, are you aware about this? Last week, what happened in your field? He told me, sorry sir, I was busy in preparing my this CAS files. I did not refer to any newspaper. Now when you are in a particular field, a particular subject you have selected for your PhD study, you must be every now and then aware what are the new things, the new developments happening in your field. You should be able to. You have to go through that. I think that the teacher, quality teacher is this. When I went to Pune University to submit my PhD thesis, I saw the hall was full of different types of PhD thesis there. And I felt very bad that mera bhi ye thesis ab isme jaake baithega and it will collect the dust. Can we encourage our teachers that after completing your PhD, please mind well that your study in that particular field, it has just begun. And therefore, can you extend this your information or knowledge which you have collected for the benefit of the society? Friends, we know that our society is full of number of social and various other types of problems we are facing. Can my thesis help my society to solve to some extent? I think that we should emphasize on this. If I am a teacher, what and how I can be useful through my this thesis to solve maybe a very small problem of society. I think that quality of teacher we have to generate, we have to inculcate among the students. I have experienced that getting through NAC, getting through NET or SET is not an assurance of a good quality teacher. Even if you have attended and completed all your orientation and refresher courses, still I cannot assure that he is a quality teacher, because teaching skill is something different. You are a very good, a very scholar teacher, scholarly. I had experience. Two of my colleagues, both of were chartered accountants. One was, he was in the rank of the CA Institute, and another, he passed after 3-4 attempts. But my experience is this, that the teacher, chartered accountant, who passed after 4-5 attempts, there was no seat vacant for the student. The whole class was always full of students. And a rank holder teacher hardly find any student there. It means your intelligence, your scholarship doesn't ensure the good teacher quality. And therefore, in the new NEP, we know that a special emphasis has been given on teachers training, 4 years teaching program. We will have to go through that and ensure that a good teacher, otherwise what is our experience? When I ask why you have become a teacher, oh, I tried MPSC in Maharashtra, for example, or the local exam, or I tried for UPSC, I could not, and therefore I got this choice. I became teacher. No. If you are a teacher, that is, was that your first priority of profession? If yes, then you go ahead and get the mastery over that subject. And then only we can say, now to take care of such type of things in new education policy, national education policy. Number of provisions have been made for that, so that how the quality of teacher can be improved. When you are teaching to the student, definitely the student, for example, my individual experience, I'll tell you, my economics teacher, he used to sit in the chair in the classroom and teach. But his teaching was such a mesmerizing. I used to note down each and every word what he was explaining. So such teachers are there, definitely. Can we improve ourselves? Can we train ourselves in this way? I think that we have to do something in that direction. And as a teachers organization, we encourage, we conduct different types of workshops for teachers, how to present your subject, how to deliver your lecture, and such type of things, so that students should get something from that. Otherwise, they have a very strong option, like I told you, that is Google is there, it can give anything and everything. But definitely a good teacher will go beyond that, and what Google cannot provide, a good teacher definitely can. And that is my observation, my request to all my colleague teachers, that how can we place ourselves in this particular mode so that we can provide a quality education. What is quality education? Again, last point I'll explain and I'll stop. In my opinion, quality education is that which empowers a student to have, 3 words are there in Sanskrit, it is called as avani, that is anna vastra nivara. He is capable of earning his food, shelter and clothing. Not only that, he is able to earn good respect in the society. He should be given the opportunity, equal opportunity to everybody. Work to every hand, respectful treatment should be given. If this we can provide, if we can create this in the society, we can definitely say that we are providing quality education. Because the student who is going through this process, he will stand on his own respectfully, and he can earn for, and not only earn. But what is the real purpose of education? Swamiji and number of our scholarly and saints have already told us that the real purpose of education, that is finding himself, identifying himself with the Brahma, and such type of thing, he will be able to reach there at the end of at least his life. And that's why all such things have taken into account, and in my opinion, this new policy is proposing so many such type things, especially teachers training and so many things. Definitely, we will think of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shekharji, for your wise words. Now I request Rangarajarajanji, Vice Chancellor, please share your views.
Good afternoon to one and all. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, the galaxy of gurus coming from across the country. Right from yesterday morning till now, the several speakers spoke about the NEP 2020 and the various important key points in it, and explained the importance of NEP 2020. This reformation in the education system in India is taking place after a gap of nearly more than 34 years. So there are several measures that are suggested in NEP 2020. It might not be possible for all the institutions to implement all the measures that are dealt in this document, especially coming to our JNTU Anantapuram, which is pure technological university, and we have only 6 engineering branches. Of course, we have 155 affiliated institutions. catering to the engineering, pharmacy and standalone colleges, wherein also we have only a limited number of specializations. But one of the important point mentioned in NEP 2020 is that the self-learning method to be provided to the students. I am happy to inform that the Day-2 has already taken up implementing the NEP 2020 in true spirit. We have formed R20 regulations commencing from 2020 year, wherein we have given a chance to the students to choose at least 40% of the electives on their own. The main motto of giving the chance to choose the subjects by the students is that when you speak about the multidisciplinary system in the institutions or university, in overnight we cannot establish the various multidisciplinary departments. We cannot recruit the different faculty to teach all the several multidisciplinary subjects. At the same time, we need to provide an opportunity to the students how best we can make our students to choose their own interested subjects. It may not be wise on my part to say thanks to the pandemic, but the pandemic has taught us a different lesson. We are all now accustomed to use the online material and ready to attend virtual meetings. Forget about how effective the virtual meetings are going on when compared to the physical meeting. But at least to some extent we could able to reach the students. The most vulnerable component that suffered during this pandemic is the education system. In spite of this, we are moving ahead without any putting the stop to the education system. So what I told, the first 40% of the elective subjects. So this virtual education system, or whatever the learning management systems that are available, will help the students to choose their own subjects. When we were the students, there are fixed subjects, even for the namesake, it might be an elective. Under elective, only 3 fixed subjects. Even the subject will be fixed by the teacher, not by the students. Many of engineering faculty are here, I know that. Now, the Day-2 has made a different version of curriculum. Students need not to stick on the curriculum made by the university. They can choose their own, and only restriction is it should not cross 40%. And the second point that we introduced in true spirit of NEP 2020 is the skill-based courses. Industry-oriented skill-based courses are also included in our curriculum, and a 10 months compulsory internship activity is also included. And coming to the multiple exit and multiple entry, yesterday in the afternoon session, wherein meeting of the minds, later on our Professor Jamuna Garu has transformed the word as a melting of the minds. Now it is to be transformed, molding of the minds of our young generation. It is there in our hands. So how best we can make our young generation which are sellable in the market. And the second point I would like to touch upon is the patenting. Many of Indians and the youth of our country have a humpty number of ideas, brilliant ideas, but transforming their ideas into the final product is missing. But in the past 5 years, if you see the statistics regarding the patenting, thanks to the Government of India for bringing Make India, Startup India. Because of these two concepts, a good number of youth came forward and started filing the patenting. If you see the last 5 years statistics in the 2016 to 2020-21, the number of patents granted is 3 times more than the just last compared to the 2016. And even in terms of the number of applications filed, it also rose nearly 4 times during these last 5 years. So this also speaks the quality of our youth. And such an ecosystem should be developed in our educational system. We must provide an opportunity to our students, and it is the role of the teacher. We must encourage the students to come up with their new ideas. Some of our young students might be feeling guilty in expressing their ideas. Initially, they might be feeling that that ideas might be looking like a silly. But once it realizes the product, the final product, then only we can say whether it is a silly, a simple, or the super idea. So what is my request of all the teachers to be a good teacher is that encourage our students to come up with the new ideas, provide an ecosystem in the university or institution to work on their ideas and see that their ideas should be transformed to the product. Because the patents are also directly related to the products. Just idea does not have any value in terms of the economy, but the final product has the value. Though we are not in that best rank in terms of the patents when compared to the China and the USA, but from the past 5-6 years, we rose to a below 50 rank when compared to the 80 or somewhere 80 and 90 rank in the year 2016. As per Global Innovation Index statistics. In the year 2020, it was 48th rank, and in the next year, that is 2021, we were at 46. I hope that we still reach the better rank. So these 2 points, I request all the teachers, please see that you are encouraging our students to choose their own subjects and to concentrate on filing their ideas in terms of the patents. So these are the 2 points I would like to convey to the members. I thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me the opportunity. Thank you, one and all. Thank you very much.
Namaste, and my respect to all the good teachers and academicians present here. I will finish in 5 minutes, I know. It's 3 o'clock. Time is... Yeah, you have listened all these 3 stalwarts. Their voice, their speech, their expression, their feeling shows they are how they are dedicated, how deeply involved. So this makes a difference, and this shows that the function which we are organizing or which we are moving ahead since last 2 days has a difference to come out. Shivraj ji in his narration has nicely pointed about the research, leadership, curriculum. He basically started with a mantra very nicely. Then because he belongs to he is a UGC commission member, so his inclination was towards UGC more, what UGC is doing and all that. He also talked about induction program, learning outcomes, pedagogy should be flexible, and very essential that quality of education is possible with quality teachers only. So I appreciate your thoughts, Shivraj ji. Actually, I cannot comment much because of less time. Otherwise, there was so much of things to talk on every speaker's speech. Then, Shekhar ji, though you said that you are retired, you don't look like retired, sir. He very nicely narrated the subject with a ABRSM motto. That is important, for which we are here too. That is appreciable, sir. A small but positive change in the teaching, in the process, may make a difference. That are his thoughts. And of course, because of the presence of Google, the job has become much more tougher for all the teachers, and we are realizing it. He has touched most sensitive aspect. That is, as a teacher, can we solve the issues of the society? This is very important. If we go elaborative, even what we do in the form of research, even what we do in the form of projects, papers writing and all that, does there is an outcome whatsoever which comes out because of that research? Is it helpful to the society for solving it, the problems in it? So that has to be seriously thought by every of the teacher who is present here. Then he also narrated 3 points of quality teaching related with the food, shelter, clothing, respect in society and opportunity to others. Thanks for the same. Thanks for noble thought, Shekhar ji. Then Ranga Janardhan ji, I think so now I am pronouncing right. I read 2-3 times his name. He belonged to a technical background, so he related it with JNTU. The efforts what JNTU is taking to bring quality in higher education in the area, in the region, that he has narrated. In fact, about the chance to choose the subject, that is 40% on their own. Then he is one of the unique person, of course, to thank pandemic, but from the perspective of there is a very hype in the virtual learning and teaching. That has really made a difference. We really accept that words. Then industry-oriented skill-based courses are essential. So nicely you have mentioned. Patents you have talked about. Yes, of course, we are slightly poor in patent, but from last 2-3 years, because of the initiative by our government of India, that is Make in India and Startup India, number of patents grants has been increased. Let me summarize by sharing my views on this aspect. सबसे पहले तो एक विनंती है, क्योंकि इसके बाद भी मेरा सेशन है, तो I will speak on English, because English में हिंदी इंग्लिश में वो अंदर तक जाता है, क्योंकि from all over the India है ना, पैन इंडिया से हैं. तो इंग्लिश, उसमें एक रिक्वेस्ट है यहाँ पे इंग्लिश में ही, आप अपने आजू बाजू देखिए, कुछ लोग थोड़े से सुस्ता रहे हैं, उनको जगा लीजिए, क्योंकि अभी थोड़ा सा मजेदार कुछ तो भी होने वाला है इसके बाद वाले सेशन में अभी भी. और इसके बाद फिर हमारे साथ भूषण पटवर्धन जी है, बहुत अच्छे स्पीकर हैं. ही इज अ पर्सन विथ
stalwart personality is there with us. So you will be listening him, his views, his word about Bharat, ethics and all that. Unfortunately, he is our chairman. So I am very proud to be associated with him also. About this quality in higher education, this is important for everybody, whether it's teacher, professor, principal, director, vice chancellor, whatsoever. Quality in higher education provides learners with the capability they require to become, number one, economically productive, number two, develop sustainable livelihood, number three, contribute to peaceful and democratic society, and number four, enhance individual well-being. These are the basic concepts of quality in higher education. And we all, it becomes our moral responsibility to be focused on that part immensely. In fact, this quality, this 7-letter word quality has a great meaning. This Q stands for quest for excellence. See how important it is. U for understanding the concept. A for action orientation. Then L for learning centric approach. I for innovation for change. T for training for competencies, and Y for year-round activity. It's a continuous process. It becomes a duty of each and every stakeholders to see that there is a quality in higher education, and in addition to the quality in teachers depends upon, as though this stalwarts has said, outcomes, what sort of outcomes they are delivering. Okay, one line I will share and then I will end because it's time for the next session. And the line is very important, devoted to, because this program is organized in Mahila Vidyapit. So something good I would like to share about women's present here. Very important, please listen it. I think you should carry it. If men are successful, the family prospers. If men are successful, family prospers. If women are successful, society prospers. Thank you very much. Namaste.
I sincerely thank Professor Devendra Kaude for conducting the proceedings and also summing up the speakers' inputs. And I profusely thank all the four members of the panel for giving different dimensions of the NEP for its successful implementation of NEP. And as all of you highlighted, one fundamental thing is the universities have to disseminate the knowledge whereby the students can acquire the necessary skills and also make decisions. Thank you. Thank you so much for all of you. Please, sir, as a token of respect and memory of this event, I request Professor Devendra Kaude present a memento to the Professor Shivraj. I also request, thank you, sir. Also request to hand over a memento to Dr. Shekhar Vasant Chandreti. Please do the honor, sir. I also request present a small memento to Rangajanardhan Garu. Yeah. I request Professor Shivraj to present a memento to the Professor Devendra Kaude. Thank you, all the speakers, and immediately we will continue the next session. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you. Now we are going to start a very important session, that is the panel discussion on the topic Challenges and Strategies to Implement NEP 2020. It's my privilege to welcome the speakers onto the dais now. First and foremost, I'd like to welcome Professor J.P. Singhal, former Vice Chancellor, National President,
ఎన్ని జనాలు ఉన్నారు చెప్పండి? 7 చైర్స్ మరి చెప్పండి మేడం ఎవరైనా ఫాస్ట్ చెప్పండి.
Sorry, we will start the program in another 5 minutes. Good evening once again to all of you. Sorry for the inconvenience. I once again request Professor J.P. Singhal, former Vice Chancellor and National President, ABRSM New Delhi, to preside over the function. Thank you, sir. I now welcome Professor B. J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, to come onto the dais. Now I invite Dr. Devendra S. Kawadi, Senior Advisor, NAC Bangalore, to come onto the dais and occupy his chair. I'm very happy to invite Professor K. Ram Mohan Rao, Vice Chairman, ABRSM, Government of Andhra Pradesh, to come on to the dais. May I now invite Professor Gaurisha, Director, CESS, Bangalore, to come on to the dais. Professor Gaurisha. I invite Dr. N.V. Ramana Rao, Director, NIT Warangal, Telangana State, to come on to the dais and occupy his chair. I now invite Professor M. Srinivasa Reddy, former Principal, SVU College of Management and Commerce, SV University, Tirupati, to come on to the dais. I once again extend my warm welcome to you all to this panel discussion on the topic Challenges and Strategies to Implement NEP 2020. It's my privilege to give a brief introduction about the chairperson of this session, Professor J.P. Singhal. J.P. Singhal, former Vice Chancellor of University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, is currently the National President of Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Shiksha Mahasangh and the President, Keshav Vidyapith, Jamoli, Jaipur. He has put in more than 35 years of teaching experience. He has acted as resource person for several research courses, workshops, and training programs. He has authored 17 books, and many of his research articles got published in journals, newspapers, and magazines. He held so many administrative positions, and he has been a member on so many academic bodies. He received many awards in his career, and to cite a very few, he got Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya Award of 2015 for contribution in the field of management by the Honorable President of India. He has received Outstanding Public Speaker Award in 1983 by Rajasthan State Jaycees branch of Jaycees International. And also there is one more important award, Lifetime Achievement Award 2020 by Agra Swayamsevak Sangh. He has been actively associated with several social organizations. We are very much privileged, sir, to have you amidst us in this session. I request Sri Lakshmi Tejaswini to honor the chairperson with a bouquet. Now, I'm very happy to give an introduction, a brief introduction about Professor B. Jagadishwar Rao, Senior Professor, Chair of Biology, Dean Faculty at the Indian Institute of Science Education and Research, Tirupati, AP. He has taken charge as a Vice Chancellor of the University of Hyderabad on 26th July 2021. Prior to IISER posting, Professor B.J. Rao was senior professor and chair biology for several years at TIFR Mumbai and successfully headed the programs of Mechanism of Genome Dynamics and Cellular Adaptations Laboratory at TIFR. Apart from his research in the domain of biology, he is also interested in dissemination of scientific knowledge and outreach activities. He has, to his credit, 130 publications with 1,371 citations. He is a fellow of all the 3 national academics in India and the Sir J.C. Bose Fellow of the Department of Science and Technology, India. Professor Rao is a chief member and an advisor on various committees. He has won many awards and fellowships. He has achieved numerous technical and delivered numerous technical and public lectures for varied audiences. Reaching young minds has been his passion, which he is now doing at Agastha Foundation, Kuppam. I now invite Ms. Pratyusha to come and honor the speaker with a bouquet. It's my turn to give a brief introduction about Dr. Devender S. Kawadi, Senior Advisor, NAC, Bangalore. He is a Senior Advisor, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bengaluru. Basically, he is a Faculty of Commerce and Management with a teaching experience of 16 years and an administrative experience of 14 years. Has been the supervisor for PhD with RTM Nagpur, University, Nagpur. He is working as an advisor, NAC, Bengaluru, worked as a Joint Secretary, UGC, New Delhi, worked as a Director, Department of Management Sciences and Research, GS College, Nagpur. He was a member of core working group which designed to revised accreditation framework for assessment and accreditation process of NAC. Has been contributing in policy framing for assessment and accreditation process of NAC on need and time with an expertise to many organizations. He delivered various keynote speeches in several conferences, seminars and workshops, webinars on quality in higher education. He is very passionate about creating a stimulating academic environment for promotion of equality of teaching, learning and research in higher education institutions through lectures and advice. We are very happy, sir, for being with us today on this occasion. I call upon Ms. Monica to come and honor the speaker with a bouquet. I'm very happy to give a brief introduction about Professor K. Ram Mohan Rao, Vice Chairman, Andhra Pradesh State Council for Higher Education, Government of Andhra Pradesh on this occasion. Dr. K. Ram Mohan Rao is currently serving as Vice Chairman, ABRSM, ABRSM, Government of Andhra Pradesh. He did his PG in MBA from Andhra University and awarded with PhD in 1987. Professor Rao has been an inspiring teacher for the last 37 years. He is a specialist in marketing and particularly services marketing. He guided 24 PhD and 9 MPhil scholars. He authored 10 books and published 86 research papers in reputed international and national journals. He undertook 13 research projects funded by UGC and other public and private organizations. He served in many administrative positions and has been a member on many committees. Professor Ram Mohan Rao received Economic Times Now National Education Leadership Award as Best Professor in Marketing in 2013. Recognizing his meritorious services, the government of AP presented him the State Best Teacher Award in 2015. We once again welcome you, sir, for this panel discussion. I now call upon Ms. Mahalakshmi Maheshwari to come and honor the speaker with a bouquet. I'm very happy to introduce yet another vibrant speaker. Yesterday also we listened to his talk, which was very, very inspiring. He is none other than Professor Gaurisha, Director, CESS, Bangalore. Sir, Sri Gaurisha Garu, Professor and Director of CESS, Center for Educational and Social Studies, Bangalore. He holds MBA with specialization in finance and marketing, MPhil in management and PhD from Bangalore University. He has experience in quality management and accreditation of higher education institutions. His areas of interest include quality in education and management of NGOs. He worked as chief consultant in the technical secretariat of committee to draft national education policy headed by renowned space scientist Dr. Kasturi Rangan, which was constituted by MHRD Government of India in the year 2017. He has presented and published research articles at various national and international books and journals. He also delivered many lectures on a variety of topics related to quality of education and innovations in teaching and learning. He has delivered more than 75 lectures on National Education Policy 2020 at various national seminars and webinars. He is a visiting faculty at MBA Department of Bangalore University. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us today on this occasion. I now request Ms. Hemalata to come and honor the speaker with a flower bouquet. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. M. Srinivasa Reddy, Professor, Department of Management Studies, SV University, Tirupati. He is currently the Dean Faculty of Commerce and Management. He has been teaching for more than 30 years in MBA finance area. He guided many scholars for PhD and published 31 papers in reputed journals. He is extending his services, being a member on various committees and serving as peer team member for NAC since 2009, and also an expert member for AICET inspections since 1995. He is also the advisor to two companies, one in spinning and the other in animal feed business. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us today. And I call upon Sri Lakshmi Tejaswini to come and honor the speaker with a bouquet. We are indeed very happy to have these distinguished personalities amidst us today in the very interesting panel discussion. I now hand over the session to the chairperson of this session, Professor J.P. Singhal. Thank you very much.
Distinguished panelists on the dais, Honorable Vice Chancellors, former Vice Chancellors, Directors, Professors, members of the governing body of ABRSM, my dear friends and students. First of all, I should thank organizers to keep this topic in the end, because in 2 days we have had a lot of discussions, deliberations at length in each and every topic very much related with the education policy, National Education Policy 2020, and thereby ultimately the dreams which we have thought in National Education Policy 2020 may come true only and only when it is implemented in true spirit, implemented in true sense. Thereby, this session is basically meant for that what kind of these strategies we as a nation has to adopt to see that everything which we were seeing in these days about national education policy can come true. We have had a lot of discussion and deliberations on each and every aspect of the National Education Policy 2020. And thereby sometimes we say lot has been told so far. As far as the minute details of the National Education Policy is concerned, but much more now depends what actions we need to take, what strategies we have to formulate and try to put into action, so the real fruits of this national education policy can be with the people of this country. And this is why there is a galaxy of speakers of change you can say the kind of the system over here. Now more of the questions will be there from the audience. Whosoever is interested in all these things, the topic is well known, the challenges and strategies to implement National Education Policy 2020. There are the two things which are very important. What challenge you feel is there? Our speakers will be answering these problems. And what strategies you believe should be taken into consideration for the purpose of implementation. Because until unless now we have to shift from policy to strategy. The policy has to convert into the strategy that is the strategy by which we can, different problems are there, different challenges are there. We have already spoken a lot. Maybe the challenges of flexibility, maybe the challenge of the multidisciplinary, maybe the challenge of funding, maybe the challenge of infrastructure, maybe the challenge of quality research, maybe the challenge of so many things we have already talked about, maybe the challenge of how we can try to develop abilities in teachers. All these things are quality teaching or quality, you can say, education. All these challenges are there before you. We have also had a lot of discussion about the various things which can be done at the national level, at the state level, at the university level, at the college level, and at the individual level. So now the floor is with you. You please ask questions. I'll be referring these questions to the distinguished panelists over here who will be answering these problems, because very small, short time we have for the discussion. That's why we have changed the kind of the system for this particular purpose. Now it's over to you members to just ask questions, please. Yes, please.
Humble bending before the chairpersons, and we are happy to participate, one of the stakeholders in this NEP. So quality education, there are so many seminars conducting, and so my problem is we qualified as an assistant professors in 2018. Just the qualified candidates are only 3%. But fortunately or unfortunately, 33 cases were filed by unqualified candidates against the qualified candidates, those who has qualified. 3%, only 3% is qualified candidates. Disqualified candidates are 97 or so. So now the demand is how much you pay, how much you pay to enter into the post. I am UGC net qualified candidate in 2012, AP set qualified candidate 69% to 60%. Wherever I attended the examination, at first attempt, I have a habit of more than 60% I got without the support of my family, my husband, there are the separate issues. So After doing the PhD, UGC NET set 20 publications. Now the demand is how much? Minimum 30 lakhs you have to pay for entering into the professor post. Or else 50 lakhs you have to pay. Where? Where? Now I am getting only 20,000 as a salary.
Madam.
Quality. Basically I am focusing on the quality. Where there are, first of all, we had no recruitments.
Madam, please listen to me. It is
no recruitments.
Just listen.
One
hold
thing
on.
is there is
Hold on, please. Just listen. This session is for National Education Policy 2020. What are the challenges and what kind of the strategies you have to implement this Education Policy 2020? If you have a question regarding that, it's a question not related to National Education Policy. It is related with your person, that maybe some problems are with you. You can ask after the session is over. Then we can discuss this and deliberate on this issue. Yes, please.
I am relating to the, first of all, no teachers, very less quantity of the teachers in the universities. All over the universities, there are no recruitments. Without a teacher, how it is possible to impart quality education? First of all, the recruitment may be the need of the hour.
You have raised the questions, you have also given the answer also. Now problem is with us.
There are no recruitments from the 2012 itself.
Please,
so quality.
Please,
what is the use of quality?
You please sit down, please. Sit down.
Hello.
We will invite questions, serious questions, because it's a very serious, you can say, panel discussion, because we wanted to know what you have in your mind to see this National Education Policy 2020 is got implemented in true spirit. So please.
Good evening, everybody. I am Dr. Gurunath Badgar from Karnataka. I just wanted to share some of my opinion about the NEP which has been implemented in Karnataka for the year 21-22. In fact, we introduced the NEP, the issues related to flexibility and the issues related to horizontal and vertical movement. In fact, the big challenge that we have faced in our state is how do we maintain the very idea of NEP as far as student-teacher ratio is concerned. Whenever we are talking about skill gap, whenever we are talking about introducing new subjects like SEC, skill enhancement courses, and particularly OECs, the idea of open elective courses which has been introduced in National Education Policy to make it more multidisciplinary. So in this case we have faced many problems. One problem is related to orientation regarding NEP itself. So there was immediate implementation of NEP and many teachers were not able to understand what is OEC, what is SEC, what is DSCC, discipline-specific core courses, because CBCS was not introduced earlier. So it is an extended part of CBCS, NEP CBCS we call it now. The big issue is when SEC is being taught, we have to teach SEC only on the basis of skills. But Dr. Gaurish was also speaking about that. The big issue is now there are big classrooms of about 100 and 120 students, and we are introducing SEC in a classroom. How can we teach skills? And there need to be new pedagogical practices. I request the members to enlighten on this. Are there any new type of pedagogical practices to teach the masses, particularly skills like whether it is language skills or technical skills or whatever skills that we want to inculcate in it.
Got it. Professor Gorisa will answer it.
Since Badgar sir has taken my name, so chairperson told me to answer the question. The first thing, after NEP 2020, that is after cabinet approved the policy, now whatever the different state government, different agencies, including some of the agencies of central government or some of the sangatans which we have, whatever they are doing, they are putting a label of NEP. This is NEP curricula. if it is NEP, it is NEP inspired curricula. Or a particular scheme, they bring it, they call it as NEP. So that has become an adat now. So everything is, but NEP, many of those things, NEP doesn't have anything, any reference over there. But of course, anyway, let us take it. So your particular question is with respect to Karnataka, the clarity about some of the nomenclature or the entire course structure, including the open elective. Being the first mover, what advantage you have, at the same time, making such kind of an experimentation at the state level, all this kind of confusions or revision, modifications is very much going to be there for next 2 to 3 years. So this is a transition period. So I think now UGC is releasing a lot of documents in the form of draft guidelines for various aspects, including the credit, course structure, or higher education qualification framework, and many other things. I think at least there are 10 such documents which are released from last 6 months. Now you have answer for most of the questions which you raised in terms of clarification. Karnataka has to align with that now from the coming academic year or in some kind of structure. So they have to adopt this and they have to move on. So second one, see, the very fundamental thing is we need to understand the key ideas and the spirit behind that. So that's where we sometime will get into some kind of an implementation without understanding why this is and what is the spirit behind this. This is what happened exactly in Karnataka to some extent. I think now they are getting a lot of clarity. Those skill enhancement or anything, so teacher and student ratio, etc. is the issues. I think even that madam has raised that no recruitment kind of thing. So let us accept that we have a shortage of teachers. And that's one of the challenge for the implementation of NEP. But how strategically we can move on. For example, for me, the bigger challenge is upskilling the in-service faculty members. I think that is the greatest challenge than even the recruitment if you look into that. So how to teach the mass, the skill enhancement courses, etc. I think in some of the skills it is not at all possible to teach in the mass. If it is very professional and technical skill, you need specialized faculty for that. The problem with many of the institutions, particularly government colleges, they don't have the faculty. They don't have recruitment for those new areas. Policy, in terms of policy, it tells very clearly that you can invite the people who are outside your college, in your native or neighbor, with a local vidya kind of approach. If somebody is there, I think he is very skillful and definitely can contribute to your students' development. I think that's the best way to involve the community in the entire teaching learning process. And policy has recognized it. So not necessarily that you need to go for some kind of a faculty. But in terms of subject teaching, if it is open elective, etc., I think you need a qualified teacher for that. So that's the, recently UGC also said to all the universities and the different government to appoint people, appoint basically the faculty. Let us wait. So this is very beginning. See, Chairman sir said we are moving from policy to practice. Let us not forget that there is another P in between, from policy to practice journey. That is something called preparation. We are in that particular stage.
Yes, please. Somebody else would like to say? Yes, please.
Namaskar, sir. Good evening to all the eminent personalities over there. Sir, I have one query with respect to national education policy and one suggestion with respect to it. The query is that when we are talking about the multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary approaches in the NEP 2020, how justified is that with respect to the specializations which we offer? Like, should we actually lose the specialization, or should we actually have a balance between specialization versus multidisciplinary? This is one question I have, sir, with respect to NEP 2020. Because when I see about the various IITs, ICERs, IIMs, they're very much specialized for certain things. So when you make it multidisciplinary, whether the quality or whether it will get diluted, whether there has to be a balance between multidisciplinary and the specialization part of it. The second aspect, sir, which is, the other participants were also raising for, is the crux of this whole NEP 2020 seems to be teacher, whether it is a primary or a public or a central government teacher. So he or she needs to be enhancing her skills or upgrading themselves, or, to do this, like we actually have an orientation and refresher program in all the universities, especially all the colleges, and we have this as a mandatory thing for the basis of our promotion. So can't we actually have a 1 week orientation which is related to a promotion of a teacher, or which is related to an increment of a teacher, wherein they would impart all the skills necessary for NEP 2020 with the required team? I think I am just, proposing this as a suggestion, sir.
Yes, please, sir. Thank you. Professor N.B. Ramanarao will be speaking to us.
Thank you. So you have raised an issue of multidisciplinary education. When we have many institutions with standalone programs, particularly in professional areas, engineering, pharmacy, and education, and other areas, and also the institutions which are having a large number of programs offered, excluding professional programs. So now the NEP 2020 is advocating for having multidiscipline facility in all institutions wherever it is possible. So the requirement is suggested from the point of view of the student. The student should have greater flexibility in making his or her own choices, so that the right kind of education, desired education, will reach to the student. So now, how to convert the institutions into multidisciplinary institutions? It requires a lot of funding, a lot of infrastructure facilities, and so a lot of investment that is required. So how many institutions in our country are really capable of investing that much to convert them into a holistic institution where all disciplines of all the level of quality expected that are possible? So in distant future we cannot see like that. So we have to find out a strategy through which we can offer multidiscipline education by collaborating or developing networking with other institutions. And we have now a credit transfer facility, the academic bank of credits, and opportunities are open for the students to pursue certain programs online and also go for other institutions and do it. So in this process, in our state, we have, taken up one very important initiative, that we have established a higher education planning board wherein all the 53 universities and institutions belong to state and central together on particularly addressing this multidisciplinary education and research, intra-institutional and inter-institutional research. So we have also promoted 5 clusters in the state to have closer interaction, faculty exchange, student exchange, and the credit transfers. So the purpose is to find out the resource and getting connectivity to see that the student can get that kind of opportunity to have the multidiscipline education wherever that is required. So such kind of facilitation is also being made in the curriculum framework that is suggested by UGC, AICT, and other regulatory bodies, and the respective universities and state governments. So that practice, I think, will solve the problem of multidisciplinary education at the first stage. If the institutions have the strength of, introducing the new programs, allied programs, that is well and good. I think I have answered your question, isn't it?
Yeah, sir. Myself, Dr. Krishna Reddy.
Yes, please, yes.
Yeah, from University of Hyderabad.
So just one concern, like, every university has...
Just keep your mic with you, nearby you. Mic, please.
Yeah. Every university or every department have their unique syllabus as of now in the country. Say, for example, if I take my own discipline as like economics, the JNU, DU and University of Hyderabad have a lot of differences. I mean, forget about talking about multidisciplinarity, but within the same discipline, the focus and priority is altogether different. I mean, how do we normalize the syllabus? Because as you mentioned, this academic credit transfer, and every student can move on to from one semester to other semester different institutes. So how do we ensure that that basic orientation able to give them given that area on this specialized in the specific research or the academic one. So the number two is about the scholarships. Many of the students, particularly from the underprivileged, have a concerns that when we move from one institute to other institute, will that whatever the scholarships, would they be able to get it? So, or what kind of bottlenecks where we face? I think that also we may need to systematically look at it and address so that the major objective would be fulfilled. The lastly, which institute would be considered as a parent institute? Suppose the students complete each semester, say master's program, 4 semesters at a different 4 places. So which institute can be called as a parent institute and who would be awarded the degree? These are the general concerns among the students, of course, some of the faculty. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Devendra Kaudi will answer it.
Anyway, thank you. You have asked a good question related with this ABC. Well, it depends upon Vice Chancellor or the head of the institutions who will be taking care of, or the state government. Because NEP is the document which shows the way. Okay. Now, forming of the, I think so, all the stalwarts agree with this, is shown a way. Now, the state government, the respective Vice Chancellor, or the head of the institution will decide it how it is possible to proceed with. Now, academic bank of credit is a good business. It's really challenging. But if we go with certain strategy, it is possible to see that the things goes in a normal way. There were other issues also related with the multidisciplinary, what he has already shared. But I would like to add one thing, how it is important related with the multidisciplinary academic. I will quote an example related with some firm. Say corporates, corporates, the big firms like example, Reliance if you talk about. Why the Reliance is so successful and famous? Because they are multidisciplinary, they have multidisciplinary approach. Tata's has a multidisciplinary approach. That is the concept behind all these things. So not seeking to a particular field or particular stream. And if we go with this concept, probably the people, the academician, the students, the teachers will prosper a lot as compared to any of the competitive. The other one line I would like to add here, because initially that good madam has shared something. This is for everybody. See, problems and issues will be there. Yes, you good lady, you good madam who has shared, who has asked that good question. I think so that question might be in the subconscious mind of all the youngsters who are in the search of job and all that. This will be there. We have to come out with a solution. Or this is the country, we call it as a developing country. So when we call it as a developing, when we strive for the developed nation, so that to fill that gap, it is our responsibility to make it possible. Why our responsibility? There is a reason, with your permission, sir, with 1,043 number of universities with us, around 11,779 standalone institutions, 42,343 colleges, around 55,165 institutions spread across 29 states and 7 union territories. It's the second largest higher education system with around 38.5 million of students. This is a big one. It's bigger than the population of Canada itself. Canada population is 37.6 or Australia का 25.5. तो हमारा higher education institution का population वो भी student का इतना बड़ा है. In fact, teachers 15,1,365 teachers are there with us. So when this much of population related with the higher education system or education is involved, can't there be a difference? With small issues and all that, we should try to surpass it, overcome it. It is possible, it is feasible.
Everybody is behind you. All the ethics and all that goes with you when you go with the principles and all that. And when you are sitting under the umbrella of Lord who praises, and there is so much of worship, so much of strength here, can't be there be a difference? So be very courageous to make a difference. And here, the good bodies like this, what is here, to make the things possible, to see that you don't face any sort of difficulty in the near future. That's the only request with all you good youngsters who are sitting here. Because this is the country of youngsters. Almost 65% of population is less than 35 years of age. So this is a young country. You people can only make a difference. You people can make a positive difference with the principles and rules and regulation. जो नहीं हुआ पहले, तो अभी तो हम कर सकते हैं, कोशिश कर सकते हैं, तो कोशिश करने वाले की कभी हार नहीं होती. That's the only request, humble request to all. Thank you.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Is there any question? Any other question, please?
Sir, good evening. This is Dr. Vishnu Prakash from Government Degree College, Puttur, Chittoor District, Andhra Pradesh. I request the panelists to enlighten us on how NEP 2020 will mitigate the digital divide society. Are there any plans, especially to reduce the disparity in the digital divide society? Thank you.
Professor Vijay Rao will answer it.
This is actually a very big question. You are asking about how NEP 2020 will alleviate digital divide in the society. First of all, there is a digital divide. It's a deep divide. For society to bridge the digital divide, we need to make digital systems accessible to the poorest of the poor. If we do not do that, all the online courses that we are talking about will be futile. So this is infrastructure issue. We make the digital access infrastructurally robust so that at the least expensive cost, the poorest in the line can afford it. That's an infrastructural issue, that's a governmental policy issue, state policy issue, etc., etc., etc. If we do that well, then NEP 2020 will flower. How? Because NEP 2020 will have a menu of wonderful courses, synchronized as well as asynchronized. Synchronized when they are going online with the lectures, asynchronized if they are pre-recorded. All these are available for no cost or minimal cost. The poorest of the poor can access it. So that accessibility will give you learning experience for those people, those stakeholders which don't have that access now. So unless we go 5G, very robust 5G in the system, NEP 2020 will not work very well. Our digital access has to improve. So that's the short answer.
Yeah, first you will be speaking, then you will be. Please.
Namaste, sir. I am Matsudan from this Tirupati. I want to make a small request to the gentlemen who are sitting there. You are almost, every one of you is head of an institution. So through you, I want to send a small request to the central government. Number one, coming to the page number 40 of the book which is distributed now, financial support for students. That indicates that SC, ST, OBC and other SEDG students are given financial assistance. So here, of course, another caste is also created nowadays, that is financially backward caste. So irrespective of all these divisions or benches of caste system, those students who want admission in government colleges should be asked no paisa to be paid. And number two, coming to the college, a person should not be identified by the caste system which is in our constitution. Here, the differentiation or discrimination and everything is started from the school system. In Andhra Pradesh, of course, government pays every single paisa to the student, but it gives in fees reimbursement scheme. The owners or the capitalist of the engineering colleges say that, no, we are not going to give you the certificate because the government has not paid us your fees. So, please take this point to the government.
Please directly come to the question. So we don't need any preamble for that. You directly ask questions, what kind of the thinking you have in your mind?
Number one question, is it possible to put away all the caste certificates, those who want to come into the college or school without asking the caste certificate? Number two, whether it is government institution or private institution, according to the page number 49, private HEIs having philanthropic and public states can progressive regime of fees. So, these lines should be given away, thrown away. Education should be free. Just now, please remember, our students from Ukraine are running away to home. Why? Why did they go there? Because they do not need spend more money. Why the education here so cost?
Okay, we got it. Professor Srinivas Reddy will be answering it, please.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, they are not questions. He is only suggesting to bring these to the attention of the state and central governments, if I understand. So hopefully, persons like Ram Mohan Rao, of course, because of friend I'm just straight away calling as Ram Mohan Rao, and other dignitaries on the dais will take whatever opportunity that comes to them and take it to the government. Thank you.
Good evening, sirs. I'm a faculty, IIITDM Kanchipuram, Chennai.
Yes, please ask your question.
Yes, the question is that, is the children of, when the children of all the children of India will get the same school education or get the same feed from the mother of India or for Bharat Mata? Now we have a Kendra Vidyalaya education, we have a state board syllabus. In the state board also they have matriculation syllabus and Anglo-Indian syllabus. So like this. So can we give same one kind of education to all the children of India, irrespective of whether they are born in a village or a remote hilly area or a metropolitan city? Why not we give a same education, give a common platform to everyone, same foundation to all the children of India? Then it is left to them. They can become engineers or doctors, etc., etc. For example, Kendra Vidyalaya fees is only 2,000 rupees, whereas in a private institution it is 1 lakh. Same, it is 10,000 rupees for medical education. Same 10 lakhs in other institution. Why we have a discrimination? So if we give attention to all the children of India, right? And it is my opinion, and whether it is possible or not. One answer might be if NEP 2020 is implemented completely in toto or 100%, maybe there may be a possibility. So now it is left to the experts to.
Again, I'll request Professor M. Srinivas Reddy to just answer.
It's quite interesting to listen to that question. Now just come to this today's news. Central universities, previously they used to take students, that means give admission to the students based on 12th board examination marks. Right? Now they have decided to conduct an entrance examination. That means they are finding it difficult to accept the marks secured by different schools are different. Right? With such kind of atmosphere, is it possible to implement the same syllabus across India? And students nowadays are aiming at different career paths, maybe guided by their parents, teachers, etc. So, and we are proud that India is a country with diverse capabilities, interests, etc. Maybe some core syllabus should be common, but some scope for diversity should be left. So this is what is possible when the governments and institutions come together and decide on that. Hopefully, this is acceptable to you also.
It is perhaps the last question. Last question by Sir Prasadji.
I'm Dr. Shiva Prasad from Cochin University of Science and Technology. And I have a question to Gaurisha, Professor Gaurisha. You said there are some 5 to 10 documents, draft documents have been prepared and given to the public for scrutiny and recommendations and suggestions. And I find these documents are not, these documents do not have a coherent bonding between them. One such occasion, I will say one example. In IDP, it is mentioned that the large universities will have 30,000 students. And in the recent Multidisciplinary Institute draft document, it is mentioned that the large universities will have more than 3,000. There is a big gap. Can this panel give a suggestion to the UGC or MHRD to make this coherent and focused on NEP? There are many terms coming in these documents which are not referred in NEP, the main 2020 document. Can this panel give a suggestion to NEP to have a very, very focused approach on giving draft regulations? Thank you.
Yeah, you are actually provoking me to take the discussion which we had yesterday. Yeah, of course, even we have noticed it. One is linking from document to document and some kind of factual errors. I don't know whether it happened by mistake but it is a error. I'll accept it. The idea of the entire, what the NEP has given that idea, multidisciplinary and institutional structure, how to make it multidisciplinary, whether it is only a structure of a kind of approach or it is really bringing that academic rigor into the education system. I think with that kind of a foundation is definitely required. If you build on that, I think this kind of problem of continuity, a kind of a relationship and linkage from document to document will definitely possible to establish. That is number one. These errors, let us go by the policy. I think the policy also had talked about the number of institutions, and let us not take it as the rules and regulations. It is not a rules and regulations. It is some kind of a guidelines to imagine how big my institution should be, or if you consider a larger university institution, so what is that number, upper limit kind of a thing. So I think in that context, if you take it, I think we really agree with that. Some of the documents that has come from the UGC, I think it has to go for a revisit. So definitely, I'm telling on this forum, definitely let me not hesitate on the same thing. So they have to revisit, and I think they're open. That's the reason it is on the public domain. So why they had given for public feedback? To, if anything that is required, some suggestions comes, good things come, definitely it will be incorporated. And to give that all suggestions which is required for all the series of documents coming from the UGC, I have done my part as per by representing my organization. I think the people who are sitting as the stakeholders of education, they have to do their part of giving that suggestion to the UGC, which is possible. Now every document is coming to the public domain for the awareness of all here. This is for your own suggestions. Most of the time, I think all these documents are linking to the implementation of the policy that we are going to use from the coming academic year as a strategic thing to develop our own roadmap or the structure plan for the academic year, 4-year degree program. So I think whatever that we feel to give some suggestion, whether it is skill development or any other issues, I think always we can give that feedback to the UGC or whichever organization that gives the such kind of document. I think you raise a point, I take it in this spirit so that people can contribute towards that. And definitely, this will go to UGC in an appropriate manner. Thank you.
Sir, दो छोटे-छोटे प्रश्न. अच्छा, first this is the last question. Last question, please. First he will be speaking, then you please.
सम्मानित मंच के सामने दो प्रश्न, मेरे छोटे छोटे प्रश्न हैं. एक तो ये कि उच्च शिक्षा में भारतीय भाषाओं का क्या भविष्य है, और भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा, भारतीयता, भारतीय भाषाओं को लेकर हम कल से चर्चा कर रहे हैं. क्या भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा, भारतीयता और भारत को संबोधित करने के लिए आने वाले दिनों में भारत की कोई एक भाषा सक्षम हो सकेगी, और 26 अक्षरों वाली भाषा जिसका हैंगओवर अभी तक हमारे ऊपर है, कभी उतरने की संभावना है या नहीं? ये दो आशंकाओं भरा प्रश्न उत्तर चाहते हैं आपसे. धन्यवाद.
संभावनाओं में शायद मैं समझता हूं हमारा पूरा जीवन है, और सबसे ज्यादा विश्वास की बात है. संभावनाएं तो मैं समझता हूं कि आप कोई बहुत से बड़ा काम करना चाहते हैं वो कर सकते हैं. जहां तक भारतीय भाषाओं का और भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की बात है, इस राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 में बहुत कुछ बातें की गई हैं जिसके आधार पर हम कह सकते हैं कि भारतीय भाषाओं का जो उत्थान है वो होगा आगे आने वाले समय में. हम समझते हैं कि भारतीय भाषाओं के आधार पर ही न केवल हम हमारे देश को बल्कि दुनिया के सभी देशों को भी दिशा दे सकेंगे. आज तो ये कहा जाता है ना कि पूरा जो वर्ल्ड है, पूरा जो दुनिया है वो भारत की तरफ देख रहा है कि भारत से कोई मिलेगा, एक क्लू मिलेगा, एक दिशा मिलेगी जिसके आधार पर हम काम करेंगे. ये भारतीय भाषाओं का जो मसला है बहुत समय से है, लेकिन पॉलिसी में बहुत स्पष्ट कहा गया है कि हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा जो हमारी लैंग्वेजेस हैं उनको बढ़ाना है, प्रोत्साहित करना है, और इसलिए भी वेरी वेल होप दैट दीज इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस विल सर्टेनली टेक पार्ट ऑफ दैट. वो लास्ट क्वेश्चन बोलेंगे और उसके बाद कुछ एक आध मिनट के लिए कुछ हमारे कुछ और. Yes, please.
I am Professor Nagaraju from Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, sir, Amarkantak. It is not my question, sir. It is my observations to giving the answer of all these questions also. Because I am a chairperson of NEP task force in my university. What sir has raised and what Gauri sir has also answered, there is no mismatch in the releases of the documents, because ABC has implementing early only NIRF up to 100 ranked universities. After that, the Vice Chancellor's meeting was held with the President, and it was mentioned that to be all universities will be go ahead with the ABC. So that's why this strategic, what 20,000 of enrollment is changed in the lower limit. That's why the document was released based on that. That is my submission, sir, for your answer. And another one is, another point is disciplinary and multidisciplinary. See, suppose I am a faculty of education. My subject is disciplinary for my TA students. At the same time, my subject is multidisciplinary for other students. So as a board of studies chairperson, I have to prepare the same syllabus for both category of the students, of the disciplinary students and multidisciplinary. And second one is, we have to choose only 2 minor papers and 1 skill enhanced paper. And as well as 1 vocational paper. That's all. With that, we can be implement NEP 2020 very flexibly in our universities. So that we are doing. I am gratefully saying that we, the tribal university, first in our kind, we prepared the course structure and presented before the, I had given to my Vice Chancellor, my Honorable Vice Chancellor presented in the committee. So what I am saying is, if you read the NEP document perfectly, all the multidisciplinary, disciplinary, skill enhanced programs, vocational programs, minor programs, and more, sir has asked the languages. Language is a very given priority in that NEP document. So with these observations, I am thankful to given a chance, and thanks to the panelists. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you made a right observation. I am not denying that. So the mismatch is not only the numbers. There is a larger discussion on the thing. So that's the reason he raised it by giving that as a token example. Otherwise, the entire context what he raised the question is different. Number one. Number two, I think for the benefit of the audience, If Amarkantak University has done something for their university, already they have prepared something, that's a model. If it is available in your website, I think everybody can have an access to that. It's a good case study for all of us to look into that. Karnataka has done some experimentation, it is available. I think like that, some of the universities which we are working with, I think they have developed their own model. I think that's the good thing to refer to while developing our structure and roadmap. So thank you.
Now we are, last question please.
Yeah. So what resolutions we are taking away from this August forum? In the same way, in the college, the ultimate point is progression rate, sir. The progression rate of the institution can match us any educational policies. So my just interaction with that only on progression rate, sir. So naturally, if you can observe the progression rate, NAC is totally concentrating on that. Being a principal of the college, I'm looking deeply on this concept. The progression rate itself shows the efficacy or the outcome of the policies. So kindly make more enlightenment and more priority on progression rate, sir. One. Last one is faculty position. Contract and guest faculty, that should be minimized because they don't have any proper, but they are taking more classes than the regular one. Thank you.
It's already answered by yourself. Progression report is not the only or ultimate, you can say, goal of the institutions. There are so many things which we have to attend to. Naturally, everybody's concern is that what we talk about the guest faculty, what we talk about the part-time faculty, what teacher-student ratio is supposed to be. There is a concern of everybody. And each one of us is very basically thinking about it. So this is a point which is very much in the minds of everyone who is here, because we are always saying that these many posts are vacant, even the sanctioned posts are vacant. We are saying the kind of the guest faculty number is more than what the permanent faculty is. So these are all these things which requires consideration, which requires a lot of deep thought, which will perhaps we all will be doing all these kind of the things. And now we will just say a few things. Vijay wanted to say a few words.
I just want to make one point, that the purpose of NEP is not to bring everybody at the same level. That is, University A is not the same as University B, is not the same as University of C. Let us maintain our beautiful identity. This is very, very important. Now, University A will offer some exciting courses. University B may offer some other exciting courses. So, the type of courses, the type of menu that your university offers would set up the competition. And therefore, finally, if NEP 2020 flies well, it would generate a very competitive education system in the country, where only institutes, organizations, universities which are offering good, exciting, skill-yielding, high-content courses will fly. The ones who don't do this will perhaps lag behind. It would set up some level of unevenness, and that unevenness is important for competition. This is not very well talked about in the document, but this is what will happen eventually. So eventually, performing institutes will survive, non-performing assets will die, and it has to die. So we are not coming to the same even level field. No, there will be unevenness. And all of us must try to get to the first top 100, rankers. So that is, the idea is to sort of beautiful unevenness so that all of us would perform very well. All of us would offer interesting courses in different domains. Some university may ultimately specialize in offering very competitive courses in arts. Maybe some other university will specialize in sciences. Some other universities may specialize entirely on skill courses. So you will have some kind of unevenness which would set up a beautiful competition and a lot of interesting diversity in the country, hopefully. So please do not be under the impression that all of us would be offering same courses and same syllabi. No, it will not happen like that. General guidelines will be there, but within that guidelines, I think each institute is free enough to bring in interesting elements. this has to be conveyed very, very well in our system. The documents don't say it, but while you are performing, while you are practicing, these differences will come up. This is the point that I want to make up, say, which has not come out very well in our discussions.
So I have only three things to say rather. One is, I go with sir that each institution is unique in its own. So the variety is always appreciated. Some kind of standardization is required. Let us not confusion with the standardization into uniformity. So uniformity is not required. Some kind of a framework. I think in that respect, the present government is doing a wonderful job as per the NEP. So that is number one. Number two, I have little difference of opinion from the Rao sir, because he said competition. I think that is very much required. I have another word called cooperation. Can we merge this competition? So we'll have cooperation and competition, so that definitely we can build a very good ecosystem for the entire education. The third one is, I think this is the best opportunity all of us have. I think after 35 years policy came, it's the best opportunity for all of us to take it to the next level, so that our personal growth will happen, the individual growth along with the institutional growth and the India growth. I think we can aspire to that. So with that, I have another opportunity that it's an humble request to all of you. Series of initiatives that government, state or central government is taking with respect to implementation of NEP, I feel we must be aware of that. So please go through the documents. That gives a clear perspective what is happening and where we have to pitch in and how we can make our own strategies. For example, ABC, he asked a question, the professor from Hyderabad. So ABC is already gazette notification has happened and clearly mentioned which is that parent or the degree granting institution, which is above 50 credits or 50% of the credits, and it is worked out in very detail. All latest document has come from the Ministry of Education. I think in a detailed way they have worked out. So I think we must aware of what's happening. That's the first thing, that aware. And then we will get into the act and achieve. Thanks a lot.
I hope our learned speakers have talked a lot. You participated very well. You have asked very intelligent questions. There is what we can say, what we have taken from this discussion, panel discussion, one thing which is very important, that participation of everybody is very much necessary to see the things are happening in the right direction. Our teachers' participation, our students' participation, and our parents' participation in the whole process is very much required. Then and then perhaps we will be seeing the fruits of this education policy 2020. Another take home could be there are several challenges, but we should believe in ourselves. We should believe in ourselves that we can do wonders. And when we start believing in ourselves, then certainly whatever the kind of the things you wanted to do will certainly come true. And that is why you start believing in yourself. You have a lot of power and energy and all that. This will certainly make the things in the right direction. This is what we say. Once again, I thank you very much. And now I'll call upon the organizers to do the needful.
Thank you very much, sir, for smoothly conducting the session. And it's a customary act of Sri Padmavathi Mahila Vishwavidyalayam to felicitate the speakers as a mark of our respect. I request the chairperson, Professor J.P. Singhal, to felicitate all the speakers of this session. It's our humble request, sir. I request you to felicitate Professor B.J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad. Now I request the chairperson to felicitate Dr. Devender Kawadi, Senior Advisor, NAC, Bangalore. Thank you, sir. I request you to felicitate Professor K. Ram Mohan Rao Garu, Vice Chairman, ABRSM, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Thank you, sir. I request you to felicitate Professor M. Srinivas Reddy, former Principal, SVU College of Management and Commerce, SV University, Tirupati. Thank you, sir. I request you to felicitate Professor Gaurisha, Director, CESS, Bangalore. Now I request Professor K. Ram Mohan Rao, Vice Chairman, and B. J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, to felicitate today's chairperson, Professor Singhal. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, wait 1 minute, sir. Now it's time to propose vote of thanks. I deem it as an honor to propose vote of thanks on this occasion. I profusely thank Professor J.P. Singhal for being the chairperson for this session and for conducting this session in a very smooth manner. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable inputs. I sincerely thank all the speakers in this panel discussion, Professor B. J. Rao, Dr. Devender, Professor K. Ram Mohan Rao, Professor Gaurisha, and Professor M. Srinivas Reddy, all the speakers in this panel discussion, for exchanging their views, for sharing their knowledge, for clearing the apprehensions and doubts of the speakers. Thank you all very much, sirs. I express my deep sense of gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Duvuru Jamuna Madam, the Registrar, Professor D.M. Mamata Garu, for your gracious presence on this occasion. I thank all the delegates, participants, staff, and students of Mahila University for being with us today for this panel discussion. I thank you one and all. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yeah. I request all the delegates to take a tea break, and please go and take tea break. Please come exactly by 4:45. We will start the valedictory function. I request all the delegates to go for tea break. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Yeah. దాంట్లో to everyone present here for the valedictory session of the National Seminar on NEP 2020 being jointly hosted by Sri Venkateswara University and Padmavathi Mahila Vishwadyalayam Tirupati, along with the support of other partner organizations. Now I request one of our chief patrons of the seminar, Professor Jamuna Duvuru Madam, Vice Chancellor of Sri Padmavathi Mahila Vishwadyalayam, to please come out to the dais and take her seat. I also request Professor K. Raja Reddy Garu, Vice Chancellor, SV University Tirupati, who is also the chief patron of the seminar, to kindly come out to the stage and take his seat. We are deeply honored to have Dr. Sri L. Munugan Garu, Honorable Minister of State in Ministry of Information and Broadcasting and Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying as the chief guest for this valedictory session. May I request you, sir, to please come out to the dais and take your seat. Next, I invite our special guest, Professor Bhushan Patwandarji, Chairman, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bangalore, to please take his seat on the dais. I also request Professor B.J. Rao Garu, Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, to please come out to the dais and have his seat. I also call upon Professor Ram Mohan Garu, Vice Chairman, AP State Council for Higher Education, to have his seat on the dais. I request Sri Mahendra Kapoorji, National Organizing Secretary, ABRSM, to please come out to the dais and have his seat. I also request Sri Gunta Lakshman Garu, National Joint Organizing Secretary, ABRSM, to please come out to the dais and have his seat. I request Professor Y.V. Ramireddy Garu, convener of this national seminar, to please come out to the dais. Finally, I call upon Professor R. Tripura Sundari, the organizing secretary of this national seminar, to take her seat on the stage. Now we commence this valedictory session. Yes. You want to say?
Before starting the valedictory function, I request all the organizing committee members, conveners, those who worked for the last 1 month hardly for making this a successful, to gather here, please, just to take a photo, please. Please come, all the committee members, organizing committee members, volunteers, conveners of both universities, SV University, Mahila University. Please, urgent, please. Please do come. Please gather here only, just in front of the dais. Please. All the persons, those involved, everybody knows that what the work you have done. Sir, we formed the different organizing committees like accommodation, darshan, transportation, reception, felicitation, session, initiation, like that 26 committees we formed, sir. The committees formed, interestingly, both from SV University and here, Mahila University, and representatives of ABRSM, Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Saikshik Mahasangh, sir. So all these people participated actively. They have been doing for the last 1 month, hardly. Please do come inside, one will take for. Please come inside, please. Dais, please come to the dais. Please. Because due to your work only, the function has become a success.
Thanks for that wonderful picture. Now we commence the valedictory session with a prayer rendition by Dr. Shaileswari and her team from the Department of Music, SPMBV Tirupati.
मैत्रीं भजत अखिलहृजयत्रीं परानपि पश्यत युद्धं त्यजत स्पर्धां त्यजत युद्धं त्यजत स्पर्धां त्यजत त्यजत परेषु क्रममाक्रमणम् त्यजत परेषु क्रममाक्रमणम् मैत्रीं भजत अखिलहृजयत्रीं मैत्रीं भजत अखिलहृजयत्रीं जननी पृथिवी कामदुःखास्ते जननी पृथिवी कामदुःखास्ते दाम्यतदत्तयात् सकलजनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानां।
Thank you, Dr. Shaileswari and team, for that beautiful rendition. It is a moment of pride and privilege for me to introduce the distinguished luminaries on the dais to this august audience. It will be a just quick round of introductions. I begin with our chief patrons, and firstly, Professor Jamuna Madam, who is the Vice Chancellor of our university and who is a former Professor of Psychology and who has around 40 years of research and 30 years of teaching experience, an internationally acclaimed researcher in the field of social gerontology. She has extensive international and national publications, projects, and awards. She is a recipient of many awards for her meritorious contribution, frequent among them, the important among them being the Commonwealth Award and the Visiting Skills and Advanced Techniques as governing bodies of national and international repute. Thank you, Madam, for being the guiding force and your relentless efforts to take our university to greater heights. At this moment, I request Professor N.B. Chadrakala, the Professor of Department of Law, one of the conveners, to greet Madam, welcome her, and hand over a bouquet. Our next chief patron is Professor K. Raja Reddy Garu, Vice Chancellor of SV University and the chief patron of this seminar. He started his career in the Southeast Asian Pacific Studies Center in SV University as an assistant professor and became a professor. And he also served as the Chairman, Board of Studies, Director of Center for South Asian and Pacific Studies for 2 terms and contributed effort. He is also on the committees of area studies programs, evaluation committees, NAC committees, and he is a NAC expert to various colleges and universities. He initiated a flagship research journal called as the Area Studies, a journal of international studies and analysis, for which he became the founder. Professor Rajita from the Department of Pharmacy to greet Sir, welcome him and hand over a bouquet to him. At this moment, we come to our chief guest, Dr. Sri Loganathan Murugan Garu, Honorable Minister of State in the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, and also the Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying. Thank you, sir, for accepting to be the chief guest for this valedictory session of the National Seminar on NEP 2020. A young and dynamic politician, is a blend of politics and academics. He has a master's degree in law and PhD in law from Madras University. Dr. Murugan has 15 years of enriching and successful career as a lawyer. Born into a Telugu-speaking Aruntatiyar family in Namakkal district, Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad, and later the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh. He was appointed the state chief of the BJP in Tamil Nadu in March 2020. Reportedly, he's the first from the Aruntatiyar community to hold the post, and as well as the present position as the Honorable Minister of State. Prior to this, he also served as the Vice Chairman of the National Commission of Scheduled Castes from 2017 to 2020. We are greatly honored, sir, to have your presence with us this evening, and it's one of the memorable moments in the annals of Sri Padmavathi Mahila Viswavidyalayam. I request Professor Dwaram Lakshmi to welcome sir and hand over a bouquet to him. We have another academic stalwart, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, PhD, FNASC, FNAMS, Chairman of the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bangalore. A National Research Professor of Ayush, former Vice Chairman, UGC Grants Commission, former Chairman, Indian Council for Social Science Research. Professor Patwardhan has over 40 years of experience in higher education, scientific research, and institutional governance. He is a member of several academic research and policy committees, is on the editorial boards of many reputed journals, and remains the most cited author in the area of evidence-based Ayurveda, and has contributed significantly to create awareness regarding predatory publishing, and was the chairman of Consortium for Academic Research Ethics, known as the UGC CARE. He is the recipient of several orations and awards, and the recent among them being the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Award and Dr. R.P. Devdas Oration Award. Scientific publication and 9,800 plus citations. We are grateful to you, sir, for being with us this evening on this occasion. I request Professor Sara Sarojini from the Department of Physical Education to welcome sir. I deem it my pleasure to introduce Sri Mahendra Kapoor Ji, the National Organizing Secretary of ABRSM, New Delhi. He holds an MCom degree in the Department of Accountancy and Business Statistics from Rajasthan University, and he has served in the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh since 1985. He has also served the Jodhpur Mahanagar Pracharak and also the Ajmer Shikhar Alwar Jaipur Vibhag Pracharak. He has also served as the Jaipur Prant in Baudh Pramukh since 1997. He also served in the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Plan in ABRSM during 2004 in the office of New Delhi, and also as Mantri from 2004 to 2005. He has also served as the ABRSM General Secretary for 3 years from 2005 to 2008. A warm welcome to you, sir. I request Professor Aruna from the Department of Home Science to greet sir. Sir Basutka Jagadishwar Rao Garu, Vice Chancellor of the University of Hyderabad. Earlier, he was the Senior Professor, Chair of Biology at TIFR, Mumbai, where he successfully headed various scientific programs. His areas of specialization are molecular basis of genome dynamics, computational biology, cellular physiology, and metabolism. He has to his credit 130 publications with 1,371 citations, and is a fellow of 3 national academies in India. A recipient of many awards and fellowship, he is the editor of Journal of Biosciences, which is a flagship journal of Indian Academy of Sciences and Springer Nature combined. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion, and we heartily welcome you. I request Professor Jeevan Jyoti from the Department Institute of Pharmaceutical Studies to greet sir on this occasion. Another important luminary, Sri Gunta Lakshman Garu. I am delighted to introduce Sri Lakshman Ji, who is the National Joint Organizing Secretary, ABRSM. He finished his law graduation, and apparently he has dedicated his life for the society. He is involved in student movements for the past 3 decades, and he has held various responsibilities in larger student organizations. He served as the organizing secretary in the ABVP in the combined Andhra, and also the South Indian Organizing Secretary and All India Joint Organizing Secretary. He is the advisory member, committee member for World's Organization of Students and Youth, WSY. He has led many inspiring students and stood as an ideal figure and a role model. Has shaped hundreds of students as young leaders, and he was also elected as the Student Union President. Has visited many prestigious universities in USA and has done a detailed study of the education system at USC. A person of wisdom and integrated approach, he was the man behind this national seminar on NEP 2020. Thank you, sir, and we welcome you all to this seminar, a valedictory session. I request Professor S. Jyoti from the Department of Computer Science to please greet sir and hand over the bouquet. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. K. Ram Mohan Rao Garu, Vice Chairman, Andhra Pradesh State Council for Higher Education. With degrees in MCOM and MBA, he is a specialist in marketing and particularly services marketing. He has guided numerous PhD students and MPhil students, has written over 10 books, and has published over 86 research papers, has undertaken 13 projects funded by UGC, and he has served many administrative positions on many universities, and he's also the member of the IGNOU. He's the member of the Senate of the Acharya Nagarjuna UGC, AICTE, APSHI, etc. He has also had many membership in professional bodies and social organizations. Among the many awards, he is the recipient of the Welcome to you also from the organizers. I request Dr. K. Renuka from the Department of Education, one of the convener members, to greet sir and hand over a bouquet to him. We come to the forces behind the seminar. It's time to introduce Professor Y.B. Ramireddy Garu, who is the convener of this national seminar. A professor in the Department of Chemistry, he is actively involved in research activities, is an external member in various universities, has around 68 national and international chemistry, thermodynamics, and analytical methods. He is a member in various committees and is also a UGC nominee in governing bodies of various colleges. Has guided many PhD candidates, participated and organized in numerous national and international conferences and seminars, and has traveled extensively. He has also served in the Academic Senate as Academic Senate member of SPU. I request Professor Vidyavati to welcome sir and hand over a bouquet to him. To greet him, I request Sunita Bai from the Department of Education to please come forward and hand over a bouquet to sir. Finally, it's time to welcome Professor Tripura Sundari, who is the organizing secretary of this national seminar, a teacher and a researcher with 28 years of experience, and she has elaborate administrative experiences also, and notable among them are the Associate Dean in International Relations and Director CSR. She too has published extensively and recipient of many awards, chief among them being the AP State Best Teacher Awards. She has contributed extensively in numerous national and international conferences and seminars, and has also traveled far and wide. I call upon Dr. T. Devi to please come and greet her and hand over a bouquet. A warm welcome from the organizers to each and every one, the vice chancellors, directors, heads, professors, teachers, scholars from various universities who have come all the way as delegates and participants to take part in this seminar. Thank you. And now I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Jamuna Duru Madam, to deliver her welcome address.
Namaste. Honorable Union Minister of State,
Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India, Dr. Sri Lokanathan Murugan Garu, revered Chairman of NAC, Professor Bhushan Patwardhanji, other distinguished dignitaries on the dais, distinguished invitees to the event, representatives from ABRSM, faculty members of Sri Padmavathi Mahila University and SV University, volunteers of various committees and conveners, Professor Srikanth Reddy, Rector of SV University, and other distinguished personalities like Professor Satyanarayana from IIT, dear students of Sri Padmavathi Mahila University, representatives from print and electronic media. This two-day national seminar on NEP 2020 has been organized over 8 technical sessions, including one panel discussion and another unique session for academic leaders, with a topic, Meeting the Minds, Implementation of NEP 2020. Almost all these 2 days, extensive deliberations were made on almost on all key parameters of NEP 2020. I can say it is a great success. With this pleasant note, let me take you to the conclusion of this great event. On behalf of host organization, Sri Padmavathi Mahila Viswavidyalayam, I'm extremely delighted to welcome our very simple, down-to-earth, Honorable Union Minister, Dr. Sri Murugan Garu, to this valedictory session of two-day national seminar, which was jointly hosted by Sri Padmavathi Mahila Viswavidyalayam and Sri Venkateshwara University. In spite of his busy schedule, traveling all the way from Delhi and, the source of inspiration to this NEP 2020 seminar, and pleasure to welcome you on this day. It is indeed my pleasure and honor to welcome the most revered Professor Sri Bhushan Patwardhanji, Chairman of National Accreditation and Assessment Council. We are familiar with the word acronym NAC, to this valedictory function. Hearty welcome to you, sir. Despite his pressing commitments, he is with us since 2 days, which again shows the commitment for the implementation of National Educational Policy 2020. We are really grateful to you, sir. I'm very happy to welcome Professor Raja Reddy Garu, Vice Chancellor, Sri Venkateshwara University, who is the joint host of this seminar. I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Mahendra Kapoor ji, National Organizing Secretary of ABRSM, and the entire team members to this event. Hearty welcome to Professor B.J. Rao Garu, who is through and through the sessions and a very guiding, inspirational, figure in the implementation of this NEP 2020 discussions. My warm welcome to Professor Singalji, Professor Kanaka Sabapati, who have, actually sat through the sessions without missing one single session. Singalji, President of ABRSM, whose wisdom and subtle constructive instruction made this event so successful. Welcome, sir. My special welcome to Sri Lakshmanji, the National Joint Organizing Secretary of ABRSM, who is into all aspects of this seminar to make it successful by foregoing his food, sleep, and other comforts. My warm welcome to you. With deep appreciation and respect, I warmly welcome all the Vice Chancellors of state and central universities to this concluding session. Also, my warm welcome to all the partner organizations, directors from IIT, IISER Tirupati, IIT Sri City, ICSSR, ABRSM, and especially the Vice Chairman, Professor Cowdy, amongst us, who is, again, guiding spirit for this NEP 2020. Warm welcome to you all on this occasion. A special welcome to the Vice Chairperson of Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education, Professor Ram Mohan Rao Garu, for his presence on this occasion. As I mentioned on several times during these 2 days, ABRSM's support to NEP 2020 implementation is quite appreciable, and your presence makes the function so graceful. We welcome you, sir. See, from this, sort of organization, like organizing the two-day national seminar, the presence of meaningful audience, especially for this sort of teachers from higher education institutions, and faculty from Sri Padmavathi Mahila Viswavidyalayam, and faculty from Sri Venkateshwara University are the source of support for this success. Thank you for your participation, and I warmly welcome you to this valedictory function. Hearty welcome to my beloved rector, Professor Srikanth Reddy, Registrar of SV University, Registrar of IIT, and my own university, Professor Mamata, Registrar, who have extended their administrative support to organize this event so effectively. Well, the most impressive observation of this event is the pivotal role played by our convener, Professor Y.V. Ramireddy of SV University, and the organizing secretary from my university, Professor Tripura Sundari of SPMVV, and the co-organizing secretaries, Professor Sita Kumari and Professor Amudavalli, who have extended, I can say, whose efforts are valuable, and of course, like unsung heroes, there are many volunteers, there are many conveners, co-conveners, and the organizing team members who at the SV University and also in Padmavathi Mahila Viswavidyalayam worked relentlessly and most diligently to make this event so graceful, so successful, and my hearty welcome to all of you. My warm welcome to the members of the print and electronic media who is supporting this event throughout with their coverage. I once again warmly welcome you to this valedictory function. especially which is going to be a wonderful event in the annals of Sri Padmavathi Mahila University. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam, for that invigorating speech. You have set the tone for the other activities to take place in this session. Now I call upon Professor T. Tripurasundari, the Organizing Secretary, to read out the valedictory report.
Thank you, Professor Anuradha. Good evening, each and everyone, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I deem it a great privilege to read out the valedictory report, which encompass the proceedings which are run for the past 2 days with a lot of brain churning that took place with the mixed academicians who have come from different parts of the country. The National Education Policy NEP 2020, launched on 29th July 2020, outlines the vision of India's new education system. The NEP 2020 calls for key reforms in both school and higher education that prepare the next generation to thrive and compete in the new digital age. This policy is aligned to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and aims to making both school and college education more holistic, flexible, multidisciplinary, suited to 21st century needs, and aimed at bringing out the unique capabilities of each student enrolled in the education system. The policy has revamped education at all levels and posed many challenges which require to be deeply synthesized. In this context, this national seminar is proposed to explore valuable insights on NEP 2020 to prove it to be a milestone in meeting countries' inclusive development goals. A 2-day national seminar is organized jointly by Sri Padmavathi Mahila Vishwavidyalayam and Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati, in collaboration with Akhila Bharatiya Rashtriya Saikshik Mahasangh, ABRSM, on 22nd and 23rd March 2022. The inauguration of the seminar is held at Sri Venkateshwara University. His Excellency, Sri Bishwabhushan Harichandan, Governor of Andhra Pradesh, was the chief guest and extended his message online. And Professor K. Raja Reddy, Vice Chancellor of Sri Venkateshwara University, presided over. Addressing the gathering, Professor Raja Reddy told that the seminar is an attempt to take forward the vision of Honorable Prime Minister's wish of making India a knowledge superpower by 2050. He further told that higher education in India is the second largest in the world integrating technology. NEP 2020 is a premise with its emphasis on equity and sustainable development. Professor Jamuna Duvuru, Vice Chancellor of other co-hosting institution, Sri Padmavathi Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tirupati, said that NEP 2020 is the result of intense churning, discussions and feedback. It focuses on quality and access and is a comprehensive roadmap for creating a sense of national responsibility. She also said that Andhra Pradesh is one of the first states to implement NEP 2020. Professor Kanaka Sabhapati, Chairman, ICSSR New Delhi, addressed that India is not just a nation, but it is a civilization, to introducing the British education in the ancient Indian education. Today, as a fast-growing economy in the world, India has transformed in the last 70 years, and it is a high time that we adopted our own system of knowledge. Professor K.N. Satyanarayana, Director, IIT Tirupati, said that NEP 2020 is a thought-provoking document, and it is a challenge now to implement this policy onto the course curricula, keeping in view flexibility, interdisciplinarity, credit transfer, etc. Professor K.N. Ganesh, Director, ISER, Tirupati, described NEP to be the best thing that happened to the Indian education system. He highlighted that it provides comprehensive solutions to most of the problems afflicting higher education. Professor Radhakanta Thakur, Vice Chancellor, National Sanskrit University, said that NEP is a wake-up call for learners and educators. Our ancestors made wonderful discoveries, he added. Professor J.P. Singhal, National President of ABRSM and former Vice Chancellor of Rajasthan University, said that NEP provides impetus to make Bharat as a Vishwa Guru. NEP is a Bharat-centered policy underlining to make Bharat Atmanirbhar Bharat. It is important to change the mindset of people, and research has to be made relevant, changing the ecosystem of higher education. Professor Y.V. Ramireddy, convener of the seminar, introduced the theme. The inaugural day hosted 3 technical sessions on reimagining higher education in the NEP 2020 perspective, catalyzing quality research and innovation in higher education institutions, and an academic leaders conclave. These sessions had a galaxy of academic stalwarts such as Professor Geeta Bhatt, University of Delhi, Professor Gauri Shah, Director CES, Bangalore, Dr. Rajendra Joshi, CES, Bangalore, Professor Mallesham, Vice Chancellor of Satavahana University, Karimnagar, Professor K.N. Satyanarayana, Director IIT Tirupati, Professor Ganesh, ISER, Director Tirupati, Professor B.J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, Professor Kishan, Usmania University, ABRSM, Professor Gurmeet Singh, Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, Dr. Satish from ABRSM, Kerala, Dr. Shivanand Sindhankera, Karnataka, Professor Mukundji from New Delhi, Sri Mahendra Kapoor from ABRSM, New Delhi, as the resource persons and the discussants. The first day events are closed by a cultural extravaganza arranged by the Faculty of Music and Fine Arts of Sri Padmavathi Mahila Vishwavidyalayam and Sri Venkateshwara University. The second day hosted 4 technical sessions on integrating Indian knowledge system into curriculum, digital technologies for excellence in higher education institutions, equity and inclusion in higher education system, quality education and quality teachers' perspective from NEP, and challenges strategies to implement NEP 2020. The delegates included Dr. Kanaka Sabhapati, ICSSR, Dr. Narayan Lal Gupta, ABRSM, Gujarat, Dr. N.V. Ramana Rao, Director, NIT Warangal, Professor Somayajulu, Director, IIIT Kurnool, Professor Anupam Behra, ABRSM, West Bengal, Professor Kannabhiran, IIT, IIIT CCT, Director, Professor Mahendra Kumar, ABRSM from Uttar Pradesh, Professor Prahlad Joshi, Dean, National Sanskrit University, Professor Rajendra Joshi, CES, Bangalore, Professor Devendra Kawade, NAC, Bangalore, Professor Shivraj, Member UGC, Professor Ranga Janardhan, Vice Chancellor, JNTU Anantapur, Professor J.P. Singhal, Professor Ram Mohan Rao, Vice Chairman, AP State Council of Higher Education, as the resource persons to extend intensive deliberations and discussions. This national seminar had a high spirit with the participation of around 1,000 delegates who have registered from all parts of India. The discussions are highly fruitful and the inputs are to be further carried forward. A cluster of national premier institutions have joined together as partners for the convention of this event. They include ABRSM, SV University, Sri Padmavathi Mahila University, National Sanskrit University, CES Bangalore, ICSSR, APSHI, AP State Council of Higher Education, ICFI, IIT, Tirupati, ISA Tirupati, Triple IT Sri City, and Maulana Aja Abul Kalam Institute of Asian Studies, Calcutta, and all other institutions of Tirupati have also joined their hands. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Tripura Sundari, for that elaborate valedictory presentation of the report of the proceedings for the past 2 days. Now it's time to listen to brief messages from our distinguished guests. At the outset, I request Professor K. Rajareddy, sir, Vice Chancellor, SV University, who is the chief patron and the co-host of this national seminar, to give his message on this occasion.
Honorable Union Minister, Dr. Thiru Murugan sir, Chairman of NAC, Professor Padmavathi sir, the eminent academicians who are on the dais, of the dais, many Vice Chancellors who came from different parts of the India, my dear faculty members, my dear students of Sri Padmavathi Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, and I have to address Professor Jamuna, the co-host of this today seminar. This is an extremely important seminar, NEP 2020, which set to revolutionize the education system in India, which was overdue for quite some time. NEP 2020, I am extremely happy to associate myself with it, to host this as a partner, this function, this seminar. Eminent academicians was drawn from different parts, and the organizers made the eminent minds meet to sort out any issues with regard to the implementation of this NEP for its smooth functioning, and also give direction to all the educational institutions in the country, which is going to revolutionize the Indian education system within 2-3 decades. It is going to be a knowledge superpower before our eyes, before people who think that India has many problems with regard to the higher education. This is an answer to them. I congratulate the organizers who toiled day and night for quite some time, and they brought a lot of inputs to steer the national education policy reach to the crores of people in India. In this regard, I congratulate Professor Ramareddy, who toiled very much and requested all the people to cooperate in this regard, to do something to this education system in India by organizing this under the aegis of ABRSM. So I thank very much for giving me this opportunity to stand before you to say a few lines in this regard. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your observations and thoughts regarding the seminar and the associated activities. Now I request Professor B.J. Rao Garu, Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, to please come over and give his message on this occasion.
Namaste to all of you. Firstly, I want to thank Dr. Sri L. Muruganji, Minister in the Union Cabinet, and Professor Bhushan Patwardhanji for sparing time on this very important occasion. I also want to thank both the twin Vice Chancellors for sitting here, for putting up such a wonderful show here of a feast where we discussed about NEP 2020. A special thank you goes to Gunta Lakshmanji for bringing the power of ABRSM to the field of education. National education policy, when it is truly implemented, is likely to become national emancipation policy, where education will no longer be just a degree process, but a process that will uplift the country for its true power. And in this 2-day deliberation that we all did, we realized that unless we do this very well now, we will not make the real mark. So this is a very important occasion for all of us, for students to actively participate in NEP 2020 and take the most important take-homes of this meeting to the classrooms, to the lecture rooms, and to the deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor K. Ramohan Garu, Vice Chairman, ABSHI, to address the gathering.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Respected chief guest of today's valedictory function, Dr. L. Murugan, Honorable Minister of State, Government of India, and another special guest, the Chairman of NAC, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, and the dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to convey my appreciation and congratulations on behalf of Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education and also on behalf of the Government of Andhra Pradesh to the 2 host universities, Vice Chancellors of 2 host universities, Dr. Professor D. Jimuna Garu and Professor Raja Reddy Garu, and the convener of the entire national seminar organized so effectively for the 2 days, Professor Ramareddy Garu and his entire team, for the wonderful exercise that is done to promote deliberations, understandings on the National Education Policy 2020. In my opinion, the NEP 2020 is the widely appreciated and least criticized policy I have ever experienced for the last 4 decades from any government, that is, any policy that brought into the country. And particularly, winning the hearts of the intellectuals in the country is not a small thing. We should appreciate the committee under the leadership of Kasturi Rangan for the wonderful efforts to bring out a very, very comprehensive national education policy after 34 long years. And the target kept for this kind of policy is to transform India as Vishwaguru and bringing back the glory the country enjoyed several centuries ago. And the government of Andhra Pradesh, particularly the Honorable Chief Minister of the state, he thought of making and introducing so many reforms in the state, and Fortunately, his ideas and the recommendations made in NDP 2020, they got a wonderful match. And that is how a 10-month mandatory internship was introduced. And for the first time, a state-level committee under the chairmanship of Chief Secretary, district-level committees under the chairmanship of district collectors are constituted to provide sincerely the internship to all the 3.5 lakh students in one go. So that is the kind of efforts that are making, and our Honorable Chief Minister is more proactive to create access and inclusion, and that is why 30,000 crores budget is allocated for education sector, and the kind of programs, support programs that are introduced yielding wonderful results, and as such in schooling the growth rate in GR increased by 15% in the last year, and in higher education it has increased by 7.8%. So that is the kind of result the government is introducing. I am very happy and thankful to the Jamina Garu for the appreciative words and ABRSM, and we are on a reform mode, and most of the reforms are taken from the recommendations of NDP 2020. I thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity, and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your opinions and thoughts on the NEP 2020, and also for dwelling on the robustness of the policy in transforming our Indian education system, and also the proactive activities of the government of Andhra Pradesh to boost higher education in our state. Now it's time to have the unveiling ceremony of two important activities taking place in our university. In this connection, I request Professor D.M. Mamata, a young and dynamic registrar, to please come out to the dais and coordinate this event. Professor Mamata is the professor of Sericulture and Biosciences in Sri Padmavathi Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, and currently the registrar of Sri Padmavathi Mahila Vishwavidyalaya.
Thank you, ma'am. Namaste. It's a pride moment to announce that SPMVV is the founding university to initiate a great stride in establishing a consortium for women universities of India. It's a brainchild of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Jamina Garu, when she aimed her vision to create a unique platform for the women across the length and breadth of our country. It is said, behind every woman, a man is always there. It's an old saying. But behind every woman is the woman herself. That's the modern saying. With a motto to inform, to empower, sustainable, strong mountain advancement for improved and equitable livelihoods through education, research, advocacy, service, and territorial participation, this consortium has been designed. It is a network of Indian women universities and autonomous colleges for women, which is intended to augment student learning, academic advancements, multiculturalism, inclusiveness, and reinforce connections between the campuses to aid the concerns of everyone with one voice, called the QI, the Consortium for Women Universities in India. In this context, I recollect the famous quote just now referred by the fourth panel chairman, Professor Devendra Kawadi, senior advisor of NAC, said, if man is educated, the family is educated. If women is educated, the society is educated. Yes, we could form a unique platform to promote the execution of women's potential through education, skill development, employment, giving paramount significance for the quality of lifestyles for a better society. On this occasion, I take it as a great privilege to invite our Honorable Minister, Dr. Shri L. Muruganji, to inaugurate the foundation plaque of our consortium for women universities in India. On this occasion, I also request, Madam also request the Honorable Minister to release the banner and also the brochure of this consortium. I take this opportunity to acknowledge sincerely all the universities who has come forward and joined this movement to form a consortium of women universities for the first time in India. I acknowledge Karnataka State Akka Mahadevi Women's University, Bhagatpur Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Diamond Harbour Women's University, Mother Teresa Women's University, Avinash Lingam Institute of Home Science and Higher Education, the IIS IAG Campus Jaipur, and Indira Gandhi Technological University for Women. I request the Honorable Minister also to release the banner and the handbook. Thank you very much, sir, for making the university reach another milestone in our history of our university. Further, the administration of Padmavathi University felt the need to declare or to commit a wing called the Directorate of IQAC and National Ranking. We all know that the establishment of IQAC as acted by the institution after the first cycle is a major step in pushing long-term quality standards. Yes, IQAC in any institution is a significant administrative body that is responsible for all quality matters. It is the heart of the university or any higher educational institution because IQAC can only initiate, plan, supervise and also maintain various activities that are necessary for the quality of education which are imparted in the institution or in the college. The arrival of the university ranking further changed the landscape of higher education all over the world and is likely to continue to influence further development nationally and internationally. Rankings help maintain, build institution position and reputation, and it also influences the partnership and collaborations with the other national and international institutions. On this occasion, I invite our Honorable Chairman of NAC, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, sir, to kindly unveil the inauguration plaque of Directorate of IQAC and National Ranking. Sir, this way, sir. Thank you once again, sir, and all the distinguished personalities on the stage for making the university reach yet another milestone. Yes, we ensure quality education once again. Thank you so much. Over to Professor Anuradha.
Thank you, Professor Mamata, for facilitating these two events. Now I request Sri Gunta Lakshman Garu, the National Joint Organizing Secretary, ABRSM, to give his message on this occasion.
So good evening to all. For this valedictory session of today's seminar, on the dais, Honorable Muruganji is with us, Union Minister, and Bhushan Patwardhanji, who is the chairman for NAC, and many other distinguished guests are there on the dais, and distinguished guests of the dais, and delegates from all over the country, those who participated in this two-day seminar. Namaste to one and all. So it gives me immense pleasure to be here with all of you, because I have seen many seminars. Definitely, I can say it is a unique seminar, because when it was decided in Tirupati, so very few faculty members sat together, and just few months back when we came here, we met Jamuna Madam, Raja Reddy sir and Satyanarayana sir. After meeting them, we got in a confidence. Here the people are more vibrant and they are ready to support any extent. While speaking to them, by their with a small observation, it was decided, in the beginning it was decided we should organize a seminar in a smaller way. But when we together sat together, no, the seminar should be, the volume of the seminar should be big. And the delegates, they should not confine to only Andhra Pradesh. Delegates from all over the country, they should come here, and whatever support you want, yes, that we are ready to extend. So with all these prominent people, when we met, they gave the assurance, and with their assurance, and after meeting with all other prominent people within the organization, and then it is decided, yes, we should go for a big seminar. So before going to all these things, now I would, my heartfelt congratulations and thanks to Jamuna Madam and Raja Reddy sir, Satyanarayana sir, and all others. Those I pray you all give them big claps, big claps. You know. So really, it is giving us more motivation, inspiration to do this kind of programs. They said no for anything. When we went there and when we planned the program, and today, you see, yesterday and today, and we heard through the Tripura Sundari Madam report, the volume of the seminar and how it went well, and it is before us and we witnessed it. There are so many experiences. Whenever we met anyone, for this seminar, you have to come forward. So everyone responded positively, and I know majority of them, they changed their program, they given top priority to this seminar, and they make it convenient to come here, and my special thanks to all of them. Because Muruganji, so thanks to Muruganji, just 2 days before. Earlier we spoke to him, but he didn't confirm. Yesterday morning he confirmed. And Bhushan Patwardhanji, actually today he is supposed to be there in some program. And he skipped that and he came here. And in front of me, Kanakasabapati ji is here. Really, it is not at all possible for him to be here, but he make it convenient. I can say each one name. Here, our Vijay Rao sir is there. My special thanks to him, because whenever we go him, whenever we talk to him, he said, he never says no. Okay. He said, Lakshmi, I will stay for 1 day. No, sir, you have to stay for today. Oh, okay. So, like that, so everyone, those who played in a pivotal role, and so they dedicated everything. Here from NAC, or Devenderji is also here. So I can name many. Everyone, they make it convenient to be here. Just we convince them and we explain the importance of this seminar. You may have attended so many seminars, but it is not like that. My special thanks to CES team here, Rajendra Joshi ji and Gaurisha. Actually, they have a seminar in Maulana Azad Urdu University, Hyderabad, the same dates. I'm really thankful to them. They changed that program. Finally, they said, Lakshman, you will stay for 1 day. I don't know what happened. Lakshman, we cancelled it. No, we like to be with you people. Because if we come here, we will feel something, no motivation from the audience, and the quality seminar that you people will organize. So that was the response from the CES people. So, and though here the management, the entire staff of this Padmavathi Mahila University and SV University and all other partner organizations, the way they supported. So if you give me time, I can say hours together, each and every one, how dedicatedly they work for this seminar. To make this seminar a success, every one, here in the beginning, volunteers, but there were very few came. The volunteers, all this 1 month, they have dedicated their time. Each one, earlier they don't have any exposure to this organization, or they don't know much about this organization, about the seminar and all. When we met them and when we interact with them and when discussing with them, then they came forward and they accepted and they worked as per their commitment. As they said, yes sir, we will be with you. You go ahead, how many people you will bring? We will make arrangements. It may be transportation, it may be accommodation, it may be the darshan, here Tirumala, darshan, everyone will prefer that, no? So luckily we went the executive officer. Everyone says that executive officer means he's a terror. He will not, he's such a personality. I heard about him. When I went him and I spoke to him, he gave 45 minutes time. Really, and 4 things, sir, you have to come. And we need some darshan, and we need some accommodation, and we need some support from your side as an advertisement. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, come here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Every day, 200, 800 darshans. Okay, and some special darshan, and these, that, whatever we asked, he accepted. Except I'm unable to present it because I have to go to the assembly. So I have an important meeting with the chief minister. I'm unable to come. Otherwise, I'd like to be here. So why I'm telling all these things now? When you decided to do, or to take in a sankalpa, to do something good, everything will support us. I believe in that. Jamuna madam, whatever you do, Lakshmani, for this Mahila University, some prominent people has to come. 48 hours before, we don't have any idea. But slowly, I think, madam, we satisfied you. And the way the madam organized the programs and everything, I really salute everyone fully involved in this. And here I'm not going to discuss anything about this NEP and all, because all stalwarts, the IIT, ISER, and HU and commissioners, all prominent people, they said everything. Nothing is left here. And the academic leaders meet. Really, it was a wonderful session. And everyone, sir, whether this session was recorded or not, I think those who attended that academic leaders meet, almost 30 people were there. Out of them, 30, whether these proceedings, whether these deliberations were recorded or not, this is very, 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 very valuable. Meeting the minds towards the NEP 2020. The idea from our Vijay Rao sir, and it was set the tune, and everyone spoke on the particular theme, and I also felt very, very, very happy. The ground realities they discussed. I was there in that. They didn't discuss this, that, what is there in the NEP and all, how to implement it. What are the good practices are there? Everybody shared their views and everyone impressed like anything. So here, I'm not going to take much time. My appeal, my request, enough material is there in the website. From the day one, it is there. You can get everything. You can have access. I would like to share 3 experiences. One, I visited one NIT. Just a couple of months. And I had an interaction with the faculty members. I'm very sorry to say no one had gone through the policy. I don't want to repeat the name of that. And I went to the university campus and had a chance to interact with the students, postgraduate students. There were almost 250 students. I asked them whether you heard this about. So there is one policy came, national education policy, whether you heard about this or not. Surprisingly, no one knows about it. What is the fate of this country? No, it is the responsibility of each and every one's. It is whose responsibility? Yes, our 24 hours working mission is there, Prime Minister Modi is there, it is his responsibility. And the people under the leadership of Kasturi Rangan, they prepared the draft and it was passed in the cabinet and it was into public. People should go through and they should follow it. I can say many such examples it doesn't mean people are not working on this. No, definitely there are people. You see, in this same Padmavathi Mahila University, under the leadership of Jamuna Madam, very dynamically they are working. I thought Jamuna Madam will focus on that. No, how we are implementing the policies from day one, how much exercise has been done within the university on par with the NEP. I thought of that. They are doing a lot. And many such organizations. Here Gaurisha Rajendra ji is there, and those who knows about the Karnataka and all. So Karnataka government is fully they are working on that. Many people, when I met our Bijay sir, he gone through each and every paper. I can say those things are also there. Many people are there. Here under the leadership of our Satyanarayana sir, IIT director, Andhra Pradesh, all the state university vice chancellors and the directors together, they make a committee, and very frequently they are meeting every 3 months once. I think they are sitting, and Ramon Raj is also here, and everyone they're discussing on that, and they are reviewing the progress, and they want to go further, and for that they are very eagerly waiting. It means nothing says it is happening, but this is one side, and the other side is also there. So majority is like that. Today I want to say that it is our responsibility. We should see that we have to sensitize the people of this country. So people means you can't go and discuss with the other sector people. No, those who are working in the education field, you have to go them and you have to discuss with them. You have to sensitize them. It has to be happen. Hardly I can say, you may agree with me or not more than 5% the so-called elite society of this country knows about this policy. You may agree or not. So unless until this other 95% elite people of this society, they should not know ABCD about this policy. This policy is not going to be a success. Here we are celebrating Indian independence celebrations of 75 years of Indian independence celebrations. Many of the souls, I can say, they sacrificed, not one, two, not hundreds, thousands of people. They sacrificed themselves for the cause of this nation, for the cause of this motherland. They dedicated themselves. Unfortunately, the history, we are unable to know about them. Unsung heroes. I don't know how many of you here, the organizers, they put the many photographs of here. Unsung heroes. Hardly, if I can say, you say who fought for the Indian independence, you can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Few may say 10, not more than that. But there are thousands. Prominent people I am talking about, not the common people, those who sacrificed for our freedom. Today, there is no need of sacrificing ourselves. They did for our best. Today we are enjoying the seeds of those sacrifices. So now it is our responsibility. We have to take a pledge, we have taken a vote. At this time, this point of time, 75 years of independence we celebrated, and one side we can see the country, if you decide, country is ready to go, move ahead like anything, wherever you want it to be. External policy, internal policy, developmental policy, reaching the power. And you can name it, may be infrastructure, it may be science and technology, it may be food grains, it may be tourism, it may be whatever the areas you take, the country is ready. And the human power of this country, the entire globe is waiting for the CEOs for their organizations from this great land. You know, every year, lakhs of students, they are going abroad and for their further masters and research and all. Which campus is not there with Indian students? People say Toronto, I think Satyanarayana sir yesterday is mentioning in the Toronto campus, there are 79, I came to know 1 lakh students are there. Out of them, 20% are the Indian students. And you can go to Oxford or Stanford or wherever you go, the Indian students are in sizable number. And another interesting thing is when many countries students are coming there and they're reading, they're studying there. So I visited America. I asked out of curiosity. So where we stand when you compare it to performance, other country students, where we are. It is common from every campus. Sir, we are top. We are doing well. So the Indian intelligence or the human capital of this country, this land is something different. You can't compare it with others. No? So we have to feel it. We have to realize it. We have to inculcate the minds of the youngsters of this country. We have to inculcate the patriotism of whatever we have towards this country, and we have to penetrate about this country, and we have to see this country should become Vishwaguru. Every time we will talk about Vishwaguru. Vishwaguru is nothing but, we should be strong enough in all the spheres of walks of life. So for that, it is not only the responsibility of one single government or one only head of the institution, it is the responsibility of each and every one. Yesterday, Mananiya Mukundaji very specifically mentioned that there is a need of reforms in the Vyavastha Parivartana, systemic changes about, he said, systemic changes. Systemic changes can be possible through some statutes and all these that you can do. But you cannot, if you want to change the mindset of the people, and if you want to move the hearts of the people, so it is each one has to work on each mind, each heart. It is not through the ministries, through the governments or through anything else. So it is possible only that. So lastly, I don't want to take much time. So once again, I am congratulating each and everyone who make this seminar a grand success. And I request all of you, everyone will take the responsibility of sensitizing the students. Each one, if you target some 1,000 students or 1,000 people, so you can calculate. Like that, this kind of a revolution has to come, especially in this, when it comes to the NEP 2020. Why? Because it is going to be the game changer. It is Bharatiya-centric. It is student-centric. It is for the poor people. Those who will say something nonsense about this policy, I won't accept. Today, those who are having money, they are flying to the so-called reputed universities, and private institutions are there, from Shastra University to Punjab Lovely University, or you can name any name. There, the number of the students is 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Those who are having money, they are going. Why? That much crazy? They are implementing an each and every one point of what today NEP says. Now this today, NEP, whatever NEP is saying, this has to be implemented in the Padmavathi University, SV University, the so-called the nook and corner village school, ECCE. No, it is a revolutionary one. It is targeting the poor people. This policy is for poor people. This policy is for first generation students, first generation families, those who are coming for higher education. It is for them. If you are doing something for them, means it is for the society. It is the need of the hour. I wish all of you to work on this. We want to see this kind of seminars, many more. So with this, I'll conclude my few words. Namaste, namaste, one and all.
Thank you very much, sir, for resonating the need for taking the NEP forward and also tracing your journey with us in organizing this event. Now I request our special guest, Professor Bhushan Patwardhanji, Chairman, NAC Bangalore, to deliver his key address to the audience.
Namaste. After this passionate and energetic speech, there is not much to speak. Wonderful, very well said. when you were talking, I was just thinking about it, and I was looking at the dais, I was looking in front, and then I said that when you have such a young, smiling minister, union minister, Mr. Murugan, sitting with us, he represents the new India, what is emerging. Look at him, When you see the Vice Chancellor sitting on both his sides, look at their academic credential. One is Fulbright scholar, one has been outstanding academician. Next to that, again, senior scientists, they are sitting here, Dr. Rao. Come to this side, the Karyakartas, we saw how he worked to make this national policy known to people, how worked hard, Lakshman Garu, Mahendra ji, Delhi se, he has come from Delhi all the way, and all his colleagues who have come. So the entire team of ABRSM and the Padmavathi Mahila Vishwavidyalaya as well as SV University and all others, actually I was so happy to see, this is one of the first case, I must tell you, that in the city, all the educational institutes have come for this cause. You can see all of them, So I congratulate all of them. And then I was saying that when such a gathering and when such a great minds are meeting, why NEP 2020 will not become success? Why we cannot dream of and make it reality what Prime Minister has given us a call of Atmanirbhar Bharat, But if you want Atmanirbhar Bharat, we need Atma Sanman and Atma Vishwas. And this Atma Sanman and Atma Vishwas, NEP 2020 is giving us a unique opportunity to go in that direction. It's a transformational policy. It's a forward-looking visionary policy. And many people have talked about it, so I'm not going to speak about the policy. But let me tell you that I believe that the state in which today we are, there are many reasons, but the most important reason, according to me, is education. And all said and done, Muruganji, all said and done, I feel that even today, we are living as Macaulay's grandchildren. Even today, our mindset has not yet changed. And why this has all happened, if you look into it, it's only education. Such a smart guy, I can tell you. He was extremely intelligent. He realized that you break their languages, you break their culture, you break their Atma Sanman, and the whole country will be ours. That's what actually happened. And even today, we are not able to come out of that influence, If you really look at it, what we have been taught in the schools, like he was saying, who knows, I in my school, I have studied Galileo, I have studied Archimedes, Eureka, I have studied all that, I have not studied Charak, I have not studied Patanjali, I have not studied Panini, I have not studied so many. I may have studied several viceroys, and I can tell you their years because there used to be marks for that, Viceroy and year, I can tell you that. But I don't know, there are more than 100 dynasties in India, If Veer Munda would not have been there, the entire Northeast would have gone. If Raja Varma would not have fought, we probably would have become Portuguese-speaking country. So this is the reality. And the whole thing has come through education. We have been taught wrong history, wrong narratives. Even today, such narratives are being prepared. But now, the voice of Bharat is becoming more. Our constitution starts, India, that is Bharat. But have you really evolved as Bharat? This is a question. And I can see now it is evolving. When I see this gathering, when I see this woman power, Yesterday, I was at India's first women university. That is SNDT with Koshyarji. I was with them, And the subject was Indian languages to transform our own education system. And why I mentioned that is, see, woman power, I respect. I have 2 daughters. And when I see these young girls sitting here, they are the future. Because let me tell you, all the men here, that we are included in them even in spelling. The spelling also we are within them, not only by birth, everybody. And genetically, Dr. Rao will tell you, if you compare the chromosomes, we look this small. This small. So this is a power, and naturally they are gifted, They are mother, they are passionate, they know how to cultivate. So I want, Muruganji, that leadership of women in education must go high. That itself will help NEP and the entire country to transform rapidly. And here I saw the whole team was dynamic. Somebody was talking about my dynamic colleague. I said that the whole team of Padmavathi is dynamic, So congratulations for all this, what you have done during these 2-3 days. And the awareness creation is very important. But also we have to look internally, Lakshmanji. That even after 2 years, we are still talking awareness. So we have to do something more. Today it is actually action time, but still we have to create awareness. So we have to, and this will happen only when the organizations, dedicated nationalist organizations like ABRSM and many others come forward, because they are the connect between the people and the education, And unless that happens, education cannot remain, no more universities can remain an ivory tower, So, and the question that should be asked actually, and that was asked during the earlier sessions, that what we do, how that person standing on the street will get benefited. If we keep this question in mind, the whole NEP 2020 will become a very smooth sail for us. I'm sure I must thank my mentor, Dr. Kasturi Rangan, who led the whole group to give us this excellent visionary policy. And I'm sure with this kind of consolidated and comprehensive collaborative efforts, this will soon be the reality. And once it becomes reality, although after 36 years, but 36 years also that policy was there, never implemented. So I would say after independence, there was no policy for our education. And so we are still continuing the Kulaguru system, which is a gift of British system to us. The Gurukul system, we have lost it. So we have to get best from both Kulaguru as well as Gurukul to build the new India or Naya Bharat. And I'm sure with help of all of you, this is possible. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging and inspiring talk, and also for acknowledging the women power and the women leadership and the need for indigenization of education in India. Thank you very much, sir. Now we come to another interesting speaker. We have the address by our chief guest, Dr. Sri L. Murugan Garu, the Honorable Union Minister of State in the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting and Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India. I request you, sir, to address. We are all ears to listen to your message. Please, sir.
In this historical event, today with us our special guest, Professor Posan Bharatwardhanji, Chairman NAC, Professor Jamuna Dwaru, Vice Chancellor, Sri Padmavathi Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Tirupati, Professor K. Raja Reddy, Vice Chancellor, SV University, Tirupati, Professor B.J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, Professor K. Ram Mohan, Vice Chairman, Andhra Pradesh Higher Education Society, Sri Mahendra Kapoorji, National Organizing Secretary, ABRSM, Sri Lakshmanji, National Joint Organizing Secretary, ABRSM, Professor T. Tirupura Sundari, Professor Ramareddy, Professor Kanaka Sapapati, and professors, educationalists, students, brothers and sisters, Meku Andarugu Namaskaram. Vanakkam to you all. In this auspicious land Tirupati, I bow and offer my respects to Lord Venkateswara. And also today is a special occasion and special day, that is Sahit Divas. Today the nation is celebrating the great revolutionaries Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru. They sacrificed their lives for the cause of the freedom of our motherland. We must remember their sacrifices, the devotion and the sense of purpose they had attached their lives. I pay my tribute to them on behalf of the nation also. In this Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav, we must remember the unsung heroes. Today here are some of exhibition also have unsung heroes, and our earlier professors speakers also mentioned about the unsung heroes for our freedom movement. I feel myself as a fortunate to address you on this day, and that too on the topic of National Education Policy 2020, a roadmap to revamp the Indian higher education system. Friends, quality higher education is that strong foundation on which nation stands tall and strong. Our forefathers have given immense importance to acquisition of knowledge. In Bharat, the pursuit of knowledge, wisdom and truth has always considered as the highest human goal. Sav Vidya Ya Vimuktaya Ye has been our thought process. Tamso Ma Jyotir Gamaya has been our guiding light. I want to mention here some of our ancient leaders in grammar, Panini's grammar, Kanad's atomic thoughts, Nagarjuna's chemistry, Bhattacharya's mathematics, Aryabhatta's and Varahimitra's astronomies, Ramayana's ideal characters building, Bhagavad Gita teachings, and also Thiruvalluvar's Tirukkural. And the variety of subjects have enriched our thought and culture, our Bharat Desh. In India, the education was completely way of life. Education was closely linked to profession and both gained from each other. Let noble thoughts come to me from the all directions. This is how we approach the education and learning. But today, the British colonialism destroyed our economical and industrial powers. It is also completely ruined our education system also. Our earlier Professor NAC chairman also mentioned how the colonial education system is destroyed our education. It's sympathetically dismantled our traditional techniques, systems and methods. It is completely uprooted the Indian approach of the knowledge. Macaulay's education system of 1830s was destined to produce more and more clerks for British emperors. This ghost refused to go away even after the independence of India. Dear friends, brothers, we stopped producing the marvel of horticultures and wonder of knowledges. Seats of higher learning become degree-minding institutions today. Instead of become inequities and curious, our system asked the students mug up the chapters. remember the answers and write them on our answer sheets once in a year instead of knowledge. It tested only the memory power. It kills the research-oriented mind. It discouraged the initiatives also. The newly independent country has highest hopes from our education system to come forth, conduct research in various fields, offer solution for numerous problems the country was grappling with, but instead the country's education system pushed our brightness students to look opportunity in foreign source. Our Lakshmanji is correctly told in that. Instead of working on the real life problem the country was facing. No doubt we did make tremendous physical progress in improving literacy, increasing number of schools and colleges, and producing crores of students with degrees. But somehow in these numbers a large sense of purpose was missing in this era. This education sealed away from explaining the students on our art, culture, science and mathematics. Friends, this education system looked outside India, completely ignoring the ethos of India, our Bharat, our values, our history, our culture. How can an education system which snap the connection between the soil of the country and the students is expected to become a bedrock of nation building? Can a building erect on weak foundation and narrow base rise higher and taller? Even successive education policies of independent India could not correct this anomaly. Friends, the seminar topic is about quality of higher education, but we must remember that quality of higher education system is essentially and inherently like to strong foundation of school education. That's why the policy, our new education policy 2020, talks elaborately about the early childhood care and education. It talks about making our foundation strong by focusing the foundation literacy and numeracy of school-going children. This policy talks about the importance of education in mother tongue and our regional and local languages also. School students can study their academic subjects and also venture into the field of music or sports or vocational or moral skills, moral educations also. In this approach, this new policy in higher education as well, academic backup credit will offer the flexibility to the students in higher education. If a student studies technology, but he also wants to pursue his passion of philosophy and literature, then earlier no such opportunity was available to him. Now the new education policy talks about possibilities of these avenues through multidisciplinary approach. Another important provision is flexible entry and exit. So now the students can choose a course what they want to like. For example, a data science they can study. If they can study 1 year course, a certificate course, or 2 year diploma course, or 3 years a degree course also, they can study as the students likes. The courses also designed to cater needs of the students and needs of the market and needs of the global. The new National Education Policy 2020 endeavors to provide all the students, irrespective of their place of residence, quality education system with particular focus on historically marginalized, disadvantaged and underprivileged groups. Education is a great leveler. Initiatives must be placed to ensure that all students from such groups, despite inherent obstacles, are provided various target opportunity to enter and exit in the education system. we are all know about Thiruvalluvar. In 2 lines, our Thiruvalluvar told a quality education, how we can learn. Thiruvalluvar told that Karka Kasadara Karp follow due process and what we are learning to, we have to follow. It's the great saint Thiruvalluvar told advanced culture for the nation building. Quality higher education is engine of national productivity. To achieve our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, we must strive to have world-class education, but education is not just about acquiring bookish knowledge. It is about acquiring knowledge with thinking, scientific temper. It is about developing an ability to think critically. It is also about the values of empathy, mutual respect, spirit of teamwork and cooperation. That's why effective implementation of the National Education Policy 2020 is very, very important. This only leads us the truth, spirit of Ek Bharat, Shastra Bharat. Here we have among us stalwarts in the field of education, our professors, vice chancellors, and directors, all professors here. I urge you all to encourage our students to inquire as much about the faraway cosmoses as it is about neighborhood problems. Keeping the eyes on horizon, our institution must strive to conduct research socially and economically relevant topics and offer solutions. They should encourage the professors and students to take up such projects. In this, I want to mention here our Prime Minister vision, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. We have to take forward and to this education, new national education policy. Once again, I congratulate the organizers. I want to congratulate our Lakshmanji from ABRSM to organize this national seminar, and I congratulate the Padmavathi University, Women's University, and SV University, and IIT, Tirupati, and all, because I want to mention all, but I congratulate all the institutions and all the stakeholders for those who have conveyed and those participated in this seminar for this successfully and historically seminar. Once again, I congratulate all of here. Thank you, and I got a very pleasure and good opportunity to discuss with you to this new educational policy and national education policy, because our NAC chairman mentioned that as a student I came here, our professors, stalwarts, our vice chancellors, between I came here. Thank you very much. Thank you, students, and thank you, professors. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that inspiring speech. You did a very critical analysis of the NEP and also brought out the need for scientific temper, creativity, and innovation in our Indian system, especially among the students. Thank you, sir, for taking this message forward to our audience. Now we have the last aspect in our valedictory session, that is felicitation. At the outset, I request our chief patrons, Professor K. Raja Reddy, sir, and Professor D. Jamuna, madam, to felicitate our Honorable Minister, Dr. Sri L. Murugan Garu, Minister of State. I also request them I request you to wait, sir. Madam. I also request them to felicitate our special guest, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan garu, in the presence of our Honorable Minister. I request them to felicitate Sri Mahendra Kapoor garu, National Organizing Secretary, ABRSM. I also request you to felicitate Professor B.J. Rao garu, Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad. I request Professor K. Ramohan garu, Vice Chairman, AP State Council for Higher Education, to please come forward for the felicitation. Next, I request Sri Gunta Lakshman garu to please come forward and receive the felicitation from our chief patrons. Next, I request our chief guest, Dr. Sri L. Murugan garu, Honorable Minister of State, to felicitate our chief patron, Sri K. Raja Reddy garu, the Vice Chancellor of SP University, and the co-host of this program. Next, I request Professor Sri Bhushan Patwardhan sir, Chairman NAC, to felicitate our Madam, Professor Jamuna Madam, the co-host and the chief patron of this national seminar. Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Now it's time to honor the bright stars behind this seminar. Now I request jointly all of you to felicitate Sri Rami Reddy garu, the seminar convener who has made this event possible. I request Honorable State Minister of State and also the co-organizers. I request Professor T. Tripura Sundari to please come forward for the felicitation, the organizing secretary of this seminar. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Now we have the Thanksgiving. I request Professor Y.V. Ramireddy Garu, the seminar convener, to convey the vote of thanks.
Venkatesaya, respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and my dear delegates and dear students. So it's time to me to say a vote of thanks for the successful conduction of this 2 days national seminar. First, I want to convey my thanks to our ABRSM national leaders, our national president, Professor Singalji, national general secretary, Professor Shivanand Sindekarji, national organizing secretary, Mahendra Kapoorji, national joint organizing secretary, Sri Gunta Lakshmanji, for giving opportunity for us to conduct this seminar in Tirupati. So, you see, actually after conducting the seminar in Osmania University, Hyderabad, December 22-23, at the next day onwards, Lakshmanji talked to me that we should conduct this in Tirupati. So I asked why in Tirupati, because he told that this is a hub of education. If you want to do anything in Andhra Pradesh, you should start from Tirupati. Because the God's bless will be there for this anything. So therefore, I just replied him, that is true, Lakshmanji, but there is a problem also is there. Because whomever you invite for this seminar, everybody will come because to visit the Lord Balaji. So therefore, it is difficult. Then Lakshmanji has told, so I will be there for everything. So you go ahead. So then only we just started this seminar. And you know, he did not sleep all these days well, and he did not allow us to sleep also all these days well. And you know, we regularly conduct this every day, afternoon, morning review meetings. All our committee members knows this very well. While reviewing things, you know, suddenly he will go sleep for 4 to 5 minutes, afternoon time. Again he will be very active. You see, that indicates that he did not sleep that night entirely. So, because I have been with him for last 35 years, but you know, it's a matureness, meticulous, you know, advisors, and with only due to the Lakshmanji's, you know, bharosa, what we call. So this event has become successful, and I personally convey my thanks to Lakshmanji for giving the chance here. And then when we came to Tirupati, we started just arrangements here, and I met our Honorable Vice Chancellor. So Vice Chancellor sir has told, it's an excellent idea, Ramireddy. Whatever the university wants, we'll give you. So therefore you go ahead. Then we met Madam, and Madam also has told that, so our university has already implemented NEP, so therefore I am with you, we will go together. And like that, I met IIT Director Satyanarayan sir, and we met ISER Director Professor K.N. Ganesh sir, and National Sanskrit University Vice Chancellor Tagorji, and we are all 5 here in Tirupati partner organizations. And outside the Tirupati, we have another partner organizations like ICSSR. I should say specifically thanks to ICSSR, they helped us financially a lot to become this seminar, 2 days seminar success. Otherwise, it's difficult for us to go financially. So I specially convey my thanks to ICSSR. And another partner organization is CES of Bangalore. They also helped us a lot in giving the meticulous advices. And also IFCAI, the university in Hyderabad, I convey my thanks to them. And also Maulana Azad, National Institute for Foreign Studies, Kolkata. And the important thing is the Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education. When I met our chairman, Hemachandra Reddy sir, due to some emergency reasons only did not come, he told that already the government started to implement the NEP, Ramireddy, so ABRSM will be with you, please go. I personally convey my thanks to all the partner organizations for giving an opportunity under the umbrella of Akhila Bharatiya Rashtriya Shikshak Mahasangh ABRSM to conduct this national seminar in Tirupati. So what Lakshmanji has told is true. I organized so many seminars. I have attended so many seminars. But this is a unique seminar I have seen for the last 35 years in my academic life, that 11 organizations conducted a single seminar on NEP. It's a really unique seminar. I personally convey my thanks to all this. And I personally convey my thanks to Honorable Minister Sri Muruganji, who came all the way to Delhi to Goa to here. Actually, Sir was the observer in Goa, Chief Minister ceremony there. So, due to our request only, suddenly he changed the program. He has come here. Sir, thank you very much, sir, for attending this seminar. And similarly, the chief guest of the function today, Professor Bhushan Patwardhanji, he was the former Vice Chancellor of UGC and the present Chairman of NAC. So, we also has given short notice, but he came here with to bless us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And I convey my thanks to Professor B.J. Rao, who has been with us for last 2 days. So whatever you want, you can give suggestion. For every problem, academic problem, there will be a solution in the pocket of B.J. Rao. So therefore, without his presence, we can't go anywhere. So therefore, thank you very much, sir, for all valuable academic suggestions, sir. And I convey my thanks to Professor Ram Mohan Rao, sir, who has come all the way from the Vijayawada as a representative of Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education. So I convey all the organizing committees. I can't say name by name. So all the organizing committees of both Sri Venkateswara University, Padmavathi Mahila University and ABRSM delegates who has made this as a big success. I personally convey my thanks to all the committees. And I convey my thanks to the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam. Lakshmanji explained everything. For the last 35 years, first time I have seen that the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam has given very liberally Lord Balaji Darshan for all the delegates. I hope that every delegate has got a break darshan for last 4 days. Because when we met the Jawahar Reddy sir, he told that, yes, I am also alumni of Tirupati. He said, I am alumni of Tirupati. So, sir, why you used alumni of Tirupati? He said, yes, Tirupati, veterinary university I studied. Whomever studied in Tirupati is alumni of Tirupati. So, therefore, he immediately said, whatever you want. Generally, we mentioned some high figure for a break darshan with an intention that he will cut it. But fortunately, TTD that for everything we have mentioned, he expected. My special thanks to go to Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, EO Jawahar Reddy Garu and Joint Executive Officer A.V. Dharma Reddy Garu, for all the officers who helped us. So without the darshan, if we will go return, there will be dissatisfaction for us. I hope that everybody will go with satisfaction academically and personally also. Telugu we call Swami Karyamu, Swakaryamu. I think both happened here. So TTD, it go to special thanks to here. And I personally convey my thanks to media people. In media, everybody is an academician. So therefore, all the media people, for all these days, so they have given overwhelming, coverage for this event for all the 2 days. And personally, I want to convey my thanks to our university registrar Hussain sir and rector Professor Sikandar Reddy sir, Padmavathi University registrar Mamata madam, and the registrar of Sanskrit University Venkatesan sir, and the registrars of ISER Mohan Krishna sir, and registrars of IIT. Because whenever you go to ask anything, because the Vice Chancellor will say yes, but the things to go only by registrar, they immediately accepted it. Because everybody knows that this is an event of everybody. This is a time of event. So therefore, I personally, my thanks to everybody. And I also convey my thanks to School of Planning and Institution, Vijayawada, School of Planning and Architecture Institute, who helped us financially to make this as a big success. And I personally convey to my mother department, chemistry department, all the students in my chemistry department, research scholars, faculty worked for the last 4 days. And I personally convey my thanks to department, my madam, head of the department, Padmavathi madam, for allowing us to use all the department resources for the last 1 week. So it's my responsibility to convey thanks to the department. So therefore, maybe the important person I want to mention is the event manager. The event manager Nirja Reddy is here, I don't know. So with excellent of advisors only, it has become success in both SV University and Mahila University. So therefore I personally convey thanks to Madam. And I want to personally convey my thanks to IIIT Kurnool Director Professor Somayajulu sir, IIIT Sri City Director Professor Kannabiran sir for presenting here and also supporting us financially. And also convey my thanks to all the Vice Chancellors, Registrars, Rectors, Directors who came us to bless us for the last 2 days, even by losing your valuable time in our institutions. Therefore, maybe I may not, because I don't have a habit to write and read, but this is the occasion to mention everything. So therefore, I think I have mentioned everything here. And if any inconvenience happened, whether knowingly, unknowingly to any delegates for the last 2 days, so that is due to the some problem in the Vyavastha. So therefore, I request you to excuse me to any inconvenience happened to the delegates. So therefore, I must have forgotten some of the names or organizations. So please excuse, because it's 11 institutes of big event. So therefore, I request you, please excuse if I must have forgotten. And finally, I want to invite all the, people here, delegates, guests, people to have a nice dinner here. Every dinner arranged for everybody. So please have a dinner and go. Before that, I want to make one announcement that, so our committee people, they got some wallet of valuable money. So therefore, the name is, let me announce the name is here. So you see, we are academicians, and therefore when he got that wallet, so immediately he told me that, sir, I got the wallet. So the name mentioned in the wallet is Dr. Ammazi Rajita, Central University, Tamil Nadu. So please come to the dais and collect the wallet from Professor Rajashekar, Department of Zoology. You please collect from me. Your wallet is safe here. So thank you each and everyone. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. We have a very small dance recital by one of our students, and I request the dignitaries to please just get down to the stage and take your seat. In about 5 minutes, we'll conclude, because the girl is ready for performing the dance. After that, we'll conclude the session. I request Professor Vijayalakshmi Madam to facilitate the seat arrangement. I request the volunteers to please come up the stage and remove the tables and chairs. Thank you, Tejaswani. That was a beautiful performance. I request our special guest, Shri Bhushan Patwardhan sir, to please come out to the dais and give a memento to the dancer. She's a student of MCA first year, which I mentioned earlier. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And we come to the grand finale of this valedictory function. I request Professor Shaileswari and her team to lead us in chanting the national anthem. Please let us sing the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय जय
La 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 la